I think I'm live. Hello, everybody. Sorry. My little tablet wasn't yeah, I am live. My tablet wasn't working right, but I was live. So hello, God wasn't picking my nose or something. So, hey, everybody. Happy evening or morning to you if you're on the other side of the planet. So happy to see you, my Zen friends. And as always, we're excited to see what messages come through for Spirit this evening or from Spirit. So before we get into all that, though, we like to take a big, deep cleansing breath to come back to this moment, to get out of the chaos, to get out of the future, get out of the past. So we'll take a big, deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale out is the key to come back to this moment. And then we'll bring in our lovely singing bowl for more beautiful energy. So if you want to join me in taking a deep breath, let's do it. So big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we're doing that, we can just let that love fill us up and go into all our minds and our thoughts and all of our emotions and our hearts, our physical bodies, into every cell, our blood everywhere, and into our energetic body too, filling us up and flowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet according to the will, of course, of Creator and our collective. So we'll do that. And of course, something we can always do to help raise our vibration right away is gratitude. It's an amazing, powerful energy. It's up there like unconditional love energy, but it allows us to immediately begin to open ourselves up to receive messages from Spirit and magnetize ourselves to receive more of what we're grateful for, too. So if you want to join me in doing that and sending love out to the world, something that they're saying right now is we can tell ourselves, I am safe. I am safe. I am safe. So we can kind of chant that inside or verbally if you're able to around you too, because when your inner child in your body hears that, it also believes this. So I love that. So I am safe. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Very nice, kind of, it's not somber, it's not the word I'm looking for, but like gentle, a gentle energy tonight, right? Almost don't want to speak too loud. It just feels very gentle. But I love that. So thank you guys for joining me in doing that. And welcome everybody. So good to see everyone. Hope you're doing well and getting ready here. I can't believe it's Thursday already. Just one more day for a lot of you for till your weekend. So hello. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, I'm your bruddaZEN, and we are here to spill the tea. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and thankfully great senses of humor. Definitely two things we can use on our human adventure. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. Try to keep it a high vibration, safe space for all of us. So thank you guys for doing that. And if you want to know how the whole process of readings works, is all detailed down in the description area of the stream of this video. Donations do get first priority. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom, and also in the description area down below, it'll talk about my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. I don't have any set dollar amounts currently, so whatever you give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can, and I do honor that. So you get prioritized. You also get a fortune cookie. If you we're using these tonight, the Paws of Wisdom. Still, this is a great little deck. And if your donation or donations equal $5 or more, one of your fortune cookies would be this Oracle of the Riftwalker, another great little deck that is here. We will be continuing to use them because we have those cat cards. I thought we have to use the blue cat tarot as well. So that's what we'll be using tonight in our little adventures. I do get to free readings every night at some point, and after each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with little timestamps in there, so you get to just click on the timestamp, takes you right to your reading. I do post that after the session has ended. So that is the skinny on most of that stuff. I also have a podcast, a free podcast. Don't even have to pay for it. That's what free means, right? It's called The Easier Path, and this is the most recent one. Normally today there would have been a new one coming out, but I'm slacking a little bit and slowly working on it. So it'll be out here in a few days. But a new one will come up. So if you want to catch up on the old ones, that's the most recent one, the Empathic Gift. And the playlist is down in the description area or on my main page. If you click on my name, the playlist is at the top. So that is kind of how all the stuff works. All of the rest of the details are down in the description area. So I won't put you guys to sleep talking about all that stuff. If you want to read it, if you have any questions, pop it into chat as well, and I'll answer it as soon as I am able to see it in between readings. And yeah, that's how it kind of works. So hey. So let's do some shout outs here. Make sure my list is up to date. And then we'll get into the readings because that's why we be here, to hear from spirit, find out what we can learn, what's going on. So we got Livier Vagara on the bottom here. Hello. Good to see you, my friend. We'll grab your question as soon as you put it out there. So good to see you. We got Leslie in the house. Hey, Leslie. I love all the cats, right? I do have you from earlier on the free list there. So we got you on there. And we got Deb. Hey, Deb. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well out there in the forest. I think, are you back? Are you back home? Wait, today's Thursday. You might be back home, or you just might be living out there in the forest. Who knows? And we got Jennifer Morales. Hey, Jennifer. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. And we have Crystal Ray. Hey, Crystal Ray. Good to see you. I see 2 donations from you here. So thank you for those. We'll get you. You're on the donation list. So I've got your questions captured there, and I'll let everyone know what the donation list looks like before we dive into those, just so everyone knows the order of things. And I think I have everyone else here. We got Ascending Universal Butterfly. I got your question on the free list there. Thank you again for all of your wonderful support in the chat. I am grateful for that. Made a little rhyme just now. We got Sarup, Bobby, hey, hey, we got you on the list as well, good to see you. And Lotus of Serendipity, we have you on the free list, so, welcome, welcome. Cheers, cheers, all the tea and coffee cups, I love it. We have Sudeshna Ghosh. Sudeshna, let me make sure. Do I have all of it? Yeah, I do have all of your questions here for your donation. So you're on the donation list here. We also have Ashish Balkaran. Ashish, hello, hello. You are on the free list. And then there's Leslie. So you're on the list there. And then we have all the wonderful uh, postings there. And then we have Tiger Snake. We got you on the donation, not the donation, but the free list as well. So good to see that was from real earlier today. And Mini Heal as well. So Mini Heal, you'll be up on the free readings first when we get there. So I like it. All right, let me see your general for the coming week. We'll get you on there. And Deb, you're crazy busy. Yeah, things are getting into a groove. Yeah, right. Repetition is one of the best ways to learn, right? After a while, things that seem so new and scary, it's secondhand. You don't have to think about it after you've done it 100 times, right? So I love that. And then we also, of course, we've got Marissa Smith. I got your PayPal. So you're on the list here. And then, oh my God, Alice, if you're here, I'm so sorry. I totally missed. You had two donations last night. And as soon as I couldn't see the chat, I looked at it for like an hour, but it took a long time last night for the post chat to be able to see it. And I didn't see it until this morning. Couldn't see what the question was. But you had two black cats. I thought of The Matrix, you know how like, "Did you see that? What did you see?" "Well, I saw a black cat and then one that looked exactly like it went by again." That means they updated The Matrix. Dun, dun, dun. That's my first thought. Well, my first thought was, "Oh, man, I was bummed that I missed your question." So you'll be up first tonight for that, and thank you for your patience, and, um I'll mention it here in a sec too when we start yours. Because I missed it, I'll give you a free follow-up deep dive question as well, um, to make up for you having to wait for so long to get your answer. So if you have a follow-up. But I'll talk about that in a sec when we officially start in case you're not watching right now. Then I'm just talking to everyone else. So thanks for all the flowers, all the wonderfulness, everyone. And Divine Lovely, hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the list here. Thank you for your donation. Okay, I think we're good there. All right. So I think so the where we're at in donations, so Alice will be up first, and then Sudeshna, then Marissa, and then 2 for Crystal Ray, and then Divine Lovely, you'll be after that. Oh, very defiant oldest daughter. How fun for you. I know, right? So we'll definitely see what's going on there. All right, so let's do a little cheers, everybody. I like to start with cheers. So thank you guys so much for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. So you're part of the love tsunami. I'm so grateful that you are on this path, and I love you guys. So thank you for being here. Cheers, cheers. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So, Alice, you are up 1449. So, Alice, my biggest apologies for missing your reading last night. I was saying it just a moment ago. Couldn't see any of it till this morning. Because I was up till like past midnight and I was checking. I couldn't get into the chat wasn't there. So I couldn't see what your question was till this morning, but I did see that there was two black cats. And if you are a fan of The Matrix in the first one, when Neo notices a black cat and then he sees the black cat again, that's the second thought. The first thought as I was saying was Oh, man, I can't believe I missed that. I'm getting old, I gotta slow down and make sure, gotta really look. Uh, but then I thought of The Matrix. But so you're up first, and then as I, was saying earlier too, because you had to wait for so long, I'm giving you 1 free, deep dive, follow-up question or another question, um, on the house because of you having to wait and because I missed that. So if you wanna do that, just say, "Hey, bruddaZEN, this is the freebie for the second for the" I'll have to do something like the black cat syndrome or something. That'll help me remember. Alright. So, Alice, thank you again for your donation last night, for your second one. And you wanna know, is Kyle trying to use you until he gets back up on his feet and then leave, or will he be grateful and feel bad about that? Alright, let's see. First of all, is he trying to use you until he gets back on his feet here? Let's see what's underneath that. And then if that is what he's doing, will he be grateful or will he feel bad about it here? Let's see what we got here. Okay. So we've got the 2 of fishies underneath the surface here. And that's a good energy to have on the bottom because I don't feel like it's so much intentional. And we'll see what these other cards are here, but this 2 of cups underneath just feels like it's not like that's the only reason why I'm, wanting to move in or doing whatever they're doing. Um, I feel like consciously anyway, it's not a conscious choice that that's the only thing that I'm doing. They're just kinda like, "Well, I get to have this interaction, plus I get this is like it's like a gift with purchase in a way," kind of energy. I get all this, and, um and let's see what else here too, because I do feel, yeah, with the King of Pentacles, there is that security, this need of I think we got that on your reading last night, right? The King of Pentacles, it feels familiar anyway, that I'm trying to feel secure in the outside world, and so this helps me with that. Um, but I don't feel like I said, I don't feel like that's the main, like the only reason. I feel like there's several reasons why they're wanting to do it. With the 9 of fishies, the 9 of cups. Yeah, that's that mirage energy again. And I feel like they're feeling like if I'm this close to you, like if let's say if they're moving in with you, if this is what we're talking about, then I get to really, really, really see who you really are and how you match up to this, expectation mirage that I have of what I'm looking for. And maybe I might even be able to see that some of these things don't matter. Now that I'm facing someone who is the closest that I've ever gotten to, this way everyone else is down here and you're at least here. There's still a big gap because they have this extreme, what I don't even know how they came up with this individual that is so, you know, watching too many movies when you're growing up or something that you think that this, you know, entity exists that of all these people you've put together, right? But, so I feel like it's kind of a mutual dual thing with that. I do feel though it is temporary. I don't feel like they're wanting to like live forever. I feel like they'll want to, even if they decide like, maybe this can work out between us, they would still want to be on their own. Because I feel like they don't like being, uh, they don't like being dependent on anyone because it makes them feel out of control. I think dependent is the word I was looking for. I don't like being dependent and at someone's mercy kind of energy, because they like to be in control. So What else? So if they I feel like when they leave, will they be grateful or they'll feel bad? Yeah, I feel like it'll be sudden with the tower. They'll be like, "All right, thank you so much. I can, get back on my feet now and I can have my own space now." Have the 10 of Pentacles. Here's this feeling of abundance and fullness. They again, this security in the outside world, because when you're living with someone and your name's not on the lease and or you're not, someone that has a say so whether you live there or not, there's always that uncertainty that they don't like to have, right? And we have the 6 of Fishes, the 6 of Cups. And that's an interesting energy there because there is like this returning back, but I don't feel like this is like an ex or someone returning back. I feel like this is them returning back to, it doesn't feel like the same location, but kind of returning back to my norm is what the 6 of Cups feels like. It's like I'm going back to where I feel safe and where I feel in control and I am in charge of my environment. Almost reminds me of like um, the first time moving out on their own, leaving as a child from their parents, because their parents, I feel like, were very whatever parent. I feel like there was only one parent in their house, probably for divorce, but they were like very, and so they're like, "Let me out," and when they were out, they're like, "Ah," and I feel like they kind of have that undertow energy when they're living with someone when it's not in their name, at least sharing in their name. Um, because it feels like almost like a parent-child relationship. So, that is what they have for that, so hopefully that helps. I don't feel, well, I guess they wouldn't feel bad, because I feel like they were like, I I accomplished what I wanted to accomplish there. They don't feel like they were using you, because they were also investigating to see it, but then they're like, I understand that this is what I need for me." And so they don't, it's like when you move out of your parents' house, you don't feel bad for your parents because 'cause you're in that moment of freedom and you're all caught up in yourself, and I kinda feel like that's where they would be at. Let's see what your little positive wisdom bring in here too. So you've got, "No act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted." So you got Ace up. Beautiful card there, and on the back it says, "I trust that every kind gesture helps build a better world." The daily action says, "Offer to help someone with something small, even just carrying bags or giving a hand with a task." So I like that they, something small, not something big, just something small that you can help them with. In fact, you might even just have it be for a certain amount. If it is them coming to stay, maybe putting a certain time limit on it, or just not at all. Say, "Here's a couple dollars to help you out, but no, you can't live here." Just I see how many, I think I lived with 3 of my relationships, my first 3. After that, I learned my lesson, don't move in with people. Keep your independence until if you ever get married, and that's it. So, anyway, that's what they have for you, Alice. Hopefully that helps, and thank you again for your, patience and understanding with me totally not seeing that second one. I don't know why I was blinded, but, uh but hopefully that helps. Alright, so many blessings to you. Hey, Chelsea, good to see you. Hello, hello, happy Thursday. We'll get you on the free list here. Hi. Alright, let me quench my little cough drop here. All right. So, Sudeshna, you are up. Here is your timestamp. And let's give that a love and a like. There we go. No problem, Chelsea. I get it. I appreciate it. All right. So, Sudeshna, in your current company, you got confirmation from higher management that your manager will be moving to a different project by the end of May. Will all responsibility come upon you? All right. So, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, are they going to make you do the work without being made the team lead? And then your second question is, will they make you the team lead? Right. So one is, do you get to do the work? Number two is, do you get the title and the money to go with it? Or what's going to happen? That'll come out in that one. And will you get overloaded with responsibilities? Yeah, I feel like we'll find that out with that first question. This will be what else they want you to know here about that as well. Yeah, I feel here, you've got the 5 of Pentacles on the bottom for the overall energy. The 5 of Pentacles is that one where it's somebody they're walking through the snow. It's that feeling of being abandoned, left behind out in the cold, um, not being enough or having enough, right? So it is an energy of kind of lacking energy. So I feel like there's a little bit of that energy flowing below the surface. Like they're going to try to, you know, get as much out of people for as little as possible, right? I know. But let's take a look here. Will all the responsibility fall upon you? You've got the moon card. You have the 2 of plants, the 2 of wands kind of energy coming in here. And underneath all this, you also have the justice card. So there will be balance. I feel like in the beginning, and I don't feel like this is all, there's gonna be moments of, like, where you get a bunch and then they, it's kinda like they fly by the seat of their pants kind of, and someone who is temporarily like uh, whoever is the boss above your manager, I feel like they're kind of either they have another manager kind of just meddling with the group, but I feel like they're just, "Here, you do this, and this person do this. Well, this week you do this," and they're just kind of throwing things at people just to get stuff done. Usually, with not a whole lot of warning. It just feels like suddenly, here's the stuff." I feel like it's a phase with the moon card and with the justice card on the bottom. It feels like it balances out over time. So I don't feel like you get it all, but it does kind of fluctuate and go out of balance, and you know, then you have nothing, hardly anything, and then you have a ton, and then you have hardly anything, but I feel like they kind of get a flow going, for a moment here, um, and what do they make you a team lead here? We've got the 10 of wands, and we've got the 9 of fishies, the 9 of cups that comes in here. I feel here that, and this is interesting, that again, with all that 10 of wands, all this energy, I feel like they have a couple people, maybe even like 3 people that are acting team leads. And they're kinda going saying it's almost like they're looking at, yeah, because like a lead is like a leader, and so there's like 3 people that I feel are on the team that they're like, "We're gonna kind of, have you guys step up momentarily to do some extra duties, and then we will determine what we're gonna do," kind of thing, and I feel like they're kind of hinting at, "Well, we'll see then if we're gonna promote for a team lead, or if we're gonna bring a different team lead in, or kind of figure out what we're gonna do." Because I feel like they're kinda holding off. Again, if I can get a lot out of people without having to pay them more, or, you know, promote people, let's see how we can do this for a little bit till we figure out what we're gonna do, and they're not in a rush to figure out what they're gonna do, is the kind of the energy that's coming in here. Um, so I kinda feel like that's what's happening, and then these other cards are what else can we know about this? Are you gonna get overloaded? Um, yeah, we got the 6 of Pentacles is this balancing out energy, and I feel like, it helps you with this Wheel of Fortune because it helps you really wanna put an end to this working for this company because I do feel like they kind of lead on, and I feel like if they say something like, "Well, and then we'll see what we're gonna do," and if you just write or ask them, "Are you looking at promoting one of us to, be the team lead?" "Well, we'll have to see about that," and whatever, and when you realize going in with your eyes wide open, you see the wishy-washiness, and you're like, I see what's going on here, right?" And so you're like it just makes you even more, "I'm definitely don't wanna work for this company anymore," kind of energy. You got the Ace of Plants, yeah, the Ace of Wands. It gives you an extra spark, a new passion outside the company. Yeah, and then something, the Ten of Cups, following your joy energy. So I feel like this just helps you, um, feel more uncomfortable and more uncomfortable there to where you're like, "Yeah, I'm definitely wanna follow my heart somewhere, my passion somewhere else." And I just feel like it keeps getting more and more difficult, them expecting more, being more a little, uh, ungrateful in what everyone's doing, just expecting everyone just to, "Let's go," So, hopefully that helps. But that's what's coming in there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. You got Ralph Waldo Emerson. All life is an experiment. The more experiments you make, the better. On the back, I embrace life as a journey of learning and discovery. Your daily action is try something new, even if it's small, like a new recipe, a new route, or a new skill. I like that. Try something new, which kind of is a little nudge to kind of step out from where you're at, right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. And we got Softly Me in the house. Hey, Softly Me. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here. All right. And let me just capitalize this here. And I apologize. I don't have your official name here, Marissa, but I know your name. You do have your full name. So, Marissa Smith, here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation via the PayPal. And you want to know, why did Alshon randomly want to hang out today? He usually works Monday through Saturday. Oh, all right. Let's see. What was the little motivation beneath the surface here? Let's see what we got here. So what was going on? Why did they want 2, 2, and 2? All right. And I do want this one here as well. And that one. Underline energies. All right. I smell mac and cheese. That's why I don't think my host is making it. Mac and cheese? Does that ring a bell? I'm trying to connect oracally. What I can hear spirit, smell spirit, taste things from spirit. Always trying to expand our own gifts, right? So if mac and cheese means anything to you. But let's see, the bottom of the deck, we do have the King of Pentacles. So there is a little bit of energy there of just trying to find some solidity in some things. Um, yeah, it feels like there's something unstable in their life. and so they needed some stability. I like this because I feel like that is something that you do, that you're kind of this anchor for 'em, and I feel like they're remembering that, and I feel like they just really needed to have the nurturingness that you have. Just feel like there's a lot of stuff going on in their outside world, and that's always something that your energy does. It just and I feel like you might notice that with a lot of people. A lot of people just come in it, and even if you don't do anything or say anything, whatever, it's like your energy transmutes emotional energy, helps them transmute it to where they just feel better hanging around with you. You know, just because your energy, it does that. You don't even have to do anything but be, and it does that. And I feel like there's that kind of energy that comes in here. Let's see what else they have here. We do have the 8 of plants. Yeah, the 8 of wands, a lot of energy going on. There's also a lot of passionate energy there, but I feel it's more stress related. What's below the surface here? Yeah, 3 of swords. So they got a lot of heartache and disappointment that's hitting their life right now. And that makes sense that they were stressed and just needing a pick me up, and they know they kinda just remembered, "Yeah, I always feel better after I hang around with you." Um, and I feel here with this Ace of Swords and the 2 of Wands, this is about getting a different perspective, and and I feel like that's something else that you've been really instrumental in their life, is that you've been a good sounding board, a good friend where I feel like you're not mean about it, but I feel like you are blunt about, "Listen, you're saying all this and this, but really this is what you're wanting," and da da da. I feel like you bring clarity, um, for them, because I feel like when they're confused and they don't know it, you can just see right to the heart of things, and I feel like you're just like, "Listen, really what you need to do is either this or this, right?" And they're like, "Oh, yeah, yeah." And I feel like they kinda needed this piece of you. Whoa, that side of you, I guess I should say. What else? We have the page, yeah, the page of feathers, the page of swords. So again, wanting to be able to gain some clarity, and this Knight of Wands that comes in here too, which is passionate energy. So I feel like there is that dual kind of purpose. They, were a bit randy, but also um, they were wanting that comfort, wanting that clarity as well. And then you also got the Moon card and the Queen of Feathers. Yeah. Queen of Swords is a great balancer between head and heart, and that Mother Moon energy, like I was talking about. So I kind of was channeling stuff before I looked at the cards, because this moon energy is that huge amount of emotional support. Um, and the Queen of Swords is this person who can balance the mind and the heart, with that kind of energy. Underneath the surface, I do have the Judgment card and the 7 of plants, the 7 of wands. Yeah, I feel like they're trying to understand who is it they wanna be and what they wanna do, and the Judgment card, is like a calling, and what is my calling? What do I wanna do? Who is it that I wanna be? And I feel like out of all the others that they, have been involved with and kinda rotate through and do the roundabout thing, that you're the one that, has the balance of head and heart, and you talk a lot of good sense is what I feel like they would say. You talk a lot of good sense. So, I feel like it was a combo of all that, not just one particular thing, but I feel like they really needed it right now, and I feel like they took some time because they were feeling really stressed with the work thing. So I feel like it's mainly work, but I feel like that's from work, it rolls out into, home and money, possessions, and everything else. But I just feel they kind of felt rattled this week, and I feel like they just had enough. So let's see what else we have here for your fortune cookie. You got Sojourner Truth. I love it. I will not allow my life's light to be determined by the darkness around me. And your affirmation is my inner light is stronger than any darkness I may face. And your daily action says when faced with negativity, take a deep breath and shift your focus to something positive. I feel like that's what you do. I feel like that your light, like it's talking about, I feel like that is something that just made them realize I need your light. I need that, the combo of all those things. So I like that for you, Marissa. That's what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate those. All right, let me get my little list updated. We have here. All right. So Divine Lovely, I see your second donation. Let me grab this extra here. All right, there we go. So thank you. I'll let you know. Well, we got 2 for Crystal Ray up next, and then 2 for you up next, after that. So I think that's everything we have right now. Yep. Okay. And let's see. I did get Chelsea on there. I just didn't get your donation in there. We got Softly and Blueberry. Hey, Blueberry. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here too. Boom, boom. All right. So let us dive in here. So we got Crystal Ray, number 1 here for 4226. Try that again. There we go. So here's your first time stamp. Let's just give both of yours a love and a like here, since I already have them over here. That way I just don't have to scroll up and down all that time. All right. So for your first one, oh yeah, that's right. Your neighbor's thoughts, who you went off on. You said some nasty things to some neighbors, or some honest, blunt things to neighbors, right? Ever since your home was burglarized and the robbers saw your altars, some people have been talking bad about you, and you had enough. I get you. We're also having Aries moon going on. It's late tonight. It goes into Taurus, which is a more grounding energy. So we've got kind of a heightened emotional energy going on. So I can imagine. Let's take a look here. What are your neighbors' thoughts who you went off on? Let's take a look here. Now, of course, when we're wondering about other people's thoughts about us in a situation, it's important for us to know and just remember, and you know this, I'm sure, um, that other people, other people, they don't see the world as it is. They see the world as they are. That's what we all are. We don't see the world clearly. We see the world through our lenses, through our conditioning, through our fears, through our opinions, through our perceptions. That's why you can have 100 people see a situation, get 100 different stories, some similar, but always a little twist and a turn here, because who knows what people really see, because we don't see reality very well as humans, especially when we're in fear. We kind of project the past onto the present, and go, oh, this is must be what I saw, and uh like they have this one that they're bringing back to my memory here, and it was on Instagram, I think, and they showed a video, and they were like, count how many people um do the dance move, and you're watching to see there's like 6 people all moving around, and you're trying to see who's doing the dance move, and they're like, "Okay, how many did you guess?" "Yeah, that's correct, but did you see the gorilla walk through?" They're like, "What?" And you replay it because you're so focused on what you think you're looking for. There's a guy in a gorilla costume just walks through the picture, and you don't even see it because you weren't looking. And that's the whole thing with humans. Who knows what we miss, right? So let's take a look here. Bottom of the deck, what a perfect card. You have the 10 of swords, which is letting go of expectations, right? It's like I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to expectations and try to make everyone live up to mine, right? Because that's where we get hissy, you know, is because we're trying to control things outside of our control. We're trying to make everyone do what we think they should do, not do what that we think they shouldn't do, say what we think they should say, and not say what we think that they shouldn't say. Mighty dictators and rulers of the universe is that we as humans try to be when we realize I can't control any of that. And if we have everyone else under these rules, well, that's just a reflection showing us that we have ourselves under a lot of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's. And, when we realize that it's not that people talk bad, people are just talking, but we, everything is meaningless in the outside world till it gets in here, which is the 10 of swords, and all this thinking, swords and stories that we put to, oh, they're doing this and that's bad. It's like, well, people, I love Byron Katie. If you ever have a chance to check her out, her name's Byron and Katie. She's got a YouTube channel under her name. She also has a free website called thework.com, just TheWork altogether.com, where she has a judge your neighbor worksheet. So speaking of neighbors, but I like this because when you go through this process that she has, which is life changing, I recommend it for everyone because when and especially if you just start off watching some of her videos, because she'll actually work through sheets with groups of people and have someone come up on the audience, and we can all relate to the stuff everyone's going through, but it's like, um, you know, is it true that humans aren't supposed to say, bad things about others? Well, they do a lot, so obviously humans do that. So when we have a belief that they shouldn't, then we battle, and one of her sayings that is one of my favorites is, "When our mindset when our thoughts battle reality, our mindsets lose, but only 100% of the time." Because there it is, and I'm trying to say people shouldn't act that way, but humans sure do across the world, and they have for centuries and centuries and millennia, right? So it's like when we believe they shouldn't, that's when our struggle comes in. We're like, that's what humans do when they're in fear, then people do stupid stuff. They act not out of compassion, not out of kindness, not out of their intelligent mind. Because when a human is feeling, our inner child feels unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, the alarm goes off. It boots out that intelligent, loving, compassionate side. And then we act from a place of whatever age our original wound that's being activated, whatever age that was, which is usually 7 years old and younger, and it's pet hissing cat, they hiss and attack, hiss and run away, or hiss and attack and then run away, and then if we feel uncomfortable because of their hissing, then we start hissing back, and that's why we have a cat fight. Meow, all these kitty cards. So the bottom of the deck is about the 10 of swords, and that's the expectations. That's the crux of all our conflicts that we have with other humans because they're rooted in fear. Small t truths rooted in fear, and something that got triggered within us, battled with our little inner child battled with their inner child with whatever was triggered in them. And so the fear of rejection, the fear of, well, people are saying bad things. If we It won't bother us if we don't have some sort of fear related to it within us. Someone comes up to me and says, like I'm wearing this shirt, which says, "Love is all you need." If someone says, "I hate your white shirt," and I'm like, "Okay." I won't get offended by it. I won't get triggered by it because this is a black shirt. And I'm like, Okay, I think they're think, "Are you okay?" You know? But if they come up and say, "Your black shirt is stupid," if I think it is in any way, then I'm gonna get riled up. But if I'm like, "No, this is an amazing shirt," and I have a strong belief in that, it's not gonna bother me either, you know? So, it has to, this is beautiful mirrors reflecting back to us where we still have some work we can do on our self-worth. We start off with a very low self-worth as humans because we're told, "No, no, and you're not this, and you're not doing this," a lot growing up, all these expectations, and we're told how we're failing and not meeting up to what you're supposed to, and so we start off with that, and it gets challenged until we start looking at the roots of all that and seeing them for the lies that they are, right? So that's the bottom. Let's see what their so your neighbor's different opinions. I feel like there's 4, I don't know if this is 4 individuals or 4 opinions, but the first one is the 6 of swords and the 6 of cups. So one neighbor, um, wants clarity. I feel like this is probably the nicer one out of them all, which you probably like this individual because they kind of feel, you know, balanced. They kind of stay out of people's dramas and, they've got um this I don't know, it's just a really I get along with everybody attitude and I don't judge other people and blah blah blah. So it's the person that just kind of hangs out and they don't like, well, they were blah 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 and they're like, yeah, they're going through a lot of stuff, they do that all the time. But how are you? They don't take sides and do that kind of stuff. So I like that nice person. Just feel like they're the little peacemaker. Not even a peacemaker. They let everyone have their own little battles, but they don't get in the middle of it. And then you have, yeah, here's someone with the 5 of pentacles. This is someone who fears being abandoned, being left out in the cold, being left behind, not having enough, not being enough. So this one would probably be the loudest one because they wanna point at you and everyone else. This is the one that's known for complaining about everyone, and it's because they want everyone to look everywhere else. "Don't look at me, look everywhere else," because I feel if you look at me, you're gonna see how unworthy I am. So they are busy pointing at everyone else, distracting, "Look over there. Look, 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 monkey," or "Squirrel." Um, and that's a good thing to understand with that person is that that's why they're doing it. They're not doing it against you. They're just trying to do it of like, "Don't look at me, look at that person, look at you, look over there." So, it's not, like, aimed at you, it's just aimed away from them. And then you have the Justice card and the 10 of Cups. Well, yeah. So there's a couple happy, happy neighbors. This one's like extra, extra happy. This is someone that's really balancing out, and they're really, if the 10 of Cups is, a kind of a jovial kind of person, um, and I feel like they are someone who tries to be a peacemaker with that energy here. So, and then the last one here, yeah, and then you have the control freak, the Emperor, Aries Emperor energy. This one is someone who tries to be a dictator and telling everyone how they should live their lives and, all of that, kind of fun adventures, that come with that. Underneath that one here, yeah, we got the 7 of Pentacles, and this is someone who's impatient with change as well, being underneath the surface, because the 7 of Pentacles is normally last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit and, kind of things, but I feel like they're very impatient and they're, like, wanting people to do stuff now. "No, you'll do it now when I want you to do it," and, someone that's kind of but this person who's very, controlling, um, is doing that because they feel so out of control that they're trying to feel in control And it's almost like how bullies will, like in high school, you know, I was bullied. And so I learned a lot about bullies later in life because I had friends who were bullies in their schools. And when I was like um, realizing that people try to bully in situations when they're being bullied somewhere else and they feel out of control, they overcompensate somewhere else. And all my friends who were bullies going, yeah, that's exactly right. We had stuff going on at home that we were being bullied. And so we needed to feel in control somewhere. That was school. Poor children. I go, if you can get in contact with those people you bullied on and ask for forgiveness or say at least you're sorry. That might help someone change their little lives. Underneath the surface of all this, you got the Four of Plants, the Four of Wands, which is joy, celebration, stable energy, and the Page of Fishes, the Page of Cups. I feel like, people are going to talk, but it's not about us. If we can choose joy and love of ourselves, and we can, um, realize that other people, it's not aimed at us. Everything that they're doing, both good and lower vibration, higher vibration and lower vibration, that of things of fear, those things of love. Every moment is love, actually, love. Um, it's either a sharing of love or a cry out for it. So when everyone is, saying bad things and everything, they're wanting, I want to be loved. And maybe that they've learned you throw other people under the bus so people will love you and give you attention and not give someone else attention. Or, I need to feel in control to feel lovable. And so all that fear energy is what's going on out there. And so you can realize, that all their actions weren't about you. But I feel like that's good to know, their thoughts are more about them and less about you, you know? And that's the thing, when we realize in life that everyone is wondering what everyone else is thinking about them, and that's where a majority of their energy is being spent. They're not, really concerned to what's going on in everyone else's life. They're just wondering, "How am I doing in comparison to what's going on?" And if I again, like that one person, if I don't want people looking at me, I'm gonna go, "Look over there. Look what they're doing over there. Don't look at me. Look over there." Isn't that fun? Humans, we're so silly sometimes, aren't we? Let's see what your fortune cookie is for your first one here. You got from Albert Einstein. I love it. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. The back of the card says, I trust the journey, knowing momentum leads to growth. And your daily action says, identify one area of life where you feel stuck and take one small action today to create movement. Interesting, right? So I like that for your number one. We'll go on to number two here in a sec. Let me just get some updates here on my little listy poo here. So, hey, Marissa. Hopefully you must have gotten your other reading, your timestamp. If you haven't, here, I'll give it to you just in case. Just in case, there's your first one. So thank you. I got your other one here. All right, very good. Let's see here. I think I saw another one come in here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So Marissa, yours came in just a hair ahead of Sean G. Hey. So Sean, thank you so much. I got your Cash App. So let's see here. That's you right here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And Sean, I don't know if you sent two. I only got one that came through on the Cash App right now, because you've got any messages from your higher self, and then what are ends, thoughts, and feelings, and then you have a free question. So maybe one of your Cash Apps hasn't gone through yet. Just a heads up. And let me grab your free question. And we got Lauren Smith in the house too. Hey, Lauren. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here as well. All right. All right. So I think I am all up. Let's see. Oh, let me get those back over here. All right. So I think I've got to win them. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you again for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. So thank you guys for doing that. Those of you that want to. Yum, yum. Cheers, cheers. Good stuff. All right. And then Crystal for number 2 for you here. Thank you again for your additional donation. Here's both of those. And do you want to know Corey's thoughts of you? He's been contacting you. He's been responding to you lately and talking to you a lot more. He's dating other people outside of you, and you fell out really bad about it. He opened up to you about the things he was doing, and we had a horrible fight. Yay! Stop talking. Now he's come around and is really nice to you, but I don't know. All right, let's take a look here. So, what are Corey's thoughts on you? Let's take a look here. And of course, this is all from his perspective and his wounds, like we're talking about with your neighbors before. So this is all based on how they're doing, because someone could be in a really good mood and they think highly of us. They could have a hangover the next day and feel much less about us. So that's the thing about other people's opinions of us are constantly fluctuating based on what they're going through and how they're feeling, and of course how they grew up and everything too. So, but right now we'll see what their thoughts are around you. And what else can you know around Corey here about, what's going on in their life? Anything that's important for you to know that your higher self would have you know here. All right. Yeah, we got the King of Wands. So, King of Wands energy, on the bottom here of the deck, King of Wands is someone who's more bridling their energies and their passion. So I feel like they've been changing a little bit and learning a lot um, lately, which means they're not like the Knight of Wands, which is like a prince who's, you know, like a little horny chihuahua humping everyone's legs, right? This is someone, a king knows when it's appropriate to express their passion and when it's not. So there's a bit of maturity, kind of, I feel, bubbling below the surface here. Their thoughts towards you, we do have the Queen of Plants. Wow. So, Queen of Wands. So they do recognize the attractiveness that you have, this fire energy, your passion energy, and the Six of Wands too. So that mutual uh passionate attraction, physical attraction, energetic attraction. It's not emotion like love yet here. This is more of that draw of the heat, between between two people. And so they definitely are drawn to you in that way. And the Queen of Feathers too. The Queen of Feathers is like it's a beautiful balanced person. She rules over the swords, behind the scenes has cups. So it's a beautiful balance between head and heart. It is a card that kind of represents, I feel like, you're very compatible with me, and for each other. Um and you're like, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't someone want you, right? You're a five-fingered glove. This is analogy Spirit gave me, which they love speaking to me in stories. I learn a lot through stories, and they show me like a five-fingered glove is who we are, and then we end up hanging out with a three-fingered person. They only have three fingers on their hand, right? And when they look at us and we put the glove on, they're like, "Wow, you are perfect. You feel you know, you completely are compatible. Plus there's even 2 extra, fingers, finger holes that if I want to, move around." I guess that you can't really do that with unless all your fingers are the same size, but you know what I get. They're like, "Wow, I'm fulfilling." But for us, we're like, "Yeah, but we have 2 very empty, um, places. We don't feel as fulfilled as they do." And when we realize that, and we realize, yeah, I can appear compatible for someone else, but that doesn't mean they're compatible for me, right? So I feel like that's important to know here. This is their thoughts that they're like, wow, I really feel like you're one of the most compatible people I've ever been with. Then we got 3, 2, 1, 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card. So there's a countdown to something here. This is what we got. We have the 8 of Pentacles. So I feel like they feel that they've been transforming, and they got the Full card. There's even some energy about maybe wanting to try again. The Full card is, a new beginning. The 0 card, the first card of the Major Arcana, free of expectations, just full of possibilities. Like, let's, just see what happens kind of energy. Because the 3 of Swords is expectations equal disappointment. So it's like, well, how about we just hang out and see where things go? But they don't want restriction. They don't want to have like intentions or, have to define things. They just want to kind of just let's see how this goes kind of energy. Let it be an adventure, not an assignment, kind of is their approach, which leads to the 10 of feathers. Yeah. And the death card. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the end to expectations. The 10 of swords is like, I'm tired of trying to live up to what everyone else says I'm supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be. Tired of making other people try to live up to that. So the death card is this death and rebirth again, but it's reiterated without expectation. If there was any doubt, it's kind of the same message, but really clarified, when it comes into that. No cage. I like this. Have you ever tried to put a cat in a cat carrier? All 4 arms, and legs. No. And then they got the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, because I feel like they feel like this would be, they feel like this would work out. It would work out. If we could keep out of expectations, it could work out, kind of energy coming in there. So, it does feel like they're, kind of there's that attraction energy but kind of this non-committal, let's go on an adventure, see where it leads, kind of, uh, experience. And it is true that expectations are what sucks the life out of relationships, because when we have all these expectations and someone's giving this, we're focusing on what's not happening, not everything that someone is giving. So we start to focus in on what's not happening. And when whatever we focus on with our energy, we draw more in. So we end up getting more of not happening. And that's what sucks the life out of a relationship. If I focus on gratitude for what I love about what someone is doing, that grows and they want to bring me more of that and even more stuff too, especially if we're telling them. But our energy is what draws things in. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Crystal. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here as well. You got William James, which says, act as if what you do makes a difference. It does. These cats. On the back, it says, your affirmation is, my actions matter and I lead with purpose. Your daily action is show kindness to the earth by picking up a piece of litter and restoring a bit of beauty to our shared space. I like that. All right, so that's what they have for you, Crystal. I get you. That's something, at least it gives you some, perspective on where they're coming from to see if that matches what you're wanting as well, which you're like,
No means no.
That's what I'm sensing. Maybe not. Maybe you're ready just to go on an adventure and say, yeah, let's see what happens. No expectations, just gratitude. See how it can at least be a wonderful training ground for a future relationship. Why not? It's free. All right. So many blessings. Thank you again for your dual donations. And then we've got Divine Lovely, your 11103. So Divine Lovely, here you are here. Boom, boom, boom. And let's give both of your donations a love and a like here. Since I got everything copied already, we'll dive in there. Oh, I didn't see here. Deb, you said, oh, you had a great mirror moment today. Laugh at myself a moment when you realize that I do what I was bothered about someone else doing. I love it. Mirrors. Beautiful. I like how we can go, oh, and laugh at ourselves. I like it. All right. Thanks for sharing, Deb. So, Divine Lovely. That's right. So, what is Spirit's advice on how to deal with your oldest daughter? She is being very defiant. So, let's take a look here. What perspective can we have here? Oh, and Kat Mia, I'm not sure if I said I got you. Hello, good to see you. And I got you on the free list. I might have just did that as I was talking. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that. See here. What can we know here? What does Spirit wants you to know about your oldest defiant daughter here? All right. So on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Two of Cups. It's interesting is because I just finished, of course, talking about mirrors with Deb, what she mentioned, right? About, we're looking at other people going, wow, look how defiant they are. And then we look at our three fingers going, ooh, three fingers pointing back at me. Everyone's a mirror trying to reflect back to us what we want to see, you know, with ourselves. And so we can ask ourselves, just with this underlying energy, how am I being defiant? How am I being defiant to my own self or someone else as well? But, how is that true about myself? Because that's why we're able to see it out there, is because it exists within us. Also, the wonderful things outside, we don't recognize it unless we can recognize it within ourselves either. Because otherwise we're just oblivious. We don't see it unless it exists in here too. You also have the Emperor underneath the Two of Cups and the Hierophant too. We've got the two rule makers of the major arcana. The Empress is card number 3. She actually arrives first, like nature, no rules, all love, unconditional love and joy and creation. And then the Emperor comes in, who's, if we're all going to live near each other, we got to have some rules so we don't kill each other. And then the Hierophant comes in and says, if we want to, make progress, we need to organize spirituality. And it's all about the rules and boxing things in, right? And control. And it's either for an emperor or a hierophant, which is like a spiritual leader, you can have two kinds. You can have a loved emperor, a loved spiritual leader because they're loving, or you can have a dictator, um, in either case as well, people who are trying to control others. And the difference is a loving emperor is a loved emperor. A dictator-ish kind of emperor is hated and eventually gets stabbed in the back, right? So I feel like there's a message underneath here, and it's also the Two of Cups is about emotional choice that um, if we are telling someone what they should be doing and what they're not doing and who they're not being, and but we're not having gratitude about what we love about who they are, and that's it. I think they said something like it takes just one negative comment to erase 10 compliments. That's how powerful those are. I learned this in management. In fact, I found an article once that they did an experiment where they had three, groups. They had one where they just graded children like regular, um, some putting positive things along with everything that they did, they got wrong on the test and quiz or whatever. Then there was one class that all they did was point out what they did wrong. And then there was one class, they didn't grade papers, they just wrote what they did well. Amazing thing happened. Those children excelled. They actually did more of what they were doing right. They did it amazingly, even more so. But even the stuff they had previously been doing wrong, they started to do correctly too. Isn't that amazing? Gratitude and praise, elevates people. Of course, the class that all they did is point out what they were doing wrong tanked. It bottomed out. Even, you know, and the middle group kinda did the same little blah, blah, blah. But I feel like that's a good energy to go in is like, when we feel like someone's being defiant, it's, they're being defensive because 'cause they're in fight or flight mode, right? Because every moment is either an expression of love or a cry out for it. And when our little inner child feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, then it becomes defensive. It goes into fight, defiance, or flee, quiet, pulling in and quiet, reserved. And so we'll either hiss and attack, hiss and run away, or hiss and attack and then run away. So it's telling you that there is some sort of fear going on within her that she's expressing through defiance, and she doesn't know, you know, because when we go into that, we go out of our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, and we just act the age of when our wound originally happened. And there's that, struggle to be, I got to be me. But if we push someone, they will push back. If we pull someone, they'll resist. But if we walk beside someone, they'll walk with us, you know. So maybe hopefully that helps. What else here? Coming out here. Yeah, we got the magician. Whatever energy we focus on expands ourselves, right? And the Six of Pentacles too. There's this energy here. There is an energy about feeling like they have to give so much and they deserve so little. Um, so there's something in there of unfairness in their core that they feel they're giving so much and getting so little back. But really, we all feel that way, which is the mirroring. Is we're like, I give so much and no one appreciates it, but everyone in the household feels the same way. None of us feel appreciated, and it's a beautiful awareness that comes in, but also if I focus in on what I'm grateful for and I love about, my child, then that grows. If I'm focusing on who they're not being, I get more of that too. So there is this energy of your own experience, balance it out, right? For every one thing that you mention, make sure we're doing at least 10 just to break even, 10 things that we love and are grateful for. That makes us really see the cost of every little criticism or punishment or pointing out where they're not, meeting an expectation. Because when we realize that it costs us 10 praises for one, it's like I'm gonna be careful of what's more important, what's the most important thing, and it's like I'm going to start building up that praise bank, and then only expend it when absolutely necessary, like it's life threatening or, what's our fear? Why are we trying to control them around so many things? Does it really matter in the scheme of things? If we realize it's not going to get us what we think it's going to get us, right? Maybe we just stop trying to push and just start loving and having gratitude and talking through things and asking them. And I'm not sure how old your daughter is, but it's about treating them like a young adult if they're not, you know, if they're not an adult yet, if they're, a teenager, that's defiance. That's you can't it's interesting that our emotional side of us, our emotional side, which is actually back here, develops 7 years old. Oh, she's 13, yeah. 7 years old and younger. And our mental body starts being created 7 to 14. But around 13 to 14 years old, that's when our body, of course, we're going through puberty, right? From 13 to 14 up to 21 is when our body develops. But teenagers stop listening to us and they start watching us. They learn from what they're watching us do and how we're acting, not so much by what we're trying to tell them to do. Praise and punishment, out the door, it don't matter. The they watch by how we live. And so it's interesting, right? All right, what are these other cards here? Hopefully this is helping. I know it's a lot. I got the High Priestess, along with you got the Knight of Pentacles. Oh my gosh, yeah, patience. Step back, patience. Try to see things from a higher perspective. Understand what's going on inside of us too. You got the Four of Pentacles, along with the Three of Fishes, the Three of Cups. Yeah, joy, celebration, energy that's coming in here. Um, and and I like this. I know, and even have the Wheel of Fortune underneath all of that, which tells us everything that unfolds is for us. It's showing us what we want to see about ourselves. Um, but you know, I remember, being a teenager. I felt so angry, and it was probably hormones too. It's so confusing time. But, um, teenagers, we go through a rebellion when we're like 2 or 3 years old, when people start telling us no, and we learn the no really early, right? In those, because that we're being told no so much that we learn to say no back to everyone else as a 2-year old, right? Terrible twos, as they call them. But that's because we're not used to people trying to tell us to be something different than we are. But we fall into place through praise and punishment, and usually. But when we become teenagers, there's a new defiance. We feel like it feels like everyone's trying to tell us who we need to be in. They're pointing out, and everyone has such bad things to say about teenagers all the time. I remember in church because it was like, I think it was 13. Well, I was 13 till I was 29. So my teenage years, you just hear those rebellious teenagers from the pulpit and everything. And that didn't make any of the teenagers like the pastor any, it didn't make us endearing to them. It made us like, wow, everyone hates us and we can't do anything right. And everything is amplified in that energy. So I like this about focusing on joy and realizing that we're in that stage of defining who we are. We're trying to figure out who we are, and we're going to push boundaries. We're going to explore. It's when we're first dealing with all of our passions, and sometimes they're a bit overwhelming with all of our hormones going crazy. It's when we have our first crushes and we fall in love with music groups and these rules. So, and I know 13 seems like a young age, but in the olden days, people were getting married at 14 and having children. So we can start treating teenagers like a young adult and going, it's hard for mom to not think of you as not my little baby and that I need to protect you, but you've taught him everything that you can. Now you have to show him is kind of how it works. And you can start showing them if you want respect from them, then you give respect to them and they'll go, "Oh, okay." But they're gonna mirror back who we are because 'cause they're like, "Well, you don't respect me, so why should I respect you?" "Well, I'm your mother," or whatever, right? Or father or whatever, and it's like, "Oh, you know what? You're 13, you're a teenager now, and and if you're not doing it already, you can start, um I'm gonna allow you to start being part of the decisions of things that impact you. So, kind of stuff, right? So I like that. Oh, sorry. Threw me off. So, hey, divine soul. I was like, divine lovely. I'm like, does he have real feelings? And I'm like, we're talking about your teenage daughter. And then I'm like, oh, that's divine soul, not divine lovely. Wow, maybe I need to have some more of this coffee. Let's wake up a little more. Come on. Psh, psh, psh. But hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for them as well. And not having had teenage children, but having many, 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 many friends with many, many, many teenage children. And I gave them all that advice from spirit because obviously in this lifetime I haven't had children, but spirit is all wise. And when I tell them, you know, if you're gonna fight them, then yeah, your 20-year-old son. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, definitely. You're remembering a teenager. Yeah, and you'll hear it that, um, it's difficult raising daughters. Um, there it's a different, it's a very big emotional energy versus just crazy, hormonal, male energy too. So that's stereotyping, but the biggest thing is that if you feel like you're gonna, I gotta make them obey, you're just asking for war because you're gonna push them away from you. The more you try to pull them towards you, the more they'll pull away. The more you try to push them, the more they'll resist back. And instead, I like that. Instead of pushing and pulling, walk with me and say, let's walk this path together. And even an honest conversation going, you're always going to be my baby. And, please have patience with me with that. I'm trying, but I know you're a young adult now. And if you call them that, they're going to be like, oh, what? Because that's something that's amazing. Oh, yeah. You clash too because they're a Gemini. And, oh, you're a Gemini and she's a Capricorn. Oh, yeah. That push and pull. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. I'm a Capricorn rising, so they and Gemini, yeah, I get it. You're both big thinkers, though. You can get stuck in your mind, um, but they can be very serious, and you can be kind of funny sometimes, and they may not like your humor sometimes, right? Yeah, funny. But if you call them, "You're a young adult now, and I'm gonna start including you into decisions and get your perception and, you know, I I love you. I wanna protect you, and I know, I'm mama bear. It's gonna kick in. So forgive me. You can even call me mama bear when you're realizing it. That's gonna help me realize I'm being mama bear. And I'll take a breath and take a step back and we can walk through this together. But this is new for me. I feel like it's treating them like an adult instead of a child, a young adult. Um, and of course, you don't say, "Oh, you get to make all your decisions." It's like, we'll make decisions together. I still reserve the right to veto you. You don't have to tell them that. All right, but you got Chu Z or Zushi? Maybe. I probably mispronounced that. I like this little cat. Says to correct the mind, rectify your words and actions. Ooh, I align my words and actions with my values. And I like that. That's kind of like we were saying, right? I'm going to lead. I'm now going to teach them by example, and instead of trying to force them to try to be who I want them to be, and I'm going to lead by example. And I like that. So your daily action is choose a value such as honesty or kindness and focus on practicing it consistently throughout the day. So, you know, and it's beautiful when we can tell our children, you know, I went through a lot of things growing up, and I don't want you to have to go through the things that I went through, but I realized my parents tried to keep me from going through things. You know, we all our parents did because they didn't want us to repeat their same mistakes. But it's like that's how we learn. And, you know, that's why it's like we choose our battles. Is this life threatening? No. Well, they'll learn through this. And yeah, it might break your heart to see them cry and be upset around something because they experienced the disappointment, but they got to learn it that way, you know. So hopefully that helps. I know we went into like a therapy session with about teenagers, right? But hopefully, more than just you and me glean from all that. But we'll go on to number 2 here in a second. Let me just, uh, catch up here. Let's see, I did get down to here. Yep, here we are. So we've got Allah in the house. Hello, hello, good to see you, and Divine Soul, which I totally mistook for Divine Lovely. All right, so I'll get you guys on the free list here. So thank you so much. I got you guys here. And Maria P. Hello, Maria. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. Whoa. All right. All righty. So we've got here. So I got one more for Divine Lovely, and then Marissa Smith, you're number 2, and then 2 for Shanji. And Shanji, I just got your other one come through. So your donation just came flying through. So thank you for that. And I think I just got, yeah. And then Maria, I got one of yours that came through here as well. Maria P. So I'll get you on the donation list up yonder. All right. And Sarah could put it in a podcast. Oh, great idea, Sarah. Dealing with teenagers. Excuse me, or I wouldn't even be dealing with it's the mystery of teenagers, of young adults, the mystery of young adults. All right. So Divine Lovely, let's dive into your second one here. Thank you again for your dual donations. Oops. That aired out. Why did it do that? Let's try that again here. Okay, worked that time. That's weird. You needed that 10 years ago. Well, now you can pass it on to others, right? It can be a teenage whisperer. What's great that, you know, when my friends would listen to the advice, they were like, "What the hell?" They were like, "I just did a little bit of what you said, and they changed night and day." And they were like, "Wow." And I'm like, "Yeah, had our parents known with us, we coulda had a different relationship too, right?" Alright, so Divine Lovely, well, why did B really throw the tablet away? He said he was helping with your kid who was misbehaving on the tablet. Wow, he threw a tablet away? Hmm, let's take a look here. Suspicious. Suspicious actions, right? Got that, and I do want these 2 as well. Alright, let's see what's going on here. What's below the surface here? Hmm. So we've got the 10 of Pentacles below here. So this is an interesting energy here because when I saw this, the 10 of Pentacles, I never see this. I saw the 10 commandments on 2 tablets, right? And I'm like, "What's this about?" And so throwing a tablet away, what is this about the physical world? Let's see what's going on here. So we have the Ace of Cups, oops, and the Queen of Cups coming in here. They call them the fishies here. And yeah, what is this? If whatever this Queen of Cups is, this is about the revealer. The Queen of Cups is kind of like this high priestess energy where it's revealer of secrets that the unknown is seen. She's very empathic. She picks up on things. And this Ace of Cups energy, it does talk about here, about new love kind of energy. But let's see what this is about, or a happiness kind of energy. We've got the 2 of Cups. So that is relationship energy. 10 of Pentacles is relationship energy on the bottom too. And I got the Page of Plants, the Page of Wands, which is heightened passion energy that's coming in here. It just definitely feels suspicious, doesn't it? That why would you throw a tablet away when you're trying to help with a kid who is misbehaving on the tablet? You don't throw it away, right? In the trash? Is that what you mean? They threw it in the trash? Like, I got rid of it. It's like, well, you're gonna replace that, right? And yeah, we got the Ace of Plants, the Ace of Wands, kind of new passion, and we have the 3 of Wands too, which there's this energy of with new information walking away or walking in a different direction that's coming in here. I mean, intuitively, it feels like they are trying to hide something, right? That there's this, you know, you don't do something that extreme unless there's something that you're trying to hide in you, you know, were you somewhere on the tablet, he's jealous of the child's dad who bought it. Yeah, but I feel like they're trying to hide something. There's something hidden here because it it didn't the energy that I was picking up on anyway didn't feel um like outward toward very weird to do. Anyway, right? There's like this, this energy of it's not outward about, what's going on. It felt like self-protection kind of energy, like um you wouldn't throw a tablet out without asking, well, I did that to protect them. And you're like, really? But let me see here. This feels so weird. Can you tell us any more? Because with this Ace of Cups and Ace of Wands and Page of Wands and this relationship energy and all this other stuff, I feel like there's something is afoot, right? We got like the Knight of Feathers, the Knight of Swords. There is something that's going to be revealed, or they were afraid something was going to be revealed. We got the Empress energy, which is, this mother nature, mother nurture, kind of energy, and Page of Cups, again, heightened or expanded love and passion energy all through here. It almost feels as if oh, he's your ex. Yeah, it almost feels as if they were doing something on the tablet that they didn't want seen, and they didn't know how to delete it. Um, Chatting with someone, um, and did you really see it thrown away? Did they say they threw it away? Or maybe they still have it. Is there a way to do, like, find my tablet? You know how I know, like, when I used to have an iPad back in the day, you could, like, find your phone, find your computer, find your tablet, and there it is, if it was turned on the tablet, of course. But, yeah, there's definitely something hidden here, and it feels more like I was trying to cover my own tracks. Yeah, he said he threw it away. Yeah, but did he, right? Or did he keep it for himself? But, yeah, I wonder if that's turned on there. Yeah, I'm just trying to find out more here. We got the Knight of Plants, the Knight of Wands, which is, that movement of passion energy, and I feel like with this Eight of Swords, this is trying to hide communication. So, I feel like I don't know, I kind of feel like they if they did throw it away, it would have been because they had some scandalous things on it that they didn't want anyone to see. They didn't wanna take a chance on it, but I almost feel like they still have it, that they are using it, and, and they really didn't throw it away. But I feel like I know I'd be like, how can I and if it's attached to Wi-Fi, maybe I can find it. Dun, dun, dun. But, so I feel like that's the kind of energy that's coming in, if that helps any there. Let's see what the fortune cookie says here too. What else can we know about this here? All right. What do we got here? We got Confucius. Oh, interesting. I like these little kitty cats. And it says, the wise man does not speak until he has something to say, and then he says it quietly and sparingly. And your affirmation is, I choose my words carefully, knowing their power to inspire. The daily action says, resist gossip by choosing silence or redirection. Kindness can be simply not adding to harm. So it's almost like, don't say anything, don't have any suspicions that you share any gossip around it or whatever. Just kind of be silent and watch. And if you can search for it, in another way, it's possible that dun da da dun, you find it somewhere, right? Yeah. Because yeah, it seems very peculiar and very suspicious. Like, why would you throw it away? It's like, you were maybe chatting with someone and it saves it on the tablet, or you're like, I can use this tablet myself, and I could say, I threw it away, you know? So, yeah. Yep, yep, yep. No longer sending anything, and was that in your house? If they're watching, your child, you're no longer taking anything of value over with you. Craziness. All right, but that's what they have for you, Divine Lovely. Hopefully that helps. Cheers, cheers. Hang in there. All right. So let's take a look here. It was in your home, yeah. No longer you're not coming to my house anymore. I know it's a hard one, right? Um, you are very welcome. Thank you so much. So let's take a look here. So Sean G. So Sean, if you're still here, I actually showed 3 questions from you, um, and a free reading, but only 2 donations. So maybe one of your Cash Apps didn't come through. Um, because I got any messages from your higher self, ends, thoughts, and when you drop your product next week, how will it go? And then I've got your other one, the free question, what's going on with your love life? So just an FYI if you're here, Sean. Because I thought the other one coming in was to do your second one, but maybe it's the second one didn't go through or something. But well, if you're not here, of course I'll mention it when we get there too. And then we got Debbie. Oh, hey Debbie. Oh, good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. I see you got an email came through too, so we'll check that out when we get to that point there. So thank you for that. I got you on the donation list here. And we got Lily in the house. Hey, Lily, good to see you. I'm doing well. How are you? I don't see a question from you yet, just in case YouTube deleted it. But I see your hello. All right. So I think that is everyone for now. So where we're at on donations, we got Marissa Smith for number 2. And then Sean G times 3, and then Maria P, and then Debbie O will be up after that. All right. So let us dive in here. So Marissa, thank you for your additional donation at 147 even. Look at that. So there's that. Let's pull up here. All right. So, oops. There we go. So thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. And you couldn't miss work to hang out with Alshon today. Oh, well. You know, I like you choosing you. I can't take off. I'm not going to call in sick or hurt my job. I'm gonna do what I need to do. So now you want to, will he come to see you later or whenever? So let's take a look here. So based on their current energies, are they going to come and see you later then? Or whenever? Let's see what we got here. This one too. All right. The bottom of the deck, we do have the 4 of swords coming in here, the 4 of feathers, which is an interesting, it's a kind of a resting energy. So we'll see what that means here, because it feels like no expectations. I'm just gonna hang. So let's see what this unfolds and what this energy is that comes in here. And we do have the Ace of Cups. And we do have the World card. The World card is like an ending of a significant cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. Ace of Cups kind of, is a new love energy that's coming in here. Let's see what else we got here. And we got the 2 of plants and the Empress. So I feel like there is possibilities with this. The 2 of plants, the 2 of wands is kind of an energy that's a power of choice. It kind of goes back and forth. And the Empress is that mother nature, mother nurture energy that we got, that we were like, yeah, that's one of the things that he loves about you. So I feel like he's kind of teetering, going back and forth. And, with it, let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we have the Knight of Plants, yeah, the Knight of Wands. I think we got that on your other one too. So they're still a bit randy. They're still having this energy. And we got the Sun and the Moon energy. There's a beautiful relationship between the Sun and the Moon with them reflecting upon it. And we do have this Taurus new moon energy tomorrow, which is rooted in Venus. So there's some love energy, some sensory energy, sensual energy that's coming in here. and I feel like they will want to come visit. And we got the 6 of Pentacles, which is a little bit of giving and receiving energy, and I feel like they're in the mood, and I do sense that you are one of my fellow overgivers, because we can sense that because when we are one, I feel like, we have to watch ourselves. They like how you overgive to them, whether it's in passion or food or heart or gifts or, those things. And I feel like they are really still in the need of that. And so I do feel here they're teetering, but I'm feeling like there's so much that's impacting them that I feel like, um, if they're not if they don't come over tonight, then I don't feel like it will be until their next day off, which is what, Sunday? Are they Monday through Saturday, I think you said before? So I feel like it's that kind of thing that if they choose not to go tonight, which I feel like it's just a matter of time that they will, but it's like, is it tonight or is it my next day off? Because I still feel like they're wanting that sense of security and that overgiving feeling that they get from you, when they're with you. So I do feel like it's still, it's not ixnayed, but I feel they're kind of resting, and they might have had, like, since they took the day off, they might have been running around doing a lot of stuff, and, I feel like they might be a bit tired, um, where they're just, like, falling asleep. So, let's see what else they have here for your fortune cookie here. You've got Ralph Waldo Emerson. Look at what such a fancy cat. The only way to have a friend is to be one. Your affirmation is I give the same love and loyalty that I wish to receive. Your daily action is reach out to a friend or a loved one today to check in and show you care. So that's nice. And that can be them if you want, or someone else if you want. But hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate those. All right. All right. And Maria, I got your second donation via Z PayPal. So we'll get you on the list for that too. So, all right. I think I've got everyone else. All right. So I'll take another quick sip. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, all right. So, Sean G, you are up. 153.13 is for your first one. Now, I do show um, three questions, but I only got 2 cash apps that came through for you. So it's possible one didn't come through. Because you got this one about messages from your higher self, and you got one about what are ends thoughts, and then you got when you drop your product next week. And then I got your free one too about love life. So I know you're good for it, so I'm gonna do them in case you're in a tunnel and on the train, right? um, but just so you know, um, that I didn't get the one of them. All right. So for this one, your first one, any messages from your higher self, your highest self, anything you can look forward to this summer. All right. Let's take a look here. So any message from your higher self first. What do they have here for you? We got that and that and that. And then anything they would like you to know about this summer. Right. And then with this one here. All right. I like it. You have a lot of possibilities with the bottom of the deck. You have the 2 of wands, the 2 of plants, which the 2 of wands is, whatever you focus on is what you draw them in. So you have a great many potential, this underlying energy. They're going, the world is full of possibility. And if your energy is whatever you focus the most gratitude on, you'll draw in, and of course the things that you focus on with fears and expectations, you push further away. Wow, that was loud. Sorry. I hope I didn't hurt anyone's ears. Um, that goes that direction. So let's see here. I feel like that's the energy underneath is a world of possibilities for you. Your highest self tells you here with the 7 of feathers, the 7 of swords next to the Queen of Fishes, the Queen of Cups energy coming in here. And underlying energy with that, you have the 8 of feathers, the 8 of swords, which is a great energy because I feel like your highest self wants you to know that you've been working through some of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have cheated you out of opportunities of seeing signs, of communicating with spirit, of, you've been expanding your empathic abilities, but because you've had some restricting thoughts, some binding thoughts that have, well, maybe I can't do, what these other, spiritually gifted people are, but you're like, there's no limit to what you could do as well. It's just a matter of there's things that come to you naturally and things that you would just have to work a little harder at, um, for things that come naturally to some people, but things that come naturally to you, they would have to work at hard at to also do. And this is about connecting with the spirit realm, whether it is channeling art, channeling pictures, putting emotion in pictures, or artwork or creations that you're doing. And I feel like that is a big thing is like there's no limit to what you can do. And you just never know. I know when I first started, I didn't even know about Reiki and everything. Was when I first started getting into. I had grown up in like a Pentecostal-ish, non-denominational Holy Spirit, speaking in tongues church when I was younger. So I saw spiritual things. Um, but when I started sending healing energy remotely, um, it was to someone that I met, that lived in Germany, and I never saw this is in the olden days before webcams, just chatted online. We bumped into each other in an international chat room just chatting, and, he had a really bad migraine one day, and I sent him it's when I felt like I was gonna explode with all this energy, and I sent it to him, and his migraine went away. Even his most potent migraine medication wasn't working. Then I hadn't heard from them in, like, a couple weeks, and so I sent them an email, and they were like, "Oh my god, I was having a migraine, I opened your email. I don't know if you know, your energy travels by email." When I opened it up, my migraine went away. And I was like, "What?" So there's no limit to what can happen, is why they wanted to hear that story. It's like, "Really? Wow." So you can put energy into paintings. You can, in a way, bless them with your energy and fill it with love, fill it with joy, and see how when people look at the painting, or if it's an object, when they touch the object, what it can do and how it can impact them. So I love that. I feel like that's a message for spirit in there. And then anything fun, for the summer. Yeah, you got the 3 of plants. I feel like you have a big change of plans that comes in, and you go and you're gonna go do something differently than you've done before. In fact, you might even go up the coast, maybe even, like, visit a lighthouse. I feel like there's this nice little go up the coast, go up to, um, P-Town up in Massachusetts or wherever, it's like, I'm gonna go north or somewhere, or even south if you want. You have the 6 of fishes, the 6 of cups. I feel like there is some sort of family reunion with the 6 of cups energy that's coming in here. So I do feel like, um, you're gonna go visit some family this summer. There's a reunion type of energy that comes in with the 6 of cups. And yeah, it's a change of plans. It's going a different direction than you had planned. And you got the 6 of pentacles too. this wonderful balanced energy. Feels like a nice, that's a that you're gonna have a nice, abundance, a nice coins, pentacles energy that allows you to go do something, that you didn't think that you, would be able or didn't think that you would wanna go do it, because that's what that 3 of, wands is I had the plans, I'm gonna go do this, I'm gonna do this, I wanna do this, but then with new information, you're like, "You know what? I'm gonna go do this instead." So I like that. Nice little, impromptu change of plans, but and I feel like that's separate from, like, this, reunion of meeting some cousins or some family somewhere. I know you had, were planning on doing something like that before, and this feels different. It doesn't feel feels like maybe meeting some of them somewhere, not going to their homes, but everyone's meeting somewhere kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. Right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. And you got Friedrich Nietzsche. That which does not kill us makes us stronger. I like it. Got a cool cat there. And your affirmation is I am unbreakable. I grow stronger with every trial. And your daily action says identify one lesson a past struggle has taught you. Write it down as a reminder of your resilience. I like that. So that's what they have for number one there for you, Sean. Thank you again for that donation. And let me take a look here. Hey, Anna, good to see you. We got Ruby Grimm in the house too. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Just to make sure. So, Lily, if you're here, I still don't see a question from you, just in case. If you put one out there, YouTube is hiding it from me. Ruby, I also don't see anything from you, just in case you put something out there. And then, Anna, thank you for your dual donations here. And I'll put you holders on here until you put out all your questions, and then I'll get them added to the list here. But you're on the list, placeholders there for you. So you've got like one of those feelings like you got that little freeze, like you drank too much freeze. There it goes. All right. Don't worry, I'm not having a stroke. All right. So Sean G for number two for you here. We got 202 at 56. All right. And you want to know what are N's thoughts and feelings towards you? And are they going to contact you? All right. So let's see here. What's going on with N's mind, their feelings here? And based on current energies, are they going to contact you? All right. Well, you got the Queen of Cups on the bottom. You got this Queen again. Ooh, of course, then you get the Empress energy that's coming in here. So they definitely see, a lot of emotional energy from you. I mean, the the oh, this is the Emperor, not Empress. I was thinking Empress, but the Queen of Fishes, Queen of Cups, has double portion of emotions. There is a lot of emotion flowing below the surface. This Emperor energy is they're trying to figure things out. They're kind of trying to find out what is in their heart, trying to get out of their mind, trying to clear away all the opinions so they can figure out what they really want. That's the energy that's kind of bubbling below the surface here. Their thoughts here, yeah, they got the Knight of Feathers, the Knight of Swords, so that is thinking energy. Ooh, and the Lover's card. So I do feel like they have been having thoughts about partnership and with the possibilities and trying to seek clarity around it and kind of just gain what do I want? What don't I want? Kind of like we said with the Emperor here. But I feel like they are trying to see it from a different perspective than they did before. And I am picking up kind of this message of like, I'm learning how special you are by the experience I've been having with other people. You know, how you're like, "Oh," like if you have you're working in a job and you start to not appreciate the job that you're in, and then you go look for, you start looking at other jobs and maybe interviewing and applying at other places, and you realize, "These places suck. I really have it good where I was at. I just didn't realize it," you know? Sometimes we take things for granted, you know? I kind of feel like that's kind of their thinking a little bit is a lot of clarity around, wow, who you really are, is I took it for granted, you know? Feelings towards you. We got the 4 of plants and the 5 of fishes. So they have the 5 of cups, which is kind of sorrow energy, but also the 4 of plants, 4 of wands, which is joy and celebration energy. And so I feel like that they're kind of maybe they are a little emotionally bipolar, or are they a Gemini? Because they can be these two sides of the same coin. It just feels like they kind of go back and forth. And we got the 7 of cups underneath that with the wheel of fortune. So they do feel they have a lot of different emotions that they feel about you. Some high vibration, some low vibration, but one of the great reminders we have is that other people's thoughts, other people's emotions have little to do with us, and it has to do with their conditioning, their perspectives, how they've grown up, and all of that. So, it's important to realize, yeah, there's a lot going on over there, and little has little to do with me. It's all has to do with what they're going through because they don't see the world as it is. They see the world as they are, so they see us as they are, and that's why they have ups and downs on all over the place, because they've got a lot of their own triggers that are going off that have nothing to do with you, just echoes from their past. Um, but let's see here. Are they going to contact you? Yeah, Ace of Swords, new contact. Yes. When? And we got 3 of fishies, 3 of cups, joy, celebration. I feel like they're going to invite you to a gathering, and I kind of got that with this 4 of plants. It doesn't have to be a wedding, but it can be like a celebration of some kind or a gathering, maybe to a concert or, but it's some sort of big uh, celebratory event, and I feel like they're contemplating, and based on current energies, I feel like they're gonna, say, "Hey, I've been thinking about you, and I have these tickets." And what is it from Charlie's Angels when she's like, "Tickets, I love tickets." I can't. I think the blonde. What is her name? I can't think of her name right now. Um, but so I do feel like they will, and I feel like it's going to be for an invitation to go somewhere. All right, so that's what they have for those. And then for number 3, I don't see a donation. I only got 2 Cash App, but I know that if you I know you're good for it, of course. So I'll do number 3 here for you. And that is at 20838. And here is your timestamp. Oops. Why didn't it? Did I not grab them all? Let me try that again. Invisible. Yeah, there it is. How weird that it didn't do it. Maybe my mouse didn't grab it. I'll just remove that to avoid confusion. Ooh, ghosts. All right. And so this is when you drop your product next week. How will it go? Will it bring in sales? All right. Let's see what's going on here. Let me take another quick little sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So when you drop your product, get these and these. These are, oh, that's there, that there, not there. Okay, gotcha. All right. So on the bottom, you have the Eight of Cups, which is an interesting energy. This is walking away from emotions and relationships that don't serve you anymore. Um, and what I like about this is there's an underlying energy of letting go, like being aware of where you're investing all of your emotional energy specifically. And this can be like relationships with people, even with partnerships with businesses. It can be relationships, any kind, exes, family members, uh, friends, peers, like I said, even business partnerships. These that where you're giving 70, 80, 90% and you don't, you only get 10, 20, 30% back and you realize I'm keeping these things alive. And even emotions that you pushed down from when you were 7 years old and younger, any anger or sadness you weren't allowed to feel, that's pushed down there. It takes energy to charge those, to keep them charged and to keep them down, that they're not blowing up everywhere. So as you, excuse me, release some old emotions that don't serve anymore, transform them, allow them to be felt, with your inner child, that there's this beautiful energy that, comes back to you, this emotional energy that comes back. And the other relationships, there might be some that you're like, yep, I got a clean house and I'm letting go of this, I'm letting go of this one, and this one, all that energy comes back to you. Some of them you might go, well, I'll give them a chance. Let me go back to 50%. If they don't make up the difference and the relationship drifts apart, then you get all of that back, right? But you're filling back up your emotional bank that allows you to put your passion and your emotional energy into projects, right? Into new products, into relationships too. Because your heart, if it feels like you're emotionally bankrupt because so much emotion is going out everywhere, then it's like we're not approving any new emotional ventures. So when we fill back up our emotional bank, then they start approving things, right? So I feel like that's important beneath the surface. How will your product drop go next week? You've got the Eight of Plants, the Eight of Wands, a lot of fast moving energy. Feels like things go very fast. You've got the Knight of Fishes, the Knight of Cups, movement of emotion, and the King of Pentacles. Yeah, abundance energy. So, and I feel like if you do some of this heart work, because the Knight of Cups is that movement of emotion that brings all that emotional energy back in, then there's this big leap forward. So, kind of looking at doing emotional inventory before you're, putting out this product can help with all of that. Underneath that, you got the Wheel of Fortune too. So it feels very fortunate. It feels very abundant kind of coming in here. And I feel like that is saying it. Will it bring in sales? I believe it will. You do have the Magician card and the Justice card. So the need for balancing energy, and the Magician is whatever you're focusing on, right? You do have the Hanged Man underneath that with it, which is transformational energy. So it's important to balance, and it's always important. I mean, we talk about it all the time, right? You're a master in this by this point, right? We've talked about it so much about, if I focus in on need and want and fears and any lack, then I push that and make it harder for sales and abundance to come in. When I focus on gratitude for what I do have and have had, truly, we can't fake energy, but truly go, wow, I'm so blessed to be able to do what I do. And I'm so grateful for this when that came in and for this when those sales came in and those sales. And the more we're focusing on that, then the more it draws more of that in, right? And I like that. So there is great possibilities for that. Just a little tweaking and reminder of energies. You have the Ace of Cups, you have the Page of Cups. The biggest thing is, are you happy? Are you happy with this product? Are you excited about this product? And I feel like sharing your excitement about it is important. Yeah, you have the Temperance card, which basically is an energy that says you can turn anything into a golden opportunity. But all this emotional energy, like I said, this 8 of cups makes so much sense on the bottom, the 8 of fishies, because in order to have all this fullness of this emotion, then we have to have the emotional bank to be able to do it. And if we're emotionally exhausted, then it's time to cut some things out and some people out that are black holes of where your emotional energy is going in. And it's okay. You're making space for that which your heart's excited about. And as you express that excitedness from your heart, then, that comes through too. So I like that for you. So looking good. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Of course, we'll circle back around for your free reading here eventually too. All right. So you got Marcus Aurelius. Very fancy cat. Says, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Just be one. Be a good man. Says, I choose to act with kindness, courage, and accountability. Your daily action is spend 5 minutes supporting a cause you care about through a petition, a message, or a post as an act of quiet civic kindness. So I love that. You're like, even post, I feel like with this product, posting the excitement that you have around it when you, um, you know, kind of do that emotional inventory and, um, you know, do that. That's my little gnat reminding about expectations. But getting into the gratitude and sharing that beautiful, excitement about the product. I love this thing. Post a little video, even if it's just a quick one, you know. So I love that. So that's what they have for you, Sean. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And like I said, we'll circle back around for your free reading here eventually as well. All right. So we'll take a look here. Let me just do some shout outs here. So, Anna. So, a couple of weeks ago, the DW the Widower. Let me add that into your questions here so I don't have to go search for these again. You were on the fence. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And you fell off the fence. So, follow up reading on what's changed. All right. We'll put that there. And then question number 2. We've got these there. All right, perfect. Just get this all together. So I got you in the queue here with all your questions. And then Ruby Grimm, hello, hello. Thank you for your dual donations. So we got this one here for the general. And then also here for this one here. Yeah, absolutely. Can definitely ask a freebie. It'll be on the bottom of the freebie list, of course. And so we'll get you on there. Boom, boom. It'll be, freebies are not deep dive ones, but we can definitely pull 1 to 2 cards for those. And you're on the list there too. All right. So let me just make sure I am all up to date here. So up next we have Maria P, and then Debbie O, and then back to Maria P, and then 2 for Anna, and then 2 for Ruby is where we're at for donations. Yes. All right. So let me just take another sip here. I'm all thirsty. It's Thirsty Thursday, right? All right. So Maria, we're at 2:19:11 for your first one. So there is your timestamp. And let's see. That is this one here? Yeah, it's right here. All right. So let's take a look here and see what we've got going on in the PayPal. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. And then he surprised you at a work event. Wow. What was that about? Is that what you're asking? What happened? Why did he what? happened? Why did they take my role in the event? Like your not your role, like your buttered roll, but your actual what you were gonna do. You went to drink with Wally at a bunch for people from work, including Dr. Bob's house. Oh, how funny! Didn't I? Wasn't that in your last night's reading about that? There's something about friends and that hanging out with people, friendships. There you go. Look at that. So, Dr. Bob, what was Dr. Bob's thoughts, and then Lisa's thoughts on you. All right, so let's take a look here. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. So today, you this is this wish upon a star, dream come true energy. Even this is the mental dream come true energy. So they're just thinking about how wonderful things are and what a great, you know, especially in comparison to other relationships that they've had, just what a what a wonderful relationship they have, and the what kind of person you are, you know. So they really love that. He surprised you at a work event here. Let's see, this is Lisa, this is Dr. Bob. Oh, and they took your role. Okay, so this is this here. Um, so he surprised you at the work event. We had the Hanged Man and the Four of Cups. I like that. He, this is a little bit of transformational energy with the Hanged Man. It's like they're wanting to bring the relationship, to a different place. The Four of Cups is an emotional stagnant energy. And so I feel like they're like, we kind of been hanging at a certain level. Now they're wanting to kind of evolve things a little bit. And I like that because that was one of the messages. I swear that was a message list I dreamt it last night, but which I sometimes do dream about doing readings. I know I'm a bit obsessed, but there's about you know uh, showing up, being present with friends, and with friends and group events, kind of things that you're not. I'm not being hidden, that we're being open, about it, and I like that. Um, so why did they take your role in the event? They have temperance energy, which is an interesting kind of it's a patience, things are unfolding energy. Um, it I don't know, it just feels like it just felt right. Everything was just kind of flowing, and they're like, since this person's there and doing this, they can just do this too. It's less to worry about. Didn't feel like it was personal or anything. It just kind of felt like it was more of you know, um, a just convenience kind of thing. I don't feel like it was like, "Oh, you're gonna mess it up," or anything like that. So, it just feels like it just felt, "Here's a great opportunity. We have someone doing this, they can do this too." Let Instead of having to coordinate a bunch of people, one person can just do both of these things and good, it's done, kind of energy. And then what did Dr. Bob think of you 2 guys together? Aw. Two of Cups and the King of Plants, the King of Wands energy here. I mean, the Two of Cups obviously is, oh, what a cute couple. I feel like they thought you guys made a cute couple. The King of Wands, they're very reserved, Dr. Bob is. I don't feel like I feel didn't read a whole lot into it. I feel like they just kinda keep their energy at a I have so much going on in my life. I don't invest energy where I don't need it to go. That's Dr. Bob, I feel. Very laid back person, right? But, but I feel like they thought you were a cute couple. No judgments. That's, "Oh, look at that." Lisa's thoughts on you. We got the 5 of Cups. So Lisa, I feel, and this has to do, of course, with their own experiences. Um, they they just have this because the 5 of cups is kinda lower vibrational emotional energy, and they're like, "Oh, I hope he doesn't hurt her," you know? I feel like relationships don't go very well for her, and she has a lot of sorrow, a lot of emotions from those, and when, and I feel like she saw how happy you were, and, she's like, "Oh, I hope she doesn't get hurt," because that's her go-to. So it's good to realize where all this comes from, that everyone's perceptions are so cooked in the spice and the sauce of who they are in life. So anything that's cooked in our sauce is gonna have that taste and that tint to it. It's always there, right? So it's, you know, people tend to think more about themselves than they do everyone else. Not, you know, "Oh, what's going on over there? What are they doing? Da, 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 da." It's more about, "What are people thinking about me?" kind of energy. And, it's a reflection. What they see in the outside world is a reflection of so much that we've gone through. We project it out, our past into the present kind of energies. And then you have Mencius, I think is how you say his name. I love these cats. Says, "The great man is he who does not lose his child's heart." And your affirmation is, "My heart stays open to curiosity, gratitude, and play." Your daily action, do something playful like drawing, singing, or playing a game just for the fun of it. Have fun. Why being so serious, right? All right. So that's what they have for your first one there, Maria. Thank you again for your uh, donations. We'll circle back around here in a momentito. All right. And Ruby said you'll be hanging out as long as I'm alive. Oh, as long as we're live tonight. You learn so much from everyone saying, "Oh, thank you so much." I know I learn so much from um, everyone's readings as well. In fact, I'm adequately brainwashed a lot with a lot of beautiful messages that come through. So hang out. I'm so glad you're hanging out with us. All right. So, Debbie, my Tech Zen friend, we got 2:27:36 is your timestamp. There you are, and your donation is up here. Let's give that a love and a like. Yeah. Ah, I like that. So I'll read your email here in a sec, and then oh, and then you mentioned a free one in there too. Let's see, did I have any other free ones? I don't think so. Oh yeah, Ruby's here. So, and whatever comes for a free one, let me just grab that here. I did not see that because I didn't read it till just now. So I'll get you in the right place here for your free reading. Whatever come for a free one. All right, there we go. So I got you on the free list too. Boom, boom. All right. So Debbie O, let's take a look here at this email. What is this about? All right. Ah, very good. You called him? Oh, look at you. Okay. Oh, bye. Wow. I love that. Oh, what happened? What happened? All right. I think I hit something on here, but I'm back. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I got all excited. So, what wonderful. Isn't that God is good, right? Isn't that amazing? As soon as you decided, then everything took care of itself in a way, right? It's like, "Oh, wow, they're moving away." But and then they understood, and I love that. And don't you feel so much more freer, around it all? So, yeah, I love this. So let's take a look here and see what Spirit has to say regarding the situation there for you. I know, so good, so good. Cards just flying out of my hands. Yeah, one card, two cards, three cards. Progression. I love that. I love that. And then one card. All right. Beautiful, beautiful. So the bottom of the deck, you've got the Knight of Wands, which is, the quest of stepping into your power, which I love. And it's also about taking action energy. And so I feel like there is this, um, it really shows you, yeah, instead of confront, instead of avoiding it, this really shows you how much you've grown, how strong you've become. And you're like, I'm not putting it off. I'm going to deal with this. This is enough. Boom. Psh, and you just decide to do it. And then you realize that, wow, this worked out great. It makes it easier for you to act and uh, with withstand your boundaries, or back up your boundaries, and speak up, and I love that, and I feel like you'll do it faster with this Knight of Wands too. Like, you're like, "Yeah, look at the time that all the energy I was investing in worrying about it. Instead, I'm just gonna act on it next time. Someone does it, I'm just gonna right then, and then I won't have to think about it anymore." It's kinda like I've been walking by my dishes. I'm like, "I gotta do my dishes. Gotta do my dishes." If I just took, like, 5 minutes to do my dishes, I wouldn't go across my head every time I walk by him, right? That's the same thing, right? It's like, if I just do it, then it's done, and I'm not investing energy in something that doesn't need to be there. So, I love that. Um, yeah, there you go, right? That's an incentive, right? So, your first card, of course, is the 3 of Pentacles. I'm being true to my authentic self. Boom, boom, boom. Right? So I love that. I love this. I'm going to create what I want to create, and I'm going to take the steps to create it. So that's the number one. Two cards, you've got the 7 of Wands. Yep. And the 5 of Wands. So the 7 of Wands energy is, again, that it's another energy of I'm being true to my authentic self. In fact, I'm up on a hill saying, I'm not dimming my light. I'm not asking permission to shine. I'm not defending what I'm wanting. I'm just going to shine bright and be me. And that 5 of Wands is the, friendships, but it's transformational energy. It's movement and change. I'm changing my energy. I'm changing things. Now I'm hearing that the song "I'm Changing" from the Sisters movie, the singing with, uh, it was Jennifer Hudson and all that, Dreamgirls, right? So I hear that, "I'm changing." That's like your theme song for right now. So I like that. I'm changing, standing up for myself. And you got the 9 of plants, the 9 of wands, which is perseverance, and you're breaking through the barriers that you had before. Yeah, because the magician energy that's here. Yeah, which the magician, like the 9 of Wands usually has like 9 wands, and there's one of those that's blocking is your magic wand, your Ace of Wands. When you grab it, it creates the space for you to go through, and all this energy of action, action, action. Yeah, because you got the Knight of Wands, of course, on the bottom, and then you have the Five of Wands, the Seven of Wands, the Nine of Wands, the Magician, and then the 10 of Wands, which is a change of energy too, the breakthrough energy, the endings and beginnings. This Instead of looking at things as a burden, you're looking at things as abundance and blessings, and it's creating this, change that's coming in here, these endings and these beginnings. Yeah, and you got the 8 of Pentacles, which is transformational energy. You've been putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, you get the reward from it. And, I do feel here, with all this, there's this look at you, look at you, look at you, celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. You're stepping into your power. And I mean, I would be lying to you if I told you, oh, you're not going to have to worry about any boundaries ever, ever again in your life. And you would cry shenanigans. That's not true, because you know that. But I feel like it's going to be easier and easier and easier and easier for you to, um, you know, um, stand up to those boundaries, and to, in a gentle way, reinforce it. We don't In the beginning, we kind of overcompensate, with our let me see what kind of no we're on.
No, 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 no.
That's an ungentle no. But we can say, "No, no, thank you," or, "That's making me uncomfortable. If, this in order for us to interact, this is kind of what I need to have happen." Um, how did he feel? You know, I don't feel, like, bothered at all by it. They're like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm moving away," and, "Oh, yeah, we've been friends forever. Yeah, I get you." I feel like they're all about, we got the Hermit card on the bottom that's really standing out, you know, um, and even got the Ace of Cups and the High Priestess under that, which, Ace of Cups is all about me and my life, and I'm going away and starting this new adventure, and the High Priestess goes up into their High Priestess temple alone. So they have this energy of, I'm going away, and I'm focused on me. And yeah, 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 I get it. I just feel like they are on a new adventure, and so they're very agreeable, and we're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get you. We've been friends forever. We'll still be friends." And I'll honor that, because I've got a whole new pool of fish in Dallas, to go swimming. You're like, "Do you know that's in the middle of Texas? I guess there might be lakes over there, but not like on the ocean." Yeah. So I feel like, um, the whole thing about humans, right, is that we think they're putting so much thought into what they're doing, what they're not doing, what they're saying, and what they're not saying. Most people aren't giving things a second thought. They're doing something, and then they've already moved on to something else while we're percolating it for days, right? And they're not. They've already moved on to other stuff, and we're like, and that's why when we say something, and that's why people forget boundaries and stuff too, because like, yeah, 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 we'll do that, but then out of sight, out of mind, and then they kind of just a habit, they do stuff, and then just need to remind them, when it comes to that. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. But I'm so proud of you for just going, I'm doing it. So let's see here. Since your donation was $5 or more, you do get one of these Oracle of the Rift Walkers. So let's see what we have here. There we go. And you have Walking Through Fire. Fire Walker number 39, which says, Courage is not the absence of fear, but the will to stand where the heat rises. What? You were forced to do it by your guides. Yeah, they don't force us to do anything. They just encourage us, but we have our free will, right? They were like, they made you an offer you couldn't refuse, right? Like in the mafia. All right. So this says, though the flames rise around me, I do not turn away. Let fear walk with me, but never ahead of me. Yeah, it was in your head over and over. I understand. When it's something important for us, they'll whisper. And then if I don't listen to the whisper, then it becomes louder and louder and louder and louder. So I get it, but they do it for us. And it's more of a funny thing. They do it too. But what a perfect card here. It says, walk through fire appears when you're being asked to face something that scares you, not to conquer it, but to walk beside it. This is not a test of brute strength, but of heart. Can you move forward even while afraid? You did it. Yeah. Can you feel the heat and still take the next step? You did. True courage is forged in moments when retreat would be easier. You may be crossing a threshold right now into truth, conflict, change, or vulnerability. So, this card is a reminder that the fire you face is also the fire that refines you. You had less tears. Isn't that amazing? Some paths are not meant to be comfortable, but they're meant to reveal who you really are beneath the soot and fear. Every step through the flame is a step toward becoming. Exactly. The shadow side would be avoiding unneeded confrontation, seeking comfort over growth, performing bravery while hiding true fear, and letting fear become your compass. So those are the things that you would have been, right? I know, so perfect. Reflection questions. What fear is keeping me from taking the next step? And I like this, just reflect and go, what was keeping me from taking the next step? What was I afraid of? Because as we face that and go, look, the fear didn't come true, it helps our nervous system, it helps our inner child, it helps us uh, make it less scary to do it again in the future when we face it and going, yeah, I didn't have anything to fear. It went great. They were friendly. I was fine. And well, here we go, right? When have I faced fire before and survived? Well, here we go. You have a great example. What part of me is trying to rise from these flames? And if I trusted myself more, what would I walk into? Ooh, I like that. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. Again, high five. So proud for you for taking that action. So beautiful, beautiful. All right. And Sean G, if you are listening right now, thank you. I got your third donation. So thank you so much for that. So grateful. And then we will circle back around for your free reading here in a moment, in a little bit. Yeah. So you can catch your free reading tomorrow. I know, right? I know it's one of those days. I was like having trouble keeping my eyes open like an hour before we were starting these readings. But I know once I get started, all of your guys' energy and all of spirit's energy, I just so sleep well, my friend, and enjoy your new moon, your Taurus new moon energy. It's probably impacting you already too. All right. So we got Maria P up next, and then two for Anna, and then two for Ruby. Uh, is where we're at for the donations. So here we are. Taurus North Node. That's right. Boom. So I don't think it's mine Taurus. I think I might have a Taurus North Node too. I can't remember right now. Yeah. So Maria, we got 24444. Look at that. All those fours. So here. is your timestamp for the number 2, and that's gonna be this one right here. I do believe, I do believe. There we go. So, all right. So David's thoughts on it says M, but I think you mean you, right? So David's thoughts on you. I know that phone, I know. So David's thoughts on you. And then why did he say he was filling in for you? Okay. And then Dr. Bob's thoughts on you with Wally. So I think we asked that one before, right? But will this mess with your promotion? Also, John's thoughts on you and Wally, since he's Wally's boss, and what's coming for you. All right. So let's take a look here. So David's thoughts on you. Oh, upside down. That's what. Yeah, we got the 9 of swords. That's here. And the I'm sorry, the knight of wands and the 9 of swords, which their thoughts here, this has to do with, for some reason, they thought you had expectations or fears because that's the nightmare and insomnia card, the 9 of swords. And I feel like, why did he say he was filling in for you? I feel like not that you feared something, but there is this like this isn't something that you like to do, so I'll fill in and do it for you. Because I feel like it's something they don't mind doing and like they wanted to do. Yeah, because they have the King of Cups. This is like the balance between head and heart. So I feel like in this situation, they were like, "Oh, I thought I would just fill in and that allowed you to be free, and I didn't have anything better to do, so I filled in for you." So it's almost like I don't know if he saw, like, Wally was there, and he knows that you guys are together, and he was like, "Well, then you can go." I feel like they were there alone, or they didn't care to be with whoever they came with. Maybe they're with their wife or whatever. They're like, "I'll do this, and you go have fun." "You're young, go have fun." I don't know how old David is here, but it felt like they were like, "I'll just do this, and you can go do that," kind of energy. So that's interesting. Um, if that makes sense. And then Dr. Bob's thoughts on you with Wally. Yeah, I feel like there was a little bit like, Lisa too, right? They just like, "I don't want you to get hurt," very much protective papa energy coming in there. Will it mess with your promo? We've got the 4 of Pentacles. It's solid. I don't feel like they bring in that, you know, relationship stuff into duties and job. I feel like they're able to separate everything out. They wouldn't have it impact it. So I like that. And then John's thoughts on you and Wally. We got the 2 of fishies. Yep, they think you guys make a cute couple too. 2 of cups. It's funny, that's what we got from when we asked originally about Dr. Bob, was the 2 of cups. Oh, yeah, guys in a relationship. Alright. I don't feel like it impacts it any. They're just like, "That's a relationship. You guys get to be with whoever you want." As long as it's not like like, um, you with your boss or you with someone that reports to you, that I feel like they're like, you know I feel like if it gets into where it happens in the same office, like, in the same department, they kind of like, "We just need to be careful," but especially not, if it's a manager and a subordinate, they're like, This is we're gonna have to not have them report to you." That's an HR nightmare waiting to happen, right? But I feel like they don't care. What's coming for you? You got the 8 of Pentacles. So this is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, you get the reward. So, whatever you're wanting to, unfold, things don't just happen, normally. We got to take the first step. And it's like, was it when Noah? No, Noah wasn't the one, it was Moses. When Moses split the Red Sea, or when the Red Sea split, it's as soon as he put his big toe in the water is when it split. It didn't split before he took action. It's taking action is very important. So I like that. So hopefully that helps, Maria. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. We'll eventually circle back around for your free reading as well. But your fortune cookie is from Edith Wharton. Very fancy looking cat. They have a lot of those in here. There are two ways of spreading light: to be the candle or the mirror that reflects it. Ah, beautiful. Your affirmation is, I bring light into the world by my actions and presence. And your daily action is, take a moment to uplift someone by acknowledging their effort, kindness, or strengths, right? Focus on gratitude and share that with someone. So I like that for you. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. It's getting hot. I thank you guys so much for your patience in getting to your readings. We've got two for Anna coming up and two for Ruby, and those are the donations. If I don't have any other donations by the time I get to those, then we will jump into free readings. We will get to free readings sometime tonight, absolutely. So just an update. All right, so Anna, you are up to 5149 is for number one. Put that there. Let's jump up here and we'll give both of yours loves and likes. Send some up there, and I have these already captured. So, a couple of weeks ago, hello, we did a reading on the widower. Dun dun dun. And you were on the fence, but you decided to wish him a happy 50th birthday via text this AM. Based on our reading, you're surprised you've not received a response. So, a follow up reading on what's changed, DW's thoughts when I sent the text, and will there be a response? Okay. Let me try that again. That was a little bit of an uneven. There we go. Couldn't put my hand all around it. There we go. So, what has changed with DW as far as getting a response from them, kind of thing? All right. Their thoughts when you sent the text. New phone, who dis? Okay. That's funny. And then will there be a response? The response will be, got new phone, who this? Who dis? All right. So let's see what we got coming in here. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the 5 of Cups energy. That's coming in here. I feel like, because this is the underlying energy on the bottom of the deck, right? So it's like it is a sorrow energy. It's not a depression energy. It's not like that deep of a sadness, but it is kind of like, I'm feeling down today. And what is this? Is this their 50th birthday? Yeah, so that makes sense. Because I feel like this hit them harder than they normally, like a other birthdays have. Has to do something here. Someone, maybe a parent, did their father pass when they were 50? It just feels like someone passed when they were 50 years old, and, but whatever this is, it's making it bigger impact. So I feel like they're kind of bummed, um, and it's a rough day for them, it feels. All right, so what has changed? We got these 2 cards here. We got the 4 of swords and the 7 of pentacles. 7 of pentacles is I mean, it is a last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It's a patience energy. Patience. Oh, I love that. I love that you did that. Um, so be patience. But I feel like the 4 of swords is they let go of a lot of expectations and they're kinda resting, and they mighta even have done a little bit of drinking last night, because I feel like they're kind of resting today, and maybe they weren't maybe they were down and maybe they're not feeling good either. I don't know if they're not feeling good because they drank or whatever, but it just feels like they not feeling the best today, both emotionally and physically too, mentally a little bit, and I just feel like they're kind of not quick to respond to a lot of people today. Yeah, I know. A different David is telling you about patience. Patience, sister, patience. Um, so what were their thoughts when, they saw the text? Ace of Cups. So joy, that made him smile. So that's nice with that Ace of Cups. The 7 of Wands, it made him feel seen, with that 7 of Wands. So I like that kind of energy that was coming in here. And the 6 of Swords, you know? The 6 of Swords is seeing things differently, you know, leaving old ways of thinking behind, seeing things from a different perspective has allowed them to kind of, let's say, move on in a way. Um, so I feel like, there's a different kind of, uh, definition of your guys' friendship than before. So I feel like they kind of just look at it differently. Um, I don't know if it was any kind of romantic, uh, bubblings before, but it feels like it's, you know, very, very much outside that circle now, if that even was something before. It just feels like it's more of a, you know, moved into friendship acquaintance, um, which I feel they have a big bucket of friendship acquaintance, and a small group of intimate friends, maybe like 2, maybe 3, where they're, acting with, maybe even just 1, very small, and then there's this huge group of all friendships and acquaintances, and then the rest of the world. So I feel like, there's that energy that comes in. Maybe they have an Aquarius moon because that's very Aquarian. The whole world is in one bucket, almost. All right. And then will there be a response? Will there be a response? We have the King of Wands, which is in their timing. Excuse me, the Page of Plants, the Page of Wands, which is action. So it feels like they're planning to take action. And the Nine of Wands. Yeah, there's like a barrier, that's there. There's this I feel like they'll, you know, what is this energy? Because I don't know if they have like ADHD, because I'm getting like this Sagittarius fire, ADHD or fire sign energy. Are they a Leo? There's this fire sign energy, um, that's like, um, they go. and it's funny because oh, he's a Taurus? He's a Tarsus? He's like no, that's not that's from, never mind. Um, it's there's, like, this energy of, um, "I'm gonna go do this," but then I end up going 500 different places, and I'm like, "What was I gonna go do? Oh, that's right, I was gonna go reply." Then they go and they get on their phone, and they're like, "Oh, there's this other thing. Oh, I gotta go take care of that real quick." And because they clicked on the text, it's read, and then they forget it, and then they eventually, a week later go, "Oh, that's right, that's what I was gonna do." So I feel like in their timing that you will get a response. It may not be today, but I feel like it will be within a week. That's funny, that they're bringing it in that way, but yeah, I kind of feel like that is what we're looking at. It will be, and it'll be just a thank you and good to hear from you. Hope you're okay. Da da da. Check check kind of energy. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here as well. This is from Aristotle. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. I love that little cat. Your affirmation each day, I practice becoming the person I aspire to be. Your daily action, choose one positive habit you want to strengthen and focus on practicing it consistently throughout your day. I love it. Own their own business. Yeah, I get you. So that is what they have for that one. So thank you for that. Absolutely. No expectations. Just all right, there you go. And you did you followed your heart and go, I feel like they're feeling down today. I'm just gonna send this love and boom, boom, I'm done. Right. Then you get to move on. All right. Then for number two, you're 30207. So here's for your second one. Thank you for your additional donation. So, just checking in on the status of the letters you sent to DM and W companies regarding the IP concerns. You received an acknowledgement from M and W. They appreciated the awareness and are investigating the matter. Reading please on where in the process DM and W are in the process of mitigation, next steps, energies, and outcomes. All right. I got you. Let me take a sip here. All right. So let's take a look here. We got D, M, and W. So where on the process are they at? Next steps. This one here for them, and this one, these two for here is next steps. And then energies on outcomes. Boom and boom and boom. All right. So with D, so what are we doing here first? This was the where we're at in the process, right? So with D, we got the 8 of fishes, 8 of cups, and the 2 of feathers, the 2 of swords. That's coming in here. It's interesting. They're trying to decide here, and because that's the one you didn't receive anything from yet, right? Yeah, no acknowledgement from D, because I feel like they're they're trying to they're removing the emotion out of the equation, and they're deciding what they want to do. And it almost feels like it's in a queue because they're reminding me of like the corporation I worked at where things came in. If they didn't automatically go somewhere, someone had to manually look at it, decide what it is, and then assign it to someone to look at to then push the buttons and do all the stuff. Very manual. I feel like there's automation, but I feel like there's a big manual piece involved. That's why you haven't heard from them yet, because I feel like it's still sitting in someone's queue to get to the department to look at and assigned. It's almost like it went in as a customer complaint, and complaints are looked at by someone, and then they decide, is this something that they just need to apologize for, or is there action? Like, they have different, like, is this IT, or is this goes here, or does this go here? And they're kind of, you know, it's sitting there is what's going on. Um, Next steps for them here, we got the King of Plants, yeah, and the Knight of Cups, yeah. So we've got the King of Wands is someone has to decide. Yeah, triage, very good. Someone has to decide what they want to do, and then they will move on it with that Knight of Cups. And then they will, um, I feel like they split it out. They figure out what is there something internally that needs to get done, IT, blah, 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 any actions, and then we send it to the people that do the nice to the response. That's funny. But that's what they do. The nice group. The people that are allowed to talk to the public. Because there's some people it was funny, our accounting department at our corporation, customers couldn't talk to our accounting department because they knew about numbers, not about humans. So we would have to call our accounting department to whatever, and then we would go back and communicate to the customer. We couldn't drop them, transfer them, bring them in on a conference call. No, no, no. That's what I feel here. We have people that are allowed to talk to people and other groups that are not. All right. And then the energies on the outcomes here. We got the Knight of Pentacles. This feels like a slow response. It feels like here, you know, a slow response. Um, but it is movement of something that's there, right? Yeah, departments would get bogged down. But so I do feel here, there's this there is a movement. It's slow movement, and but it feels more like it's on a quest. It's on a quest to make things better. And I feel like that's gonna kinda end up it's a slow response, and eventually it's a response like, "Thank you so much for your interest, and we're taking your feedback, um, to heart, and we've assigned it and everything, so thank you so much." And you're like, "Took you that long just to tell me that?" But I feel like it's very bogged down, kind of energy there. And then M, so where they're at in the process here, yeah, we've got movement, Chariot card here, victory, movement energy. So they're really on it, you know, night and day with D and M here, it feels. Next steps for them. Yeah, they got the sun shining a bright light on things, victory energy again. So I feel like they're fast moving on getting resolution on it. Um, action, movement, uh, bright light. So it is, it's good stuff. I mean, I feel like it's, um, again, sun, things moving and rotating around the sun. And then outcome for that, we do have the Seven of Pentacles. This is like the Knight of Pentacles. So again, a lot of like you got acknowledgement up front, but I feel like it's slow. The outcome is slow. But the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit kind of energy that comes in there. So I feel like it does eventually um come forward where, there is, um, a change that is made, they don't like the fruit of whatever was growing here in this situation, and so they're making a change. There's a change that has to be made, or the orchard gets burned down. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And then with W, where are we at in the process, right? So we've got the Hierophant and the Six of Swords. So definitely being looked at. Five of Swords is trying to see things from a higher perspective, getting a big picture look at it. And the Six of Swords is an energy of, again, letting old ways of thinking go, look at things from a different perspective, and action and movement that happens. So I feel like there is review actually happening on that. And the next steps here, they do have the Two of Wands and the Three of Fishes, the Three of Cups. I do feel like a decision has to be made with the Two of Wands. I feel like it goes before a committee with these Three of Cups. It's like a group that has to decide what to do with the information. So it goes before some sort of review, like a mini review board. It's not like a big review board, right? Um, and then the outcome for that here is the Six of Cups. I feel like it's more of a compromise energy that comes in there. I feel like it's more of you know, um, you know, trying to three fish for you, kind of trying to, come to a middle ground. I don't feel like they totally side on one or totally side on the other. They try to find, like I said, a compromise down the middle. So with M company, will compliance get involved? Um, hmm. The Sun card has a bright light shining on things, but is that compliance? So we have the Eight of Pentacles, which is blood, sweat, and tears to transform. But this doesn't feel like a compliance, like a big compliance. Yeah, I feel like internal compliance, but not like if there's an external kind of government or state or someone, agency, whatever, I don't feel like that gets involved. I feel like all this feels internal, kind of, they can handle it internally kind of energy. Feel like there's loopholes that each company deals with things individually up to a certain point. And I feel like whatever the situation is, it doesn't feel like it hits all the criteria. It hits some of the criteria, but not all the criteria that it has to be looked at by something bigger. Yeah, but just internal. It's part of their review process. Um, but I don't feel like it's official. I feel like it's more of a checklist, and it's reviewed by someone who, they're subject matter experts that have like a foot in every department kind of thing, where they understand, they've got these guidelines they look at. So I don't feel like it's an official compliance officer as much as someone making sure this is what compliance gave us that we need to look at. This is what this department gives me to look at. This is what this department. So I have all my checklists from everyone else that tell me how to do my job. And they're like, all right, let's go through the checklist. So I feel like that's kind of where we're at. So hopefully that helps. All right. Whoa. All these cards flying out everywhere. All right. So let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. What else here for Anna? This one. All right. You got Walt Whitman. What a beautiful little kitty cat. And it says, keep your face always towards the sunshine, and shadows will fall behind you. Your affirmation is, I turn toward the light, leaving darkness behind me. And your daily action, let go of one negative thought or judgment that no longer serves you. So I like this. I don't know if this is work related or personal related, but I feel like it's like you've done your due diligence. They're like, keep your eyes on the sunshine, let the shadow go kind of energy. So I like that. All right, so that's what they have for you, Anna. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate that. So many blessings. Hey, Aditi. Hello, hello. I am doing great. I hope you're doing great as well. All right, so we are up here. Well, maybe. Come on, mouse. Cooperate. There we go. All right. So we've got Ruby Grimm. Ruby. Hello, hello. Your timestamp, we got 3/16/11 is your first one here. Let's give both your donations a love and a like here since I'm up there. All right. So for number one, you wanted a general, please. All right. So let's take a look here and see what Spirit has here for you. What would they like you to know right now? There we go. What else? Okay. That does. Okay. What else? These two and these two. All right. Whoa, just knocking things around. Let me just put these next to each other. All right. At the bottom of the deck, you do have the Moon card coming in here. And, you know, with a new moon in Taurus tomorrow, I do feel like they're talking about make the most of your moon energy. If you're not tracking the moon, I feel like you're very empathic. You are very influenced by the moon. Wouldn't be surprised if you're a water sign or like have a water moon, because this energy that's coming in as you are influenced by the moon like the tides of the oceans are. Every 2 to 3 days, the water turns. Like we're in Aries moon right now, so we're in this fire new starter kind of moon energy. But tonight, in a couple hours, actually, I think we're moving into it right now, because you know, if you have something like this, you can find it free online too. I get these because it has a bunch of other information in it. But tonight at 10:31 Eastern time, okay, so in like 13 minutes, the moon enters Taurus, which brings a different grounding energy, loving energy, and then we have a new moon. But it's every 2 to 3 days it changes, and every month we go through the entire every 28, 29 days, we go through the entire zodiac through the moon, so we're up and down and sideways. Even though it hits fire moons 3 times, there's a different energy around an Aries fire moon, a Leo fire moon, and a Sagittarius fire moon as well. So, you know, there is this, uh, being aware of the changes of the moon energy. And when we have eclipses and when we have new moons and full moons, it brings different energies. But I feel like being aware of it will help you feel less like you're going crazy all the time, because sometimes when you go from fire emotions into you know, very earth balanced emotion. And then we go into mind, air energy, and then we go into water, and then we go back into fire. So every 2 to 3 days, it's like our emotions are fluctuating. And if you're not realizing that, you can feel a little, am I emotionally unstable? No, you're just a water sign, or you have a water moon, or a lot of water in your chart, and you're influenced by it. We're all influenced by new moons and full moons and those, but I feel like there's something to do with your birth chart that you definitely have that kind of energy in there. You don't have any water in your chart at all? Well, um, like, you don't have planets, so you don't have any planets in any of those, but you do have, um and you can look at your houses, right? Because it would be the 4th house, the 8th house, and the 12th house are all the water houses, so, even if you, because your chart is changed, but if you look at your 4th house, your 8th house, and your 12th house, they are ruled by, Neptune and, um, Pluto and and the moon. I was like, what rules over Cancer?" The moon, like we were talking about. You can also, see those things there, but it does feel like there's something that impacts you, and it's important for you to look at those because you've got the Hermit card and the Chariot card, which again is moon energy. So there is this emotional choice and this Hermit, which is stepping back and connecting with the higher realms and really getting in tune with Mother Moon. It feels like it's such an impactful energy here for you that they're having you step back and commune with the moon herself. So I definitely feel um, that that's a big piece of this here. You also have the World card and the Eight of Pentacles. So you have been doing some blood, some sweat, some tears, and different energies here. And with the Eight of Pentacles, which is bringing you to this point where you're hitting a wonderful ending of a kind of a time in your life and looking at things differently. And it's because of the work that you've put in that's allowed this here. Yeah. Underneath it all, with the Seven of Swords, you've really been questioning your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have cheated you out of opportunities before because they're thoughts that made you feel limited and small, and you had these beliefs created around things, that were having you focus on those, right? Oh, you have Pisces in your south node. That's it though. Um, well, the south node is what we come into life with, and that's our biggest challenge. That's what we revert to when we're stressing out and when we're in fear, because that's what we're most comfortable. It's what we come into the life in. Your north node is what you're kind of wanting to transform and to focus your energy on. The Pisces energy is what you're trying to leave behind, and head towards the opposite, which would be the sixth house, which is Virgo, right? So focusing more on your body and practicality instead of being in the heavens. Your journey is to come out of the heavens and really enjoy your body and like life. I think your north node is probably Virgo, right? If I'm remembering, because I think it's the one on the other side of the the other side of the chart there. But Google and AI is so helpful. All right. So I do feel like you're entering a new phase here, a new step of you're stepping into something new. Let's see what this is here. Yeah. You have the Eight of Plants, Eight of Wands, and the Eight of Cups. Yeah. So you are definitely leaving behind some emotions and some relationships that don't serve you anymore. And this is part of this new adventure. I feel like with these eights energies, you've been flowing through emotions, doing the work around emotional release that's allowing you to go into this new place. But I feel like the moon energy, and especially around mother, because the moon energy rules over like our relationships with mother as well, that there is this beautiful release and transformation around mother and motherhood as well. Yeah, because you got the page of fishes, more page of cups energy. You got all this cups energy, and the king of pentacles. So I feel like a lot of what you've been looking at here has to do with your worth and how you've been looking at your worth as well, because um, the king of pentacles is one of the big things they learn is that um, when we define ourselves by the three buckets of the outside world, which are relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, whatever situations. And the third bucket is things like our bodies, our bank accounts, possessions. All those things are unstable. And when we have our worth kind of anchored to that, we feel unstable because those things are unstable and all over the place. So then our self-worth goes over the place. But it all points us inward and upward so we can see what it is. Our true worth, our self-worth is that we're priceless, right? It's rooted in eternal, unconditional love energy, which is the only stable thing in this realm. Eternal, meaning it never ends, pretty stable, right? Unconditional love, meaning no conditions, not even one. It just takes one to be conditional. No conditions, nothing we have to do to earn it, nothing we can do to lose it. Solid, right? And so then our self worth becomes very, very solid when we're there, right? So I like that for you. So I feel like that is what they have for you now, but I definitely feel like following the moon is important for you. Um, It's interesting that you don't have any planets. Well, you have Pisces like in there, but you might even be on the cusps of some. They're telling me, which means if you're like anywhere between 1 to 5 degrees in a sign, or um, it can be 25 to 29. But it's like 5 degrees on either side. That's we're on the cusp. It means we're still influenced. We're not enough in where we could still be dragging some emotional energy as well. But I feel like it's important for you. That's the main thing. We got Mary Wollstonecraft, like the little kitty there. And it says, the mind, like the body, requires to be exercised and must be employed to remain healthy. Your affirmation is, I nourish my mind with curiosity and learning every day. And your daily action is read, listen, or explore something new. Even 5 minutes of learning keeps the mind sharp. So maybe looking into, like I said, the moon energy, right? Your fortune is in Scorpio too, but other than that, it's all earth and fire. Yeah. Do you know the percent, like the degrees that each of them are? Are there any that are like 1 to 5 degrees or 25 to 29 degrees? Because those can be cuspy. Not crusty, but cuspy. All right. So cheers, cheers. That's what they have for your first one there. And we'll go on to your second one here. Let me take my last sip of coffee here. And then we'll move on to water here. But I got a little bit too much of that. All right. So for number 2, we got 32904 coming in here. So thank you again for your dual donations. And you want to know what? We'll change it from should to could, because with spirit, there is no shoulds. Because they look at everything as different. There's different choices that bring different outcomes in different situations. So we can ask, what could you confront or improve to better yourself. So you're already perfect, right? So there is no betterment of ourself. That's a human judgment call thing, right? The should, the supposed to, the need to. I'm not good enough. I need to become more. So we'll kind of rephrase this, and in it, there's a message in itself of this is what could I look at? What can I burn away to see my true self more clearly? How's that? Because we're not broken. There's nothing wrong with us. We just have we're given a lot of things, beliefs, human beliefs that are rooted in fears of limitedness and powerlessness and imperfection and all of this, that, "Oh, you're a sinner, you're broken, you're not enough, you need to become more," is a human belief for the sake of our experience here to see what it might feel like to feel less than, because we aren't. We can never be less than. Well, we come here to pretend what it might feel like. So when we get all this stuff, we start burning it away so we can see more clearly the perfection of who we are and see our true selves. So, what can we confront, or what can we look at that will help us burn away more of the things so I could see myself more clearly, is kind of how they want to rearrange that. But I love that message in itself, right? It's like, yes, yes, yes. We are already perfect. Beautiful mountains. We just come down here to explore ourselves, right? We're these perfect, enormous, even it's not even just a mountain, we're a mountain range. And, um, and we, at our highest vibration, we're at the peak, and we see that from that downward. That's a different perception than when we come down as a very low vibrational being at the very foot of the mountain looking up. Then we wander around the foot of the mountain, seeing different perspectives, and then slightly higher vibrational, we're on the mountain. We discover caves and different animals and different things of what we are as we walk around. And as we experience it as a different higher vibrational being all the way up. All those altitudes, we're basically mapping who we are and getting to understand ourselves more, right? Yeah, right. So I love that. The bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So we start off by loving ourselves, by focusing in on ourself, realizing that the outside world is a reflection of us. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So the biggest thing is, we just look at what are those things that are, like you're saying, that feel like they're holding us down, holding us back, blinding us. The beliefs and thoughts, we question them. The ones that come up, the emotions that come up that don't serve, the energy around us that, this doesn't feel right. What is this? What's at the root of this? Oh, I can release this. And so it's really burning away a lot of the limiting thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that sound like should or supposed to be, need to be, have to be, must be. And we're really like, really? Anything feeling restrictive? No, right? Anything that has fear connected to it all is from humans. Anything unconditional love is higher realm. Anything that's about freedom and expansiveness, it's like the litmus test. Some people are like, "What about the Bible? Isn't it all from God?" I'm like, "No, it was written by man, influenced by kings and committees on what was gonna be put in, what words were gonna mean what, and things being added in that weren't there before." And so, even any kind of religious text or anything, I would say, question it, put it the litmus test. Is it fear? Is it feel like fear? That's man involved. Unconditional love? Yeah, that's creator, and it's beautiful when we simplify it that way. Every moment is of unconditional love, or the fear of losing a conditional love or a cry out for love, right? So let's see here. What else can you look at to set yourself free? You do have the Six of Pentacles and the Ace of Wands. Yeah, so there's some beliefs here. This reminds me of my podcast, uh, the abundance, the abundance episode, abundance where it be. And if you haven't checked it out yet, here is this one because it specifically talks about our energy, which is the uh, Ace of Wands. Whoops, why didn't it do it? It errored. Try it again. There it goes. Why didn't it go the first time? All right, no problem. So, but it talks, and then the Six of Pentacles is about this when we're growing up as a human. There's this rate of exchange, what we are taught as children about how much I have to give in order to receive. And it's way out of balance. It's 1 to 1 is the fair and real rate of exchange. But when we're children, we feel like we have to give so much and we get so little that we don't know any better. And that's what seeps into our subconscious and how we keep going and running on that, right? So, excuse me, that podcast will dive into the Six of Pentacles and this Ace of Wands energy. You have the six, again, another six. You have the Six of Swords and the Nine of Swords. Yeah. So we've got a lot of expectations. This is just saying we can see things from a higher perspective. And you are at a point here with the Nine of Swords. I'm just on the verge of being sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations and try to make everyone live up to mine. And we realize all these, again, supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be's are human, that there are no rules. Humans go, oh, God gave us rules. And they're like, no, man gave us rules to try to control each other. The creator has no should or supposed to or need to. They're like, why would I limit anything? But for our experience here, we humans have decided to really make it fun and create this. Everyone has different expectations and no one gets to have the exact same one, so that we're guaranteed to disappoint others and to feel disappointed. And in doing so, we realize how free we really can be. It's like this tapestry here. We come here to experience contrast. If this was all beige, you wouldn't see this design. If it was all black, you wouldn't see this design. But because of the contrast of colors, we see this beautiful in the middle and this beautiful design on the outside, and then all of these, other designs there. And so it's on purpose for a purpose. And I feel like one of the things we realize is that, you know, the conflict that comes up in our life is for us to have us see it, the restrictions that we have ourselves under, to set ourselves free. And in the process, we set everyone else free too. Because when we have ourselves under a bunch of rules, by golly, I'm going to make sure everyone else is obeying them too. That's only fair. But when I set myself free from it, I don't care about anyone else, what they're doing or not doing anymore. Because I'm like, I'm free. Everyone else gets to be free too. But if I'm imprisoned, so is everyone else. That's how it works. So I like this freedom that comes in and that realization. Yeah. And then you do have the Two of Swords, which is the power of story that's coming in here. And I like this. Underneath that, you do have the King of Fishes and the Knight of Fishes, Knight of Cups and King of Cups. So, there is this heart energy below the story. So, what that means, and we talk about this a lot in the channel here, it comes through a lot of readings where, everything that happens in the outside world is meaningless till it gets in here. Then we apply a story to it. And in the beginning, we're on autopilot, just bringing in the whatever story we were told is supposed to. Like, whoa, when that happens, this is what that means. And then the emotional soundtrack about how you're supposed to feel about it kicks in. and then the energy you're supposed to invest in that, and then the physical actions that you're supposed to take, the 4 areas of our it's the 4 pentacles, the 4 suits, the minor suits, right? Our mind, our heart, our energy, our actions, and we're all taught all this stuff growing up, and we take on that opinion as our own, and then it becomes our habit, and then it becomes our reaction that it doesn't even feel like we're choosing, just happens, and we're like, "Oh my god, it means this, I feel this, action, go," right? Reaction. But when we learn to pause as something comes up and go, "What story do I want that to mean?" Then we don't feel like we're at the whim of the outside world. We don't feel like we're these puppets, scared of what is coming next because we're out of control. If I don't know my power of choice, then what comes next is going to be predefined for me by whatever I was told growing up. And so, oh, I have to feel this way, think this way, act this way, etc. But when I realize I'm the one that gets to choose the story and the emotion and the energy in my actions, everyone else gets to. I release myself from responsibility for everyone else's choices. I release everyone from responsibility of my choices, and I step into my power. Then it doesn't matter what comes next, because theoretically, whatever comes, I could have a story of this is for me. Um, I have a emotional soundtrack of joy and celebration around it, and I'm gonna have energy of gratitude around it, and I'm gonna take positive action toward it. I could do that for every single thing that comes in. That might be a little boring. We have that on the other side, really, is that's how we roll on the other side. But I can step into that power. But I also can have the grace and the um, kindness toward myself that every once in a while I can choose a lower vibration, and that's all right. But after a while, we get bored of that. I can choose a different thing. But it's me stepping into my power of choice, and I get to choose what everything means. So I like that. So power, the power, that's there. So I love that for you. So I feel like just becoming aware of those things and putting them into just awareness as much as we can feel empowered instead of feeling imprisoned, and feeling out of control. We realize we feel out of control when I'm trying to control everyone else's choices because that we are out of control. But when I come back to my own choices, then that's when the empowerment comes back. And your fortune cookie is Louisa May Alcott. Look at with such a fancy kitty. Beautiful blue dress that says, "I'm not afraid of storms, for I'm learning how to sail my ship." Wow. The affirmation is, "I embrace life's challenges as lessons that make me stronger." Your daily action, embrace a current difficulty as a learning experience. Write down one thing this challenge is teaching you. I love it. So that is what they have for you, Ruby. Hopefully that helps. Of course, I have a whole podcast series too that talks about it's called The Easier Path, and it's all about how we, you know, dramas and traumas that we experience, and the reason why humans do what they do, Spirit's perspective on those things too, but they also give us hints on how we can make those situations an easier path instead of a harder one. It's not an easy path, but it can be an easier path. So, and that link is, of course, down in the description box of the video, or if you click on my name, go to my main page. It's at the top too. So those are always wonderful, wonderful hints, and I learned so much from channeling spirit as well. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. So I have one more donation that came in now. And so I'm going to complete that from Maria. And then after that, I'm going to run to the little boys' room because I've almost been on for 4 hours. And then when I come back, we'll start hitting the free readings. So thank you guys for your patience in getting to those. So Maria, you're 34444. Didn't you? Oh yeah, you had 24444. Now you had 34444. You can't make that up. You're very welcome, Ruby. Thank you again for your donations. All right. So Maria, um, so with whatever happened today, will it mess up your job opportunities at your current job? All right, let's take a look here based on current energy. And then AJ's thoughts on you, Lillian's thoughts on you. Why is he so distant from you at work? He meaning AJ or Wally or who? Who's this he? Mysterious he. Is it AJ? Well, Spirit knows who you're meaning. So why is he so distant from you at work? And what's coming for you at work and life? Okay, just one card there. So will it mess up job opportunities? You got the 5 of Cups, the energy here. This is whatever happened today doesn't impact your job opportunities. The 2 of Cups that are spilt here, usually it's the 3 cups that are spilt and the 2 cups that are behind, because that's the power of choice, power of emotional choice. And so they're saying it's not what happens that messes anything up in our life or takes away opportunities. It's our emotional choices. It's our choice of our emotions, our choice of our mental energy, our whatever we're focusing on, and our physical actions. What our energy is what draws things in. Just things happen in whatever happens is meaningless, but what energy we put behind it is what impacts things. So it doesn't, you don't have any job opportunities impacted for your, you know, events that happen in the outside world as much as our energy that we put around it. Because if something happens and I'm, oh my God, it's gonna, oh my God, people are gonna think this and this and this this is gonna hurt me. Guess what? It's gonna hurt us. If I'm like, oh, no one cares, everyone loves me, and it's a wonderful, inclusive environment where everyone's just such in a good place, then it doesn't impact us, right? We're the ones that allow the impact, not the situation themselves. AJ's thoughts on you. You got the 9 of Pentacles. It's interesting with this. This is hermit kind of energy, self sufficient, kind of that I don't need anybody energy. So I feel like they feel like you are um, like I said, self sufficient. I'm good. I don't need anyone, you know, kind of this confidence. I feel like they're reminding me of people used to say this about me. You walk around like you own the place. And I'm like, no, I'm confident in who I am. But that can come across sometimes as when people are, not, not, you know, confident, then they're like, ooh. But I feel like they kind of feel like, oh, you don't need anybody, kind of energy. And then Lillian's thoughts on you. You got the 6 of Plants, the 6 of Wands. And again, remember with everyone, their thoughts about you there's a lot of what uh, they think about themselves being mirrored back. So remember, a lot of what other people think of you has nothing to do with you at all, right? So always take it with a grain of salt, realizing that it's, this way, it's this way, kind of energy. Um, but Lillian with the 6 of Wands has this energy of you like to be the center of attention. You like to be the one on top of the horse being celebrated. You like to be in the spotlight, like to stand out, which tells you a lot about what Lillian wants. That's why they had brought that up. It could even be like, well, you're like, no, that's not me. Well, that's right, because that's them. And, so you have that kind of energy, that comes in with that. Why is this he so distant from you at work? The Wheel of Fortune. It's the tune of for you. There's this energy of it's what's best. It's what's best for you. It's what's best for the situation. It is the tune of for you. And um but there is this energy here, remember mirror when you're thinking this person is so distant from you at work. Why are you being so distant to yourself at work? Are you are you being your true self, or do you put on a facade or a mask and are someone else when you're at work? Why are you so distant from yourself at work? What are you afraid of? You know, so there is this mirroring energy that's just all coming through here. So, you can see this, right? And then what's coming for you at work and life? You've got the 4 of Cups. Yeah, you're ready here. There's this stagnant energy that's been coming in here for work and life, and you are ready for a shakeup coming up here in your life. And it's positive, it's not destructive energy or anything like that. It's just you're kind of bored and you're ready for growth. And so you have this growth that's coming your way, stretching. It's like you're so you have a choice. You can be a snail or you can be a koi fish. If you're a snail or a crab, you're outgrowing your shell. If you're a koi fish, you're getting too big for the pond and you need a bigger pond. So you've been growing and now you need to find a new bigger shell. Like a fiddler crab, or a crab, they'll leave the shell to find something bigger that's going on, right? So, there is this um, growth energy and facing your fears and seeing, what's more for me there. So I like that. I like this energy coming in here for you. You've got Friedrich Nietzsche. Friedrich. I love these kitty cats. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. So I feel like this is exactly what I was talking about, because you want to find out your why. Where's your heart leading you? What is it that you want to be? Where is it that you want to become? Right. And the how, when you know your why, you'll figure out the how. But what is your why? Why do you want to do what you want to do? Who do you want to be? I love that. So your affirmation is my purpose gives me strength to overcome any challenge. Your daily action is write down your why for a current challenge or goal and keep it visible throughout the day. So I feel like you're in that kind of place of discovering your whys. So exciting adventure. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your donation. Oh, is there another one came in here? Mm. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I do need to go to the little boy's room. So I will return. And Lauren, thank you so much. I see your donation came through here as well. So I will hear if I do want to, because I'm at 4 hours. I do want to do 30 minutes of free readings. So you guys hang in there. Getting skinny. You're still here, Softly Me. I know you guys are hanging in, right? So thank you guys so much for your patience here. But I do want to get to some free readings. I'll do 30 minutes of free readings, and then Maria will do your number 4, and then Lauren, we will hit yours as well here. Let me just make sure here. All right. Let me get your questions in here. Oops. Okay, we got that here. I just want to get everything on here, so I'll just be where it at. And softly me, you're still here. Thank you so much. Can you change yours to live reading? Yeah, absolutely. Let me just find you on that little list here. All right. There. Boom, boom. Got it updated there. All right. So I'm going to run to the little boy's room here, and then I'll come back and I'll do 30 minutes of free readings, and then we will jump to Maria and then to Lauren, and then we will um, finish out any free readings I don't get to in those 30 minutes. So I shall return. Hang in there, everybody. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Much better. So, thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up and all of your love and support. I'm so grateful for that. And especially for your patience in getting to all your readings. I know it's been 4 hours already. So, we will jump in. And like I said, we'll do 30 minutes of free readings. And then we will jump back and finish out the donations, and then we'll get back into any of the readings I do not complete, the free readings, in these 30 minutes. All right. So we'll start here with mini heal. We're at 4 hours and 38 seconds. So mini heal. There's your timestamp. So what kind of environment will you be in when you meet your future spouse the first time? All right, let's see here. What can we find out from Spirit here? So we got this and these two. You do have the Judgment. It looks like you're going to be in court. No, I'm just kidding. So you have the Judgment card. You have the Empress. You have the Page of Fishies. So Page of Cups energy and the Empress energy. The Judgment card is a card of like being pulled and called to doing something. And the Empress is like an energy of creation and doing something that is fulfilling your heart, and something like this Page of Cups too. So you're doing something that you love and something that you're creating. So it's like living your passion, and you can look at it as an energy of like, um, like, um, I don't know, you wanting to learn to make French cuisine, so you're taking a French cuisine class, or you're learning pottery, or, you know, doing a painting class, something creative where it's something you really enjoy. And because you're living your love, you're living your passion, doing something you're excited about, you're not looking for love, you're doing something you love, and you bump into someone who's also sparked by this wonderful, doing this thing. And then there's a spark that happens, and then a relationship organically grows, kind of energy. So I feel like you meet them in doing something that you love to do. Maybe it's salsa dancing or singing, karaoke, whatever it is. It's you're creating something, right? It's not doing work, it's you're doing something that you're loving doing. So I feel like that is where you first meet them. Right. So many blessings, many heal. And then Tiger Snake, you are up. Reminds me of Kill Bill, the Mamba, the Black Mamba, and all the names that they had for all their characters there. So I like that. So here's your timestamp. Yeah, absolutely. Still taking donations. I'm doing 30 minutes of free readings first. Then I've got 2 donations to go back to. So if you want to get on the list for additional one, feel free, Crystal. All right. So you want to know your future husband. Will your future husband, are they going to be more richer and influential than your ex, Raul? All right. Let's take here, Magana. Let's take a look here. So based on current energies, is your future husband going to be richer and more influential than your ex? All right. We got the 9 of Swords for richer, which would be a no for that. And then influential, we got the 10 of Cups here. So it feels here, the 9 of Swords, the 9 of Feathers, is an energy of, nightmare and insomnia, expectations. And it's what does richer mean? I feel like there's financial rich, but there's also a richness, which I feel they're influential by their joy, by their heart, not by their money, you know. So there's a difference. People can influence by money, but they're seldom respected, versus individuals who influence by their huge hearts. People will die for them because they respect them so much, and, you know, they have that. Not that people are gonna wanna die for your, future husband, but it's because of their heart that they're influential, not because of their money. I don't feel like they're gonna be richer by money, but they're gonna be richer by character, richer by their hearts. So, I like that. So that is what they have for you, Tiger Snake. And you're like, "I don't want that. Screw that." You marry for love the first time, you marry for money the second time. You're funny. Alright. And then Leslie, you are up. So 405-23. Whoops, that's not right. There we go. So Leslie, there's your timestamp. So happy Thursday. A reading for this weekend. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know about this weekend here? All right. So you've got the Two of Plants, which is the Two of Wands, and the Fool card. There's a great this is all about possibilities. There's so many possibilities this weekend. The Fool card, being the first card in the major arcana, follows the World card, which the World card is ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure, and the Fool card is the jumping off for a new adventure. But there's not these expectations, not these supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, etc. This is about freedom. This is about, like I said, a world of possibilities, not rules. And the Two of Plants, the Two of Wands, is an energy of wherever I focus my energy on, big things can come in. I just feel like there's big possibility energy this weekend more than normal. So whatever you're focusing on comes in faster and bigger. If you're focusing on gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and play, boom, fast and big things that match that energy. If I'm focusing on want or need or fear or lack, then boom, that comes in fast and more of that too. So what's great is that if you experience that, you can change that, and that falls away quickly and this new stuff comes in fast too. Also, if you're focusing on this and you slip into this can go away and bring this in fast too. So I feel like there's big energetic changes that happen fast this weekend. So what do you want? What do you want? Create it this weekend, I feel like, is the energy that's coming in. World of possibilities, nothing seems impossible. So go forward and see what you bring in. So I like that for you. So many blessings. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. And then we have Ashish. We got 407-51. So Ashish, you applied for different software jobs. Will you be successful in getting one of them? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, do you have the Ace of Fishes and the Three of Swords? So yes and no. I feel like you do get one with the Ace of Cups because that's a new beginning, happy energy. But there's also turn downs with the disappointments here. So, of course, that's what happens when we apply. Some we get, some we don't. But I do feel like you're happy with the one that you do get here with this Ace of Cups. So definitely feel like there is one that comes in. And it is one that you're hoping that you get with this Ace of Cups. I was just kind of sticking my little feelers out into the different ones that you were applying for to see if it was, like, oh, the one that didn't want is the one I get. No, I feel like it's one of the top 3 that you wanted to get a response from, that you do get a response from one of them. So I like that for you, Ashish. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. And then Lotus of Serendipity, you are up. We got 409-21 coming in here. And I did have a good day. Hope you had a good day. I got out, got some sun. I don't know if you guys can tell, maybe a little bit. It was up in the 70s today. It was nice. So thank you. I hope you had a good day too. Any messages coming through for you? Let's take a look here. What does Spirit have here for you? All right. We got the Justice card. Well, and the Strength card. So two major arcana coming in here. Leo energy with the Strength card is where I feel like the big energy is kind of coming in, or at least the initiatory energy, like the energy that initiates this balance of the Justice card, because the Justice card is about seeing things from a higher perspective that helps balance out the scales, helps you remove things from that lower scale of the small t truths rooted in fear, the expectations, etc. You're seeing things from this higher perspective. But the Strength card is, it's because you had the courage to step forward. And by that, it's also, because you're seeing things from your higher self. The Strength card usually has the maiden with the infinity symbol, which is our higher self, and then an animal of some kind, right? And that animals are human, the maiden is our higher self, and it talks about this relationship we have, this aha we get when we realize I'm more than this human character. This is a character, but the actor behind the character is a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. And there is this, uh, in connecting to your higher self, this is where you see the clarity and you realize, wow, when I'm looking at it from my human standpoint of all my conditioning and thus fears and want and need and all those lower vibration that come with that fear energy, fear of failure, fear of not being good enough, etc. Fear of rejection, ultimately. When we see it from that place of unconditional, eternal love, it's like standing on the moon, looking back at the earth, and everything seems so much smaller. And I feel like that is the big picture. It's step out onto the moon, step off into Mars, uh, go rotate around the sun, look back at the universe and go, wow, what a small little piece of our experience. It's this lifetime is one drop in the ocean of all the expressions that we get to experience. And it's kind of like putting things into perspective in a very gentle way. And I feel like that's the big message for you today is, off to the moon you go and look back at Earth and go, we don't need to sweat the small stuff and there is no big stuff. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you right now. Lotus of Serendipity. So many blessings to you. Then we have Swaroop Bobby. Hey, Swaroop. Good to see you. See if I can get your timestamp right here. There we go. There we are. So what's coming towards you the rest of this week? Let's see here. What's important that they want you to know here? These two. You've got the Emperor and the Nine of Plants. Yeah, there's this barrier, this Nine of Wands that's been keeping you back from something that you feel has been a barrier, something that you might have been hitting your head against the wall over and over and over and over again. But the Emperor energy is take a step back, clear the throne room, and I feel like they're saying here the problem of not the problem, but the source of why it's difficult to get through this thing is because you're approaching it from the mind when it how you get through it is approaching it from the heart. Because the emperor is clearing the throne room, getting out of your head, getting all the advisors, everyone else's opinion and information out of the throne room so you can sit in silence, reflect on your heart, close your eyes, get into your heart, then the answer comes. And then you make a plan and you bust through this wall and you're able to progress forward where you hadn't been able to go before. Because we're thinking it's our mind, but it's actually something in our heart that wanted to be expressed that helps you move through that. So close your eyes and open your heart and see what your heart tells you. It'll bring you the answers to help you break through whatever wall you feel you're hitting up against. All right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And we got Butterfly for 1436. Thank you again so much for all of your wonderful assistance in the chat. Appreciate that. So, hello, sweet friend. Happy day after hump day. So, a message from your guardians. Let's take a look here. All right. We have the Eight of Feathers and the Queen of Feathers. Wow. So, all this swords mental energy, but it's beautiful because the Queen of Swords has the Ace of Swords, which is the gift that allows you to cut away thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. I do feel here, in a way, with the Eight of Swords, this is a celebration of what you have been letting go of your thoughts and beliefs. And the Queen of, Swords is a beautiful balance between the head and the heart, and there's this wonderful awareness that our emotions are what are formed first in our life, because that's the part of our brain that develops first is the emotional, lower left brain, which 7 years old and younger, even back into the womb. And then our mind starts to develop, but one emotion can create like 1,000 thoughts around that emotion. Either if it's a good feel good emotion, it creates all these things to try to make that happen again. If it's an ugly, we don't wanna feel that way again emotion, then we create 1,000 beliefs to try to have that not happen again. So, there is this energy that's coming in with all this, um, about, you know, reflecting on the mind, but there's things that we can't approach an emotion through the mind. We have to approach emotion through the heart. We also can't approach the mind through the heart. We approach the mind through the mind. But if we approach an emotion and there's all these thoughts attached to it, if we transform an emotion, it automatically transforms the thoughts. So I feel like there's times that focusing on a belief is the pertinent thing to do, but really, in the long run, even though it's obviously more emotional to go the heart route, it is more productive for us to transform an emotion than all the stuff automatically changes along with it. So I feel like this is good information for you to know on how to approach some things that you're wanting to overcome, in your life. So hopefully that helps, a butterfly. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Jennifer, you are up. Jennifer Morales. So here is your timestamp. I think that's right. 417. Yeah. So you want to know, what are Dion's feelings after spending time together? All right, let's take a look here. What's going on with Dion's feelings? We got that one. And I feel like these two. So we do have the 10 of Pentacles, feeling abundance, feeling full of life here. So that's a positive, energy. It's a relationship energy. So we'll see what else is here. We got the 7 and the 8 of Swords. So I like this. I feel like they're really wanting to move past the 7 of Swords is they're aware of their own beliefs that have kept them from other relationships or other things in their life. But there's this progression with the 8 of Swords, which is them realizing that they get to release these and they feel like they want to this. I feel like this has a lot to do with relationships themselves, the fears they have, the expectations, the supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's. And I feel like they're wanting to overcome some of these past troubles, because this is the troublemaker, right? This meatloaf in between the ears, because it's basing our present and future projected from the past. It's all it knows. But when we question things and we learn something new, we can change things in our life. When we're running on autopilot, which usually when the 7 of Swords, we're running on the autopilot of old beliefs, then, we just keep repeating the same things over. But I feel like they want to change things. There's a movie called As Good as It Gets, and the character Jack Nichols is trying to date, is it Holly? I forget her name, but she's the waitress in the movie, and he's a bit he's supposed to take medication because he's like he has to like flip the switches and lock the door and can't walk on cracks in the street and stuff like that. And he's trying to get through to her that he cares a lot, and he's not doing a very good job in the scene that they're showing me in my head. But the wonderful thing that he says is like, "No, no, no, you don't understand. I'm starting to take my pills again." And she's like, And he goes, "Because knowing you has made me wanna be a better man." And it's like, oh, it's one of those great points in the movie. Spoiler alert, but, um but I love that because, there's this beautiful energy, um, around that, and I kinda feel like that's what they're like hanging around with you makes them want to try to not repeat the old stuff. They want a new experience, not keep repeating the old experiences they had. So I love that, Jennifer. That's a good thing. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we got Olivier Vacara. Hello, hello. We made it to you tonight. So let us take a look here. Here is your timestamp. And a general for the coming week. All right, let's see what we got here. We got that one. Do I want any of those others? What else? All right, this one here. So you've got the you got two nines. So you got the 9 of swords and the 9 of pentacles. So this coming week, there's this energy here. Feel like you're kind of in this it's reclusive kind of hermit energy, 2 nines. 9 is the hermit in the major arcana, right? Um, but this is about some fears that you're facing about being alone, about living alone, about trying to be self-sufficient. And I feel like you're facing these this week. This is they bubble up because I do feel like you're getting ready for these opportunities of movement, of feeling you've been around people for so much that going to somewhere where you don't know anyone can feel scary. And I feel like it's important for you this week to really look into that because there's some subconscious fears. Your inner child's going, scary, I don't want to go that way. Um, and it's reaffirming to yourself, like writing down, look at all the times I did so much on my own. And I feel like it's important for you to show yourself and your inner child the proof that we can make it on our own. We've done it before. I can move to not a strange city, but well, you can move to a strange city, but move for a different city where everyone's a stranger in the beginning. But that just means there's friends waiting to be made, right? And that you have no trouble making friends um and that will be fine, we'll be fine. I feel like that's the big kind of the big energy because I feel like that could be some of the energy below the surface that's keeping, these opportunities coming away because your little inner child's like, "Ooh, no, no, no." But provided the proof that you'd be okay, that I am safe, we are safe, and that can help. So I feel like that's what they have for you, Olivier. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Chelsea, 42354. So, Chelsea, here is your timestamp. Hey, Pink Aura Angel. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. Happy Thursday to you, Chelsea. So, you have a final step in the interview process with Company P tomorrow with their CEO. Who? How fun. Are you able to see if you'll get the job? Any advice? All right. Let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, will you get it? And any advice? So you've got the 3 of Pentacles with the will you get it. Be true to your authentic self. It is a creation energy. It's a positive energy. So this feels affirmative here. You have the 4 of feathers, the 4 of swords. The advice here is peace of mind, not not give them a piece of your mind. No, no, don't do that. This is being at peace. So I feel, whenever we're going for an interview or a test or giving a speech or whatever it may be, you know, test anxiety, interview anxiety, stage fright, it all happens when we have fears. And when we do that, we go out of our heads, out of our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, and we end up being a little child in those situations. And we can freeze or we can panic or whatever, right? And it's like when we get out of our head, when we face the fears, going, you know what? What's meant for me will never pass me by. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to have deep breaths. I'm going to be calm. I'm just going to go in knowing that I'm gonna do my best, and if that's not enough for them, then that's all right. Then I shouldn't be in that position because that's not the one for me then. There's something else that matches my energy. Um, so not saying you're not gonna get it. This is relieving it's facing the fear. So then you go in calm, and then you are true to yourself. You're not acting like a seven-year-old and under whenever we had our trauma, right? That's what comes in. We revert back to that age when we have a traumatic event. And, there's this calmness, this restfulness of mind going in, and then you're just smooth. You're just you. You're having a conversation. It's not a test. And I love this conversation that you guys have. You're just true to yourself. You're your creative self, and they love it. And I like that. So the key is peace of mind and be yourself. Be true to yourself, and then boom, boom. I feel like they feel like you're a great fit. So that is what they have for you. I love that too. All right. So that's what they have for you, Chelsea. Best of luck. You don't need it, but best of luck. All right. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Softly Me. You are up, still hanging out. You're very welcome. So Softly Me. Thank you for chilling with us. And there's your timestamp. So, a love reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit wants you to know about love? I got this and this here. Yay! Yeah, you've got the Judgment card here, and you've got the Seven of Wands too. Seven of Wands energy is, this being true to your authentic self, not it's like the sun shines. They don't ask permission to shine. They don't dim their light. They don't shrink themselves. They don't ask permission. They don't defend this is what I want. They are just themselves. If someone can't stand the heat, then they can get into the shade, right? Um, they're just showing you that, you know, they're they're not your energetic match. So when we shrink and we pretend to be or we try to be what we think everyone else wants us to be, then we're a facade, right? We're dimming our light, and then they come close to us, and then after a while we forget, and then we burn bright like the sun and we burn them up. Or we burn their butts and they're all, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah," and they run away because you know, they can't stand the heat. But if we're burning bright, then the fire resistant people are able to come in to our life and they match our energy. And I feel like this is the important thing. The Judgment card is like you're being called to the hilltops to shine bright and be yourself, because it's in being unique and being yourself that you stand out and that you are seen for love, rather than trying to fit into the crowd and you blend in and you don't stand out. They're like, it's important for you to follow that call to, do the things that you love to do. I do feel like with this energy that it is you, not just um rhetorically, is that what I'm trying to say? Rhetorically standing out, but physically you stand out. Either you're up on stage singing karaoke, or you're presenting, or in a wedding, or you're like, I don't know, there's like a bartender, how a bartender is separated back, or you're behind a booth where you're standing out and the crowd sees you. and then you see someone in the crowd and you're like, "Oh," and then they're looking at you and they're like, "Hey," and there's a zap. And then you guys, that's how I feel like you meet your next love, that's in your life. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, Softly Me, for now. So many blessings to you. All right, and I think that is 30 minutes of free readings. So sorry, I know we didn't get all. You're describing your job. Well, there you go. I love it. Cheers, cheers. Hmm. I love that for you. All right, let me update my little list here and we'll get back into our donations. You work behind a counter. How perfect. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So, Crystal, I see your additional donation. So, I'll get you on the list here. Oops. And let's see. I think I did those. I did those. Yep. Pink or Angel. There you are. Get you on the free list here. I'll let you guys know who's left on the free list here just to make sure, too. You're very welcome, Softly Me. All right. So for free readings, once I return back to those, we've got Blueberry, Sean G, Lauren Smith, Kat Mia, Allah, Divine Soul, Maria P, Debbie O, Ruby Grimm, and Pink or Angel. So what is that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like 10. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 10. All right. And then for donations, oops, let me just make sure here. Oh, we have a couple for Maria here, so I'll add that one down onto here as well. All right. So we've got Maria P, and then Lauren of Light, and then Crystal Ray, and then back to Maria P. I do believe, I do believe, I do believe, I do believe. All right. Let's see here. I think that is everyone. All right. So let us dive in here. So thank you guys again so much for your patience in getting to all Z readings. And Maria, so we got 4, 32, 32. You got all these repeating numbers. 244, 44, 344, 44, 432, 32. So here is all of these. Thank you for all these donations here. So that one's going to be this one here, right? All right. So let me remove that one here. So, Maria, you drank and you broke up with Wally. He said he's not doing changes now and is okay if you have a boyfriend. Wow. So drinking, not for you, it seems. Whenever you drink, things don't go well, does it? So I'm so sorry, my dear. So let's take a look here. So you have question marks after some of these, but I feel like these are more statements than questions. He said he's not doing changes now, and it's okay if you have a boyfriend. So, um, yeah, let's dive into that energy. Why is he feeling this way? Well, you broke up with him, right? Did you break up with him because he said that, or he said that after you broke up with him, right? It's important. Um, and then who is your soulmate? And let's take a look here. Details. And let's see. Okay, that's what we can have here, right? So why did he say that here? Yep, I feel here. I mean, we've got the 7 of Swords and the Page of Swords. There's a lot of clarity that comes in here. And, you know, I know that one of the big things that we'd been coming up a lot, right, is his he never was quite sure that you were choosing him, right? He always had this inkling that, um, he was good for now for you, but that you really even though you were saying the stuff and doing the stuff, he always had and he's a Scorpio, right? So he always had this inkling down below that you were talking to other people, looking at other options, that you weren't happy, and that you were, with all this feathers energy, that's the thinking that a lot of expectations and things. And I feel like they were taking their time and not rushing to, you know, change their entire life because they weren't sure. And it makes sense because there was times they're bringing back, like, what is there, 5 times maybe that you drank over the last year and a half, that when you did, you guys broke up and you walked away. You broke up with them. You left, you left, you left, which is one of his biggest fears. And when he was like, "I'm not convinced that you won't leave me if I don't do everything you want me to do," and so I feel like that's why I'm not ready to make changes because 'cause I'm not confident that you are choosing me no matter what. I feel like he's thinking you choose me when I'm doing everything that you want me to do enough, but when I'm not doing everything, then you unchoose me. And he doesn't like that instability. So I feel like that's kind of this I'm not doing changes now. So you can have a boyfriend, you can go do and be who you want to be. 'Cause I'm realizing, that's really what you want. I feel like that's what he feels. That's really what you want. You want you wanted a reason to break up with me, I feel is like what he's thinking. Who is your soulmate? You got the 5 of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords. Well, I feel like, Spirit is saying here before you move on to anyone else, that it's time to look at this 5 of Pentacles, which is the fear of abandonment, fear of not being enough, not having enough, being left out in the cold, being left behind. And the Ace of Swords is about gaining clarity around that, because otherwise, we'll keep drawing in mirrors that are reflecting that back for you, right? And I feel like you're tired of doing what you've always done and getting what you've always gotten. And if we don't take the time to reflect on that and to transform that, we'll keep repeating the same cycles, right? So I feel like they're saying here, well, before we get into that, maybe they're going to give you a little tidbit here. We'll see what this is here. But they're saying before you look at trying to go on to someone else, maybe it's time to stop. Don't have any more relationships for a while. Stop, jumping from another relationship and then into another one, into another one, into another one. I know I was a serial monogamist. It was how many years? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I did have a 3-year stint in the middle, but more or less 12 years. I finally stopped and reflected and went, "Oh." So, you don't have to repeat that. But so, I feel like it's important for you to stop and get to the root of why I'm choosing the emotionally unavailable people. Is it because I'm emotionally unavailable to myself? Some things to look at here, right? Um, you do have the 8 of Fishes, the 8 of Cups, which does talk about it's important to let go of some old emotions that don't serve you anymore. Because I feel like your emotional bank is like so empty. It's important for you to look at the emotions, especially the emotions that are below the surface that are pushed down and suppressed. These sadness and this anger that you weren't allowed to feel when you were 7 years old or younger. I feel like that's where a lot of emotional energy is a lot of charged emotion down there that hasn't been looked at. And that's important, for that. You know, counseling is not a dirty word anymore. And, back when I went into it, it wasn't badly looked at, but it wasn't as highly encouraged as it is these days. Gosh, when was that? Back in probably the 90s. I know, probably before you were born. But but it helps. They help give you tools, they give you perspectives. They help you release these things so they stop impacting you. So if you have that ability, through your insurance or whatever, with all this emotional energy and seeing it differently, I feel like it's important for you. It'll be so freeing for you because you're tired of repeating the old cycles, right? You do have the 3 of Wands. Yeah, I feel like you're gonna end up going a different direction than you ever have before with this new information, and, yeah, the Queen of Feathers, there is someone that is truly compatible for you. Yeah, and you got the King of Wands. So you have the King of Wands. There is a fire sign out there. So you got the King of Wands, who behind the scenes has swords, and you have the Queen of Swords. So you guys are able to communicate really well. You have emotions behind the scenes as the Queen, and the King, of course, rules over fire as well. So I do feel like, there is someone that fits more like a glove, has this fiery, passionate energy, but the ability to communicate too. But before we do all that, it's important to find out what's all this old beliefs, old emotions that don't serve you anymore so that you can move forward, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit, my dear. I know, but maybe curb the drinking too. I know. All right. Wow. You have Mark Shelley. Look at this. It says, "The beginning is always today." And it even says on the back, "Every moment is a fresh start, and I embrace new beginnings." Your daily action is let go of yesterday's regrets, start fresh with one intentional step forward. And if that is counseling, I feel like it's going to be a life changer for you if you're able to do that. Right. So that is what they have for that one. We'll circle back around for your number 5, I believe, and then your free reading. Did we do your free reading yet? No, we did not do your free reading yet. So we'll circle back around for that too. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. So, Lauren of Light, are you still awake, Lauren? Are you still here? Hello, hello. If not, I understand. So, Lauren, thank you for your donation via the Cash App. Whoops. Of course, you're here. Of course. There it is. You're like, of course, I'm hanging out. So, thank you again so much for your donation. So, you're in your power today, and he's chasing a bit. Yeah, he's scared to lose you. I did send you, I haven't checked my Instagram from earlier, but I did send you something on Instagram about avoidance, avoidant, you know, people who are avoidant. And so if you haven't checked that out, I wanted to make sure you knew that I had sent that over there. So yeah, of course. And this is the pattern. That's why I mentioned that, because that's the pattern. Avoidance get overwhelmed, they run, and then when they calm down, they return back, and then something triggers them. They run, they calm down, they return, and it's the pattern that keeps happening, right? So let's take a look here. What is he thinking and feeling right now? So what is he thinking? All right. Come on. And then what is he feeling? Okay. And then his next action to you, those. Will he finally break and unleash his truth? Oh, that's almost sounds scary, but we'll take a look here. No, it would be healthy if he did. When will you see him? Let's do a when card here based on current energies. Okay. Okay. And the seen and the unseen. How does he feel about you? What do you need to know about this meeting with the CEO Monday? Okay. And money coming in. Okay. And then what's holding him back and over the next 5 days? Nope, none of those. Got 1, 2. Nope. 3, 4, 5. Well, I'm going to give you a card for each day if I can use my hands. Okay, so it's this way. All right. So let us dive in. I think I have all the cards here. Up first is what is he thinking? So what's going on in his head? Yeah, of course. We got the 2 of Cups. So he is thinking about relationship and how important your relationship is. The 4 of Cups, there is that energy, the 4 of Cups is that stagnant emotional energy. And I feel like he's, you know, thinking about how important the relationship is, but his thoughts are all like, I bet you're just sick of this. I'm sick of this repeating cycle that I do, and I'm sure you're sick of this too. And you're wanting change, and I'm wanting change as well. And these 2 cards underneath that, yeah, we have the Hierophant. They are trying to see things from a different perspective. And we have the Judgment card too, which is, the calling kind of energy. Wanting to see, um, it is that's that pull. I want more. I want different things, but I feel like one of your cards. What is he resisting? Was it? I feel like we'll get to that. Oh, what's holding him back? That's it. Because I feel like there's this pull. It's like someone's reached in and grabbed his soul and it's pulling him, and he's like, no, So we'll find out what's holding him back. But he's wanting to change his mind. He's like, I want to change this, but I don't know how. You know, what is he feeling? Yeah, I know. We got the Page of Wands. He's feeling a bit passionate and fiery, and a bit sorrowful. That 5 of Cups, energy is, feeling low, emotionally low. And it is that feeling of, um, not so much desperation as much of it as it being like, what is this emotion? It is a heavy sigh. It's not desperate, but I'm at my wit's end, if that makes sense, kind of energy. I'm just like, I don't know what to do. Frustrated, kind of at wit's end energy. Also have the 8 of Plants. So, you know, it's like, and you know this, right? That when they're not able to express emotion, it comes pouring out of their passion, right? Out of their attraction energy. Like that one night, right? You're like, whoa. Um, so it comes flooding that when emotion flows with all that energy, that's what happened that one night. But this is like, I feel like they're very much rerouting all this emotional energy into something that they can handle, which is passion, 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 and desire, as well. But they're really caught up in their mind, and so the mind is sparking and their passion is sparking, and I feel like their emotions are paused, muted, being contained kind of energy. His next action to you, yeah, we've got the 3 of swords here. This is heartbreak energy. What is this about? We've got the 10 of pentacles, and we have the 6 of cups. Yeah, right. It's kind of the cycle, and this is what this is. And so you have heartbreak, relationship. Well, it's more, um well, I guess those 2 kinda go together because the 6 of cups is the return of someone, right? It's the heartbreak, then relationship energy. I return, heartbreak, relationship energy, return, heartbreak. That's the cycle. And that's actually the video I think I sent you on Instagram, is that's the cycle of an avoidant, you know. They freak out, they run away, they return back into your life. So this is their next action, is same old cycle, right? They they break up, heartbreak, expectation, disappointment, expectations, and then they calm down and they look at the fullness of relationship with the 10 of pentacles, and then they try to return back, and then they do, and then they freak out and go through the process. It's, you know, what is it? Rinse, wash, repeat, kind of whatever that is. So I kind of feel like that's kind of what the next actions is. It's I'm repeating my cycle, and and as long as we continue to repeat our cycle, then the cycle between the two of us repeats, which is what that video on Instagram talks about. So let's see here. Will he finally break and unleash his truth? We've got the Ace of Cups and we got the Tower card. I mean, that maybe that is because that Tower card is the lightning strikes and removed, but I feel like that's what it's going to take, is something so big like a tower in order to do it. Um, it feels like something, and this makes sense, right? Um, there's this, um, it takes an external lightning bolt to hit the tower to burn it down. The tower just doesn't crumble on its own. So I feel like it's going to need external help for them to break and unleash their truth. I don't feel like they can do it on their own. They're going to have to take the action to go somewhere to have someone help them do it. And we talked about it before, right? It's like an alcoholic that is going to try to do it on their own. Some people are strong enough to do it, but if you're a severe alcoholic, which I feel like he has severe avoidant tendencies, he needs to get um, professional assistance so they can give him tools to help him through it, right? Yeah, I mean, when he does this in the future, then um, then he would tell you as part of his 12-step program. It's not alcoholism, but they have part of the process is I've got to be truthful and honest about it. And it talks about it in that, again, I keep on repeating that video, but they keep bringing it back up to me. Um, that it takes them independently facing their own anxiety, their avoidant tendencies, and to stop themselves from running and learning how to do that. And as you are learning why you go into your patterns like we all do, right? And you learn independently, but they have to learn it independently. They it can't be done together. They have to deal it. They have to do it, right? So I feel like that's kind of what they say there. When will you see him based on current energies? You have May 1st to May 10th, which this is the 6 of Pentacles. And this is, this is just this ending energy, but it's Moon in Taurus, which is tomorrow, right? So I do feel like you may see him tomorrow um, with this Taurus moon energy, or while the moon is in Taurus, which is this weekend, right? Yeah, this weekend, because it's this entire weekend, right? Well, Sunday, it goes into Gemini. So yeah, it's the moon is in Taurus right now. It just went in there at 8:31 p.m. my time, 10:31 Eastern time. And all day tomorrow, all day Saturday, and then the early wee hours on Sunday. It's like 6:26 a.m. Eastern time. Uh, whoop, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. That's when, Mercury enters Gemini. The moon enters Gemini Saturday night at 10:23 PM. So, um, I feel like it's that kind of energy, coming in there, right? Alright, and then what is seen and unseen? Well, the seen here, yeah, we have the World card, there is this necessity of the pattern needs to end. We need to end the cycle. And there needs to be a new beginning energy, right? So we know this. I feel like that's the scene. We know that we can't keep doing this, um period. The unseen is the underneath here. We've got the Knight of Pentacles, slow moving knight, but it is the quest of understanding our worth. We've got the Queen of Pentacles that's underneath here, and the Queen of Cups as well. So, of course, we know with this, it's going to take time. That's the, patience, bah, humbug, but it's going to take time for them to transform, things with this Knight of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles, it's all about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Queen of Cups is all about getting into our emotions and understand our emotions and all that, right? So I definitely feel like, the unseen is all of the emotional work and the nurturing, that self nurturing that they need to do, and that it's going to take time. Um, And I feel like we're all on a quest for our self-worth, and he's been on it, but I feel like it's really coming to ahead of the importance that this has to be a priority for him, right? All right, let me move these other cards over here. I just need to make some space because I went way over here on the side of the desk here. So let's get these where I can see them. All right. So let's see what we got here. So now, how does he feel about you? We have one card for that right now. Yep, the High Priestess. Well, but this is you, right? you know, they see you as someone that's, away in your High Priestess temple. You want to be by yourself. You're very in tune. You're very capable of your emotions. You see the unseen. You see things they don't see. And it scares them a little bit that you know them better than they know themselves. And I feel like right now, it's almost like a princess in a tower kind of energy is how he feels. And there's a lot of hidden emotion below the surface in the High Priestess too. So I feel again he's keeping his emotions very secretive, very contained and far away because he's scared, right? Which is the pattern. Um, what do you need to know, okay, about this meeting with your CEO on Monday? Alright, so we'll jump into those real quick here. So you've got the 4 of feathers, the 4 of swords, um, and you also have the justice card. Yeah, this beautiful balancing energy. The 2 of pentacles, balance, balance, balance. You need to do whatever you can to release, release this energy and this connection with the avoidant. Because this is what makes you out of balance, right? And I know you love him to death. I know you love him to death, but I feel like part of what has to happen, um, you know, is the release, because that could be the tower, that could be the lightning bolt, the tower that makes him, change, or desire to go do something about it. But until we do the because you need to go in balanced, you need to go clear-headed, you need to go in, letting go of all these mindsets, getting out of your head, and, give them to God, you know? Say, "You know what? This is out of my hands. I can't do anything about them. They have to do it. Creator, here, they're yours. I'm gonna take care of me. They're yours, and I need to focus in on me," kind of energy that comes in here, right? Balance, 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 kind of energy. Because is there money coming in because of this? Well, can be. You got the wheel of fortune, but the 8 of swords is cutting away, getting out of your mind, these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that limit you, that make you feel constricted and limited. And and I feel like, channel your inner Aquarius energy. Do you have Aquarius anywhere in your chart? What's in your um 11th house? It's like, I've gotta grasp my where's your Uranus? You're like, "I need to embrace my Uranus. I need to take all of this emotion." Oh, your rising sign. Oh, good, perfect. So, you have the capacity and the ability to take all this emotion and a Capricorn. Oh, yeah, that's right. And this Capricorn, yeah, you're on the cusp too of Aquarius. So you have the ability to go all this emotion, whoosh, shrink wrap it into a little Tupperware container, burp it, and put it away to the refrigerator. Go, I'm going to save this for later because I can compartmentalize and I don't need to feel everything. In fact, I have the ability to so step into that power that you have with both that Capricorn, and Aquarius rising, and you're on the cusp of Aquarius, I believe. Um, and uh, and it's important for you to do that because that 8 of swords is, it's like, I've gotta be able to contain all this so that I can focus in on, what I'm doing. So so I feel like money can come in if you can contain all that, because you need to be not distracted and you're like, "It's okay, I can do this. I release this to the creator. I put all this, and this is I've done enough of this for now. Just and off it goes into the refrigerator, not the freezer, just the refrigerator. And I need to focus on me right now, and they need to go focus on them. And this is important, you know. What is holding him back? The devil. You knew it. He's got a demon. Explains it all. You just need to get some holy water and a Catholic priest. Boom, boom, boom. Get him squared away. But there is long held, it is his mind, right? I mean, what's holding us back? His mindset, his overthinking, the fears, the long held that these fears that have been with them for a very long time. That's what freaks them out. What's holding them back is this trigger that happens that takes him in to that fight or flight mode, and um he can't help it. It's like, those little motorcycles where you have the little thing where you spin, zin, 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 and then you hit the little button and it sends it off. They're like, I can't help it. I get riled up and then my button gets hit and then I'm off. I can't stop myself. And this is a belief. It's so ingrained. It's an addiction. The devil card is that addictive energy, the avoiding. I'm addicted to avoidance and I need something to change, right? So I feel like that is what's holding him back. And then the next 5 days, let's take a look here. Actually got 5 cards. So let's see what's going over here over the next 5 days. So day 1, yeah, endings and beginnings energy, death and rebirth, right? Day 2, we have the Ace of Plants, Ace of Wands, action and movement, creation, right? We have endings on one day and then beginnings on the next day. Which, like that tracks, right? Day 3, we have Leo energy, courage, strength, stepping forward. So there's that strength energy, right? Let's see. Is today day 1 or is tomorrow day 1? So it'd be Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the strength card, right? Um, Monday, we have the Page of Feathers, the Page of Swords. So new heightened communication that comes in there. And then day 5, we have Temperance, patience, haltering again, and pausing energy. So, and it makes sense. This just feels like that pattern that we've been talking about, right? There's endings and then beginnings, and then fire, Leo, strength, courage, stepping forward. Then I get into my head with my swords, and then things come to a halt, and then things end. And then they begin, and then I get the courage, the strength, go forward. Um, there's communication, there's clarity. I get into my head, bzz, things go to a hold, then we go back to death again. It's just, these 5 days I feel like is the pattern that you recognize, and I feel like you're seeing it more and more and more and more clearly as it happens. It's been because it used to happen greater distances in between, but it feels like it's just accelerated, right? But I feel like it's because your awareness has changed and you've changed, and that's what freaks them out, is that you're not acting the way, um, you know, that you used to, and that kind of makes him more unstable because he's like, "Whoa, wait a minute, you're actually having boundaries." Mhm. "Well, wait a minute. You're not chasing me." "No." "Well, you kind of have a couple times, right? But not like you did before, less and less, to where they're like, "Wait, you're usually chase me faster and longer and harder, but you've been hesitant in doing it." And they're like, "Well, wait a minute, what happened?" So so, yeah. So there you go. Let's get what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You do get one of these Oracles of the Rift Walker. Let's see what wonderful gleaning of wisdom can you share with us this evening, please? What do we have for Sister Lauren? This one here, all right. And you've got the Ferryman's Toll. I love it. Number 1. Whoops. Beautiful energy. What price are you willing to pay to arrive at destiny's door. Uh-oh, what is this? It is the number one card, the magician, right? It says, no one crosses unchanged. No one crosses alone. The toll is not always gold. Sometimes it's truth, a name, a wound, a dream you must leave behind. The message is you're in a moment of crossing, a threshold between what was and what will be. The ferryman appears when your soul is ready to journey into a new stage, but not without cost. This is a sacred transaction. Transformation always asks something of you. What will you surrender in order to move forward? The toll may be an outdated belief, a toxic attachment, a comfort you've outgrown, a version of yourself you can no longer carry. This is not punishment, it is passage. Pay willingly and be reborn. The shadow energy says you may be resisting change because you fear the cost. You want the new path, but not the letting go it requires. Or perhaps you've already paid too much and wonder why you're still stuck on the shore. The toll is only ever meant to free you, not drain you. Check that you're not trying to overpay, prove your worth, or cross rivers not meant for you. Two reflection questions. What am I being asked to release before I can move forward? What toll have I already paid that I need to honor as sacred? Wow. Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. Yeah, you know. Let me just grab these real quick here. Come on. I'll take a picture of these for you as well. All right. Come on. There it is. Oh, it'll be sideways, but you can correct it. You're super handy. You can do that. All right. So that's on its way to you, my dear. What a perfect card, though. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. But yeah, and definitely check out that Instagram that I sent you as well. Because when I saw it, one, the avoidant really stood out. Um, but I feel like and I feel like their channel has a lot of that good awareness, which validation and confirmation for you mainly there. So so that's what they have for you, my dear. So hang in there. I know we're definitely in a time of transition for a lot of us, it sounds like. So buckle up, buttercups. Ching ching. It is the year of the fire horse. So giddy up and yeehaw, right? So love you. Hang in there. All right. Let's see here. I got Pinky or Angel there. We got Healing Sparsh. Hello, hello. I'll get you added on to the free list here. And Livier, you're very welcome if you're still watching. Hello, hello. And you're welcome, Jennifer. I see you there too. And we got May. Hey, May. Good to see you. We'll get you onto the free list here too. And I think that's it. Yeah. All right. So for donations, we have Crystal up next and then Maria P. And then we'll head back into free readings. I did complete 30 minutes of free readings. And I think I have a list here, probably what, 3, 4, 5, got about 12, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I've got 12 free readings left as well, which I know I need to start cutting off here soon. I'm at 5 hours right now. So I might need to start, but we'll see. Spirit might give me a second wind. You just never know. All right. So, Crystal, you're up 51503. And this is for number 3. Thank you again so much for your multiple donations. Let's give that a love and a like here. I think that puts you up here to, yeah, this will be, you'll get a one of these Oracle of the Rift water because you've made 3 donations that have put you over $5. So you get one of these for your fortune cookies. So those are fun. All right. So I want to know, did Corey see your recent texts and their thoughts? All right. Let's take a look here. So first of all, did they see him? All right. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Yeah. Got Ace of Wands energy. Ace of, Ace of Wands. I call it Ace of Plants in here. This would be a action energy. I did see it energy. And then let's see what their thoughts were here. It almost feels like just, you know, have they seen my text? Just like just now, literally like, I feel like they're looking at their phone like right now and they just saw them. So let's see what their thoughts are on here. Feel like on the bottom of the deck with the 2 of swords, this is the power of story. And I feel I got this energy of I'm trying to I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Not like I'm not understanding what you're saying, but I'm kind of like reading between the lines of what are you really saying, kind of energy. We have the 9 of wands, so their thoughts are, you know, feel like they're kind of shielded. No, they didn't block you. Yeah, block. But I feel like they're kind of shielded. It feels like their passions, their energy is kind of this shieldedness kind of energy, right? Let's see what's in here. Oh, what is this? What is this little bug? What are you? Well, you're a flying bug. I don't want to kill you, so can you leave my reading, please? You're not invited. Go over there. Okay. No, you're not bugging them. There's a bug appeared in your reading. But I feel like they kind of are shielded from a lot of things, a lot of they're in like this hermity mode. I kind of feel like they're just kind of being to themselves kind of energy. It's like the world is bugging them, not you, but they feel kind of just bugged by everything in the world, and I just need some alone time. It's like I feel like this 9 of wands kind of energy. I got the Leo energy here. So as far as thoughts, this is sun ruled by the sun energy. Um, I like this boldness because I feel like there's attractiveness with this energy when it comes in. With this, we do have the Ace of Swords. So again, they're seeking clarity, but I feel like they will respond to you here. But I like they like your confidence or your boldness. I don't know in what you were saying. I don't know if you meant it to be bold, but I feel like they're seeing it as courageous and bold for some reason. Yeah, I've got the Queen of Wands even, this fiery energy. So again, kind of spiciness around this. Not, their thoughts are like, wow. Um, I just feel like it has definitely sparked both mind and like passion, energetic attraction kind of energy that's here. Yeah, and the 7 of wands, they see you as, again, here's the sun energy. Like, you're shining bright, you're being yourself, they love that. Maybe that's the boldness, the courage is you're just being you, you're not worried about trying to be what you think everyone else wants you to be. You're kinda like, "Hey, blah, blah, blah," and you're yourself. They love that about you. Um, but I feel like there any delay and even got the Knight of Pentacles on the bottom, which is slow progress, slow response. This isn't about what you said or about you. It's about they're, bugged by the world right now. And so they're kind of just reclusive. But I feel like they're going to respond to you before they respond to a lot of other people. Um, so whatever they're feeling today, I feel like this weekend, you will get a response. If not tonight, because I feel like literally they kind of are looking at it right now. Um, but I feel like the rest of the world, they're kind of like, but I feel like the way your energy is coming across, very fiery, passionate, and here I am kind of energy. They like it. And I feel like there's not expectations attached. They feel like you're just being you. Um, and so they're like kind of percolating over what you've said. And again, trying to see what is there something in between the lines here? And I feel like they're realizing, no, you are you. You're like, here it is. I don't, like, you're not a game player. You're not you know, you need a secret decoder ring to understand my text. No, I'm saying what I'm saying. If you have questions, just ask, kind of energy. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here with the Oracle of the Rift Walker. Okay. You got the Womb of Valleys. Ooh, beautiful card. Number 29 that says, the fertile ground where dreams take root and life begins anew. So let's take a look here. So your invocation is, I am the quiet cradle, the soft earth that holds the seed. In my depths, all growth is born, nourished by patience and sacred care. The womb of the valleys is the sacred place of nurturing, abundance, and renewal. It honors the quiet power of the valley as the fertile ground where crops grow, rivers nourish, and life is sustained. This card calls forth the divine feminine energy of creation, patience, and trust in natural cycles. There you go. This card invites you to trust the slow and steady unfolding of your goals. It invites you to nurture your ideas, relationships, and spirit with care and patience. They've only said patience 3 times, right? Honor the unseen roots that feed your growth and abundance, and recognize that true fertility is not rush, but receptivity. The shadow side of the card is impatience with growth or process, neglecting self care or boundaries in nurturing others, fear of vulnerability or surrender, feeling barren or disconnected from your natural abundance. 4 reflection questions are, what seeds am I ready to plant? How can I nurture myself and my dreams more deeply? Where do I resist the natural rhythms of growth? And how do I honor the sacred cycle of giving and receiving? Ooh, some good reflection on there. But I love that. So hopefully that helps, Crystal. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And I'm very grateful. All right. Sorry. I think I got something in my beard. Okay. All righty. So we are circling back here. So we've got Maria P for number 524 13. So Maria, here is all of your timestamps. So thank you so much for all these donations this eve. And here is your questions. So let's dive into your life. What to look forward to for work, love, and life. Message from Spirit. Let's take a look here. And because of all your donations do add up to $5 or more, for your this last of your fortune cookies, you do get one of these Rift Walker as well. So let's take a look here. So, what to look forward to for work, love, and life? Whoa, simmer down. All right. And then message from Spirit. I feel like your fortune cookie is going to be your message from Spirit because it's a longer one there. So I feel like we're going to pull that from there. Anything else about? So this is work, this is love, and this is life. All right, all right, all right. So for work, you do have the Four of Swords coming in, along with the Queen of Swords coming in here. Underneath those, you do have, oh my gosh, the Nine of Swords. So there's a lot of mental energy coming in with these three. Um, underneath the surface, there is this fear, there is this expectation that's, when we're looking at work and it's all mind, that's, you've been getting a lot of messages about, we're doing things out of fear or out of supposed to, should, need to, have to, must, expectation kind of energy, but the heart's not in it, And I feel like a lot of what's unfolding at work has to do with, I got to make money. I've got kids to support. I've got to make this life. I've got to do these things. And our mind will take us into boxing us in, going, you can't follow your heart. You won't make enough money to, live up to the lifestyle you want and take care of, your children and everything too, right? And they're like, but when you follow your heart, your mind will support it, especially with the Queen of Swords, something that both your mind and your heart agree that there is something out there that makes your heart leap with joy and you love, and that also your mind supports and, still maintains the responsibility. So I feel like it's a great time in your life right now with everything that's kind of moving out and giving you a lot of time and space, right? To really go, what is it that I want to do with my life? You know, now that you've kind of cleared out relationship energy for a moment, right? It's, what do I want to, how do I want to share my love with the world in my own special way? What kind of legacy, how do I want to, what impact do I want to leave on the world kind of energy? And I feel like that's an important time for you with that. For love, you do have the Knight of Cups. Yeah, you're on the quest of self love with that Knight of Cups. You've got the Nine of Cups, which is your emotional dream come true. And underneath that, you do have the Ace of Cups, your self love. You can't make that up that like all mental energy for your job, all emotional energy for love. But all of these do point to this because the nine is the hermit's energy. So your emotional dream come true is you. You're learning here with love that the love you've been looking for is you. You are the love of your life. And I know when we're in that, well, no, I want love on the outside. Yeah, I will find that. But they can never give you the love that you're looking for. You are the only one that can give you the love that you're looking for. And so this journey of going inward to find the Ace of Cups, the Knight of Cups is on the quest of finding the Ace of Cups. And the Nine of Cups is like, that's when we find that love in us. Then we fill up and we overflow. Then the love of the outside world, we don't stop wanting it. We just stop needing it because we feel the fullness inward changes how we perceive love in the outside world from lacking all the time, right? Lack, 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 disappointment to abundance and overflowing. So it is an important energy. Again, they're kind of bringing in the counseling angle is important to release old emotions that don't serve so that you can find your self love. And that changes the cycle of looking for love in all the wrong places, right? Outside of us, falling short. Then we get sad and upset. Um, then we find someone else on the outside world. And then disappointment, we come back inside and we keep repeating it. It all points us inward in there. And then life, you do have the Six of Swords. This is about letting go of some old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher place. There is a lot of movement energy here as you change your mindsets and how you're looking at things when you look at it from a higher place instead of the human place from fear. It does allow things to change and move in your outside world. It allows you to bust through some barriers that you've been hitting up against here with the Nine of Wands. You have the Three of Pentacles, which is creation energy. And there is this about becoming more and more and more true to your authentic self here. And with this Six of Cups energy, this is child energy. And I feel like it is a time of really getting to know your children in a different way because it feels like they're reaching some ages where they are changing personalities. I don't think, are they teenagers yet? You're like, oh no, hell no. But I do feel like a big part of your life focus is I'm focusing in on me. I'm focusing in on my children. I'm really trying to understand what it is my passion of life, you know, what is my why? What do I want to, share with the world? So I kind of feel like this is where you're at in this time of your life here. And let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here. This is the extra special message from Spirit here. Let me just put these cards back in here. And you got the Oracle of the Rift Walker. All right. Yeah, I like it. Wild horses. It says, run like the wind, run, run, run wild. I like it. Get out of your head, get out of the stables, go run. I will not be bridled by fear. I was born to run, not away, but toward the horizon. When wild horses appears, the soul is calling for movement, raw, untamed, and deeply instinctual, not from the head, right? Excuse me. This is not a polite nudge, but a thundering force inside you that refuses to be broken. It's time to break free from the fences you've built around your power. The wind does not ask permission to blow, and neither should you. This card speaks to the vital life force that rises when you answer your inner wildness. Whether it's a leap into change, the pursuit of freedom, or the reclaiming of your own narrative, wild horses urge you to run without apology. Trust in your pace, trust in your path. You were not meant for small enclosures or softened strides. You were made to gallop with the storm and chase the lightning that lives inside you. The shadow side of this card is restlessness without direction, fear of commitment or grounding, self sabotage disguised as freedom, running from rather than toward. Reflection, you got three here questions. What have I outgrown and why am I still staying? Where am I bracing when I should be running? And am I confusing chaos with freedom, or have I simply forgotten how to be wild. I love that for you. So, what a beautiful card. So, hang in there, my dear. Thank you again so much for all of your donations. And I know it's rough right now, but you've been through many, many worse things in your life, and you've overcome 100% of every single one of those. Um, so you got a great track record. So you will thrive through whatever comes forward here. So many blessings, Maria. You're very welcome, Crystal. Thank you so much for all your donations. All right, everybody. So that is it for donations for this evening. I need to kind of cut it off here. I got about 12 free readings, so we will dive into those, and then that's where we'll be. So next we got Blueberry 53532. So Blueberry, there is yours. And you wanted a general read. Let's see here. What does Spirit have for you? Boom, boom. So you've got the Strength card and the Tower card. Ooh, two major arcana. But don't be scared. The Tower card is that, of course, that means something or someone is being removed out of your life, and obstacles being removed to make space for something that's more in alignment with your higher self. It's clearing the road for you to be able to move forward. And the Strength card is that you have the strength, you have the courage, that you might even be jumping out of this tower before it gets hit by lightning instead of being blasted out of it. And I feel like, whatever this is that needs this person that needs to be out, or the situation that needs to leave your life, it feels like you're very aware of it because you have the ability to go, you know what? I'm done. I'm out. Then you won't experience the lightning shock that blasts, us out of the tower, um, in a gentle way, of course. But I like this, for you because I feel like you're ready for this change. And sometimes we've had enough, and what it has is, it goes, it's when my fears outweigh the ugly feeling of being in the situation we're in, I don't act. When the ugly feeling outweighs the fears, then that's the courage. And we're just like, I'm done. I'm doing this anyway. Even if I fear it, I'm doing it anyway. And if not, the tower comes and it does it for us. So either way, there's no judgment. It's just like, yeah, you can hear the countdown and jump out beforehand, or you can have some electric shock therapy free of charge from the universe, but they're doing it for us, not to us. And I feel like that's important to know. So that is what they have for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Sean G, thank you so much for your donations earlier. And here is your timestamp for your free reading. Boom, boom, boom. And what's going on with your love life? Right. Let's see here. Oh, it's right here. Boom, boom. You've got the 9 of feathers and the 2 of feathers. You're going through a little period here of changing of stories, changing of expectations. 9 of swords is the nightmare and insomnia card, but it's also, you're getting to this point of like, I'm just exhausted trying to live up to what I think I'm supposed to do, should do, need to do, have to do, must do. And I'm tired of trying to get other people to be who they're supposed to be, right? I'm tired of the disappointment when people aren't living up to these, what I need them to be for me. Well, the 2 of feathers, the 2 of swords is the power of the story where you get to choose what things mean. And when we're on autopilot, we will revert back to, oh, when they do this, this means this. But we're like, does it though? Or does what they're doing mean something about them? And I get to change my story around it. And as long as we have expectations, we're focusing on who someone's not being instead of changing our story and being grateful for who someone is being, then we get more of that. And the more we tell people what we love about what they're doing, they do more. When we start, internally, people pick up on our energy, right? If I'm judging them internally going, "Oh, what a loser, you're slacking, you're falling short." They pick that up because 'cause they're not getting all the praise and, positive reinforcement. They're getting the looks, right? So, I feel like for love right now, it's kind of slowing down to give you an opportunity to question a lot of stories you have around what people's actions were, what they meant, and going, "I'm changing the story around these." In fact, they're showing me like a painting of what you've painted around. It's like, this is what this represents, and it's a dark painting with black and dark, dark reds and greens, dark, dark olive greens, and dark, dark, uh, blues, um, indigo, like dark, almost purple. And it's dried, and this is the old story, and you're taking it, and you're taking this big brush and your white paint, you're just whitewashing it, letting it dry, and you're creating a new story around what it means. And this is your creative energy coming in that I get to change the story of what this means. Is that really what it means? That's what I was told it's supposed to mean, but it doesn't mean that. I like that for you. I just feel like this is the important time for you because otherwise we're gonna keep doing what we've always done and get what we've always gotten. It's time to change the story. So I like that. All right, so that's what they have for you, Shanji. Many blessings. And then we got Lauren Smith. You are up 54120 is for your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And when Philippe sees your Instagram story that mentions how you detach after feeling disrespected, will it click for him that maybe he messed up with you? Or maybe he'll just not think too deep into it? B, but let's take a look here. I don't feel like they are looking for self-reflection, the energy that I'm picking up. I feel like, um, yeah, I don't feel like they're thinking anyone. Surely they're not talking about me. I don't feel like it crosses their mind here. Yeah, the World card. They're all about, ending of cycles, new beginnings without expectations or, you know those things. Yeah, we've got I just put this card back in. We got the 2 of Swords, the Power of Story, the 6 of Swords, leaving old ways of thinking behind, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. I just get this energy of they choose a story of, "Oh, this isn't about me." Um, because especially with this World card, which when we move the last card in the major arcana starts off with the 0 card with no expectations, no definitions, just possibility and adventure. They don't get caught up into all of the, well, this happens when people do this, people do that, and, etc. So I feel like, nah, I feel like they just don't think too much into it. In fact, I feel like a lot of this energy here is a beautiful self-reflection for us, right? Because when we detach after feeling disrespected, what and this is so personal for me. If you listen to my podcast, especially it's within the first 5 episodes because I talk about my relationships and what I learned from them. One of the big things I learned was how I felt so disrespected in my relationships, either by being cheated on or how someone spoke to me, down to me, and how I felt used, for my money and, for my home, and how I felt someone was trying to fit me in between the important things in life. And what a big eye opener it was when I read a book. It said, "What are you looking for in a partner?" And I was like, "Well, I felt so disrespected. I wanted someone who respected me, right? Well, this book went flying across the room when the next sentence after I answered the question said, "What you're looking for in someone else, you need to find within yourself." Oh, it went flying. And I went and picked it up almost immediately because as I sat there and they gently showed me examples of how I would give up my life. I mean, for one person, I gave away almost everything I had. I moved out of state, leaving all my friends and my job and everything behind for them, only for them to cheat on me, uh, within months after we had moved. And I'm like, wow, that is disrespectful to myself that I would give myself up for everyone else. So I feel like there's some of this, how do I detach from myself when I disrespect myself, right? Um, and and how I disrespect myself is when I'm looking for my self-respect out here. So if I have my self-respect, then if I feel disrespected out here, it's not gonna impact me as much, as when I'm defining my worth by people's actions or non-actions, words or silence. So I feel like there's something deeper here for you besides just, well, they're doing this, and so when I post this, that when people disrespect me, I detach. It's like, but they're a mirror for me, showing me, what I wanna see about myself until I see it. At least that was my experience, and so if that helps, and check out my free podcast too. The link is down in the description there if you're wanting to kind of hear my story, my drama and trauma. Feel free. At least maybe someone can glean from and not have to learn the extra hard way that I did. So many blessings to you, Lauren. Hopefully that helps. Take a quick sip here. So we got just a couple more handfuls left here. So cheers, cheers. Thank you guys so much for your patience here. All right. So Cat Mia, you're up 546, 55. I do believe. Yes. Here is your timestamp. And will you get from H or T or none? All right, let's take a look here. So we got H or T or none. So will you get well, from H, you have this victory energy of the world card, which is the last card in the major arcana. So that feels like you can get it from H, which takes you to a new level. It's like you accomplish it and then you're ready for something else. T, you have the 9 of fishes, the 9 of cups, which is an emotional dream come true energy. So I feel like you get from T something different than from H, though. H feels more in the outside world physical. T feels like a more of an emotional energy with it being cups. And then or none, we have the 10 of swords, letting go of expectations. Um, so the 10 would be a more of a release and ending and a beginning energy. So it feels like, and it's almost like letting go of expectations that it's like you can get it from multiple places. Even the unexpected is what they're saying here with that 10 of swords. Yeah, you can get it from H a certain way, you can get it from T a different way, and there's a lot of other unexpected ways that you can get it as well. They're like, when we try to ask the how or the when, we limit the universe. When we're like, "Here, this is the what," then, we can receive it a lot of different ways, so hopefully that helps, Cat Mia. That's what they have for you. Many blessings. All right, then we have Allah, 549, 11. So Allah, there is your timestamp. And I am doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Wanna know, will the posses starting to go into southern draw, will they contact you ever again? And how does he feel towards you? So will he contact you ever again? How does he feel? Yeah, we had the Sun card, which is a victory card, um, and I do feel like they will. How they feel about you? Yeah, Queen of Pentacles. You're very it's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. They feel like you're, sensual, that you're very nurturing, have a big heart. Um, you'd make a good mom, a good mother of children, um, kind of energy. Harvest, abundance. So very positive here for you. And the Sun card, um, it's like when the sun comes back out for them. Because the thing with Pisces, I have a Pisces stellium, which means 3 or more planets, and I think I've got, like, 5. Um, and my mom is a Pisces, she's not gone yet. But there is this, dark side of the pond. Pisces goes to the dark side of the pond and also swims into the light side of the pond. When they're in the dark side of the pond, they kinda just recluse and, you know, but when they go in the sun side of the pond, then they're like, "Hey, everybody." So I feel like the cyclical yeah, even here's even the Pisces fish jumping out of the water, "Hello." So they will say hello here. Just they go through cycles. Pisces can almost seem bipolar sometimes because they'll go from dark to up and, back and forth. Sometimes it's can be kinda feels cyclical. But I feel like they will here soon, maybe even on Sunday. Um, but, uh but I like it. It sounds very positive for you. So that's what they have for you, Allah. So many blessings to you. Right? And then Divine Soul, you were up 551.32. Here's your time step here. So does he have real feelings for you, or is he just passing the time with you? What is his real feelings for you? All right, let's take a look here, Divine Soul. Let's see what we got here. So what are his real feelings for you here? Okay, this one here. We got the King of Feathers, the King of Swords, and the Six of Swords. I don't feel like when you're asking feelings, I don't know if they have, uh, if they express and live life this way. It almost feels like this is an air sign. And so it would be how do they think about me, not so much how they feel about me. It's a different language. It's like you're asking, how do they swim in the water? How do they swim underwater? And they're like, well, they're a bird. So they don't really swim underwater. They more fly in the sky. And so it's more so, realizing that they're not going to give you the emotion that you're looking for. And you might be, that's why you feel like they're just passing the time because they're more about a thinker than a feeler. And it can appear here they're doing a lot of thinking, they're doing a lot of reflection, letting a lot of old thinking go. They are moving from choppy waters to calmer waters, riding the emotional waves, but they're not in the emotional waves. So there is movement of thinking and mindset in a positive way, but um, it could be here a good awareness to go, yeah, they're not very experienced at living emotion, living feelings. And so if you're like, and I don't see that changing much because I feel like this is part of who they are. They're more of a, like I said, a thinker than a than a feeler. And I don't feel like they do a whole lot. So you'd be like, you know what? You might even find out that they are an air sign, or if they have an air moon, then they do more thinking about their emotions than feelings about their emotions, or even their Venus. I know you probably don't pull their chart, but there's that kind of energy that's coming in here. So maybe that's if you're wanting someone that's be able to express emotion, then you're just like, well, because I have a friend who's married. I'm an Aquarius sun, but I've got like I said, ton of water, so I'm an odd Aquarius, which is funny because all Aquarians are odd. But my friend, she says every once in a while I just have to ask him for emotion because he forgets to give it to me, so I just have to ask it because Aquarians do feel, air signs do feel, but they more put it in little cups and Tupperware and burp it and put it in the refrigerator for later. And, so that's the kind of, you know, experience that you might have. So maybe, eh, something to think about, right? All right. And that's what they have for you, Divine Soul. So many blessings. And then Maria P, we got 5:55:10. So Maria, here is your timestamp here. Thank you for all your donations earlier. And I know you're going through big transition in the moment. Hopefully, you're having a nice little nap now, and sweet dreams as well. So, general for you, everything, love, work, and what's coming. So, I feel like we did that on one of your other donations. So, let's see what else they want you to know here. Yeah, you got it's an important time here. You've got the Justice card here, which is an energy of, Libra, rolls over the 10th house of relationships. And you have the 10 of cups, which is relationship energy. And this is basically saying it's a time for you to kind of see relationships from a different perspective, gain clarity, see them from a higher perspective, cutting away small t truths, expectations, those rooted in fear. And to kind of, it's a time to reflect more on relationships than be in one. And even, that's when I gleaned the most when I looked over all my journals that I had when I was in relationships or really in between, relationships as well. Um, but it's, you know, realizing what they were showing me about myself, right? I look at all my exes as teachers. I truly do, not just making shit up. I truly do. And I have no resentment towards any of them now. Many of them came close to losing their lives. They don't know how close. Some of them might have known, but especially those that cheated on me, but they I learned a lot about myself because everyone is a mirror showing us what we want to see about ourselves until we see it. And they did reflect so much. I mean, I really learned, like, how can I expect someone to treat me differently than I treat myself? If I can't love myself unconditionally and respect myself, how can I expect anyone else to? So it all starts here, right? And I feel like this is a big period of time that you're going through now. And it's an important time to, and they mentioned it before, right? Stop. No more relationships. Chop, chop. just say, just say,
No, no, no. 1,000 times no.
oh, you can't see it up here. No, no, no. um, for now, not for forever, just for now. And it'll be worth it. So hang in there, Maria. That's what they have for you right now, right? Chelsea, you can relate. I know. Woohoo, right? Isn't it a good feeling? What a great energy. Freedom. All right. And then Debbie O. Hey, Debbie. Here is your time stamp for your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. Anyone, whatever comes out. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. You've got the Tower. Dun, dun, dun. I like this. And the Two of Feathers, the Two of Swords. So the Tower energy here is more reflective energy because I feel like with this combo, what Spirit is saying is it's a wonderful time and an empowering time for you with this Two of Swords. That's the power of story. And when we're looking back at times and situations where people or situations were moved out of our life, like it felt like a tower moment, zapped out of our life, sudden movement, people leaving, opportunities being moved, whatever it may be, that we have a story that we kind of um, on autopilot assigned to that because that's what we were taught growing up. We wouldn't, why do we second guess it? It's what we were taught, but we can second guess it. We can look into it and go, like, when my, siblings stopped talking to me, when my dad passed away, when these, other relationships that I had, when they didn't work out and they ended and all this, you know, we can see them as them happening to us. That's one story. These things happen to us, and then we go into the victim energy and we get to feel all the lower vibrational experiences. There's nothing wrong with that. There's just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences, right? And when we're tired of that same old story, we can switch it up into something higher and going, this happened for me. And what gift is in this for me? Right. And I know, like, the big one of the ones that, if you ever check out Byron Katie, she's amazing. One of the videos they're showing me in my head was someone whose father had passed away when they were younger. And um, one of the questions, how it comes up is, well, my dad wasn't supposed to die. Is that true? And they were like, yes, it's true. They shouldn't have. Okay. And then the second question is, can you know beyond a shadow of a doubt kind of energy? Can you absolutely know that it's true they shouldn't have died? And they're like, well, no, it's not true. They were supposed to die when they did. And they go, give me an example of why that's true. And then they really dive into it. And for him, it was, I wouldn't be as strong as I am today had my dad lived, because he was my rock and I went to him for everything. But without him, I had to become my own rock. And it was like, whoa. But this is the power of the changing of story. And so when we look at the big things in our life that we're like, wow, these big tower moments where people were removed out of our life or situations moved out of our life, what gift was in it for us? And it can change things. And I feel like that's what they're kind of bringing in here for you. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you right now, my dear. And good morning to you, or afternoon if you're watching after work. And happy Friday. All right. Many blessings, my friend, my Tech Zen friend. All right. And then we got Ruby Grimm. Ruby, thank you so much for your donations earlier. So here is your free reading. So, what do your kids need from you right now in terms of emotional support and security? Oh, what a wonderful, beautiful question. Let's take a look here. Boom and boom, boom. All right. So, emotional support, the Four of Pentacles. Wow. What a beautiful card, because the Four of Pentacles is a big, one of the big things it teaches us is that you are not defined by the three buckets of the outside world: relationships with people, situations, and things. When we realize, and I mean, can you imagine learning as a child that, these things don't define you? You are defined by the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. You are precious. You are priceless. And the things of the outside world tell us about what they are feeling, what's going on. These are meaningless. Like, your worth doesn't change. You were priceless before you were born. You're priceless your entire life, and you're priceless when you continue join back to your higher self. You are an eternal, powerful, supernatural being made of unconditional love. and none of this stuff in this world defines you. I feel like that's powerful, right? And then security. You've got the Six of Pentacles and the Fool card here as well. The Six of Pentacles um, energy, and the Fool card is child energy. It's also soul energy, but the Six of Pentacles is, we learn so much as children that we have to give so much and to deserve so little. And as security, you can teach them. It's kind of what I talk about in the Adventure 14 Abundance. Did I already share that with you? If not, I will. I don't know if you're here right now. You might not be. You might be sleeping because I know it's late. Whoops! Why does it keep airing out? Well, aired out the first time, but not the second. I'll put it under your name in the pinned comment too. But it talks about this out of balance giving and receiving, and I feel like the security, you can talk to them about things that we didn't get talked to as children. Just awareness going, I love you so much, right? And um and I feel like that's the biggest thing you can in security, because a parent's love, you can be a conduit, you can be a hand of God, you can be the heart of the creator, and by giving unconditional love to them and going, there's nothing you can do that would ever make me stop loving you. Nothing. And I love you eternally. I love you unconditionally, as does this realm of, unlimited amount of souls of love and light. You are so loved, you are so loved, you are so loved, and so worthy. You know, you can they have to find their own self-love on the inside, but you can make it an easy choice by being a beautiful mirror of unconditional love for them. And I feel like that's what they feel like you can do. I mean, that's our biggest the quest we're on is self-love and self-worth. And I love that. So that is what they have for you, Ruby. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Pink Aura Angel. We got 60656. Oops. Why is this chat airing out? What's going on tonight? All right. There we go. So, Pink or Angel, you said to get into the point directly, if you'd like. Oh, okay. You want to know about the coming career chance because it seems the previous one didn't work as you told you before. All right, let's take a look here. So, what's the energy based on current energy? Yeah, you got this death and this rebirth energy. Yeah, we definitely have an opportunity for, new beginnings here. And, whenever we're talking about the future things, there is a disclaimer in there about, you know, the future is not guaranteed. It's all about our energy. This is what the magician is telling you here is whatever we're focusing on is what we create. There's always possibilities. But if I'm focusing in on fear, if I'm focusing in on need and want, and lack energy, then I actually push opportunities away. When I move into energy of gratitude for what is and what I have had, and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, the higher vibration, then I draw things toward me. So the death card is an ending beginning energy, and the magician card is the beginning. So death is ending, magician, the number one is beginning energy. That, whatever's meant for us doesn't pass us by, but there's a lot of things that happen within our realm of possibilities in our life that we don't have a fated career, a fated job. You know, there's usually very rarely do we have a fated thing that needs to happen in our life for our experiences. We can experience it in a wide variety of opportunities. But I feel like you're saying that, you do have an opportunity to create something new with this magician energy, but it's being aware of Where are you focusing your energy? Is it on need, want? What if I don't get it? What if it doesn't happen? That energy will move the tide away, push the boat further away, not draw the tide in and draw the boat closer to us. So I definitely feel like there's an opportunity here. Magician's all about manifestation. One of the things with the magician, too, though, is an energy of like, you need to know where you're at, where you want to go. It's like a GPS. If you don't have your current destination, GPS doesn't work. If you don't have the destination you want to go to, it doesn't work. But the magician has all four elements representing your mind, your heart, your physical body and physical actions, and your energy, your focus energy. Understanding that every one of those is a choice every moment, right? The choice of story, the choice of emotion, the choice of action, and the physical action too. And when those things align, then that's when movement happens. If we're focusing on lower vibration, if we're having stories of lack, emotions that support that, actions that support that energy, then that's where, it pushes things away. So I love that. And if you haven't, I just right above you, Adventure 14 Abundance that I have in the pinned comment. I just posted it in the chat if you're here now too. But check that out because it does talk about the two things that keep things away from us or help us draw things in. And then once we draw things toward us, how we get things inside the city gates that are ruled by our inner child. So be sure to check that out if you're interested. All right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you, Pink or Angel. And then Healing Sparsh, where 61122 is for your timestamp here. All right. And you said Ace of Current Feelings for you. All right. Yeah, no problem there. We'll get you in there. Oh, Inkita, I'm so sorry. I just have two more free readings, and then I have the last donation that I'll do tonight is Alan, so I'll do yours there. And if you didn't put your question out there, Alan, be sure to do that here. But I'm at 6 hours, so I'm not taking any new readings after these, Inkita, because I'm like my energy is like about to drop out. So we can catch you tomorrow, though, if you want to come back then. But I do have to cut off at some point because I keep on getting more and more, and I have to stop. All right, so Healing Sparsh. Let's see here. Asif's current feelings for you. So we've got that, and we've got that here. So we've got the Queen of Swords, Queen of Feathers, and the Three of Cups energy. You know, I like this energy that's, in here with the Queen of Swords, because Queen of Swords, excuse me, is one of those um like very compatible energies. It's a beautiful balance between head and heart. And um and so there is that kind of energy of they feel like we would be really compatible kind of energy that comes in here. The 3 of Cups, the 3 of Fishes, though, is also that there's, not a, not a, uh, like you're not alone in that. I feel like there's more than one person. I'm sorry, I need to take a drink here real quick. And my voice is trying to go away. So, so I do feel like they're like, "Wow, you're very compatible," and they're like, "Well, this person kind of is too." So I don't feel like they're in super committed mode, but they think very highly of you with this energy, but they also, like I said, they're not really, uh, have, like, themselves off the market completely where it's just you kind of energy. I feel like they're like, "Wow, I think you're really compatible and kinda compatible with this person too." And maybe a third one too. I feel like they're kind of trying to understand what they really want, um, in life kind of energy too. Uh, but with that queen of, swords, I do feel like they do feel like you guys match in a lot of ways, a lot of very compatible in a lot of ways. Like they keep on repeating the same thing. But I feel like it is that, that kind of energy, which is nice. We love that, but that we're an option. Of course, we none of us wanna be an option. We wanna be the chosen one. But it's kind of, it's like, "Well, I'm glad that, you feel this way." And if they're meant for you, then they're meant for you. If they're not, they're not, right? Um, but more importantly, does their energy match your energy? Because they feel you're compatible to them, but do you feel like you have to, like, um, you know lessen your energy to match them? Because I feel like there's, sometimes we can, you know, change that and go, does their energy match mine? Instead of does mine match theirs? There's a power change in that energy that comes in with that. So that is what they have for you, Sparsh. Hopefully that helps. And then May Wayne, you were up. So 16, 16, 11. So May, here is your timestamp. And why has he been distant since you slept together for the first time? It's thrown you for a loop. It's been frustrating. Oh, man, I swear. Let's take a look here, May. What's going on with them here? So we got the King of Pentacles, the Five of Pentacles. Yeah. The King of Pentacles is an energy of, you know, it's abundance, it's fullness of outside life, and there's a lot of worth energy there. But the Five of Pentacles is this fear of not being enough, this fear of being abandoned, left out in the cold. Um, you know, so it's a lack energy that kind of comes in here. And this is about their feelings for themselves and not about you kind of energy here, you know. And there is, we talk about avoidant personality sometimes. And an avoidant personality is there's a point where things become overwhelming for them, and especially intimacy, when that kicks in, it's a combination of different things that they're like, "Oh god, I'm gonna get rejected. Oh, hell," and then they flee. Then when they calm down, then they return, and then they build up, and then they freak out, and then they flee. So it's about understanding where someone's coming from and seeing if the pattern, how often it returns. Because some people, it takes a lot for them to go into that mode, which, the first time you were intimate and there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of stuff that's already in their head and in their heart and in their energy and in their physical world that, can throw us into a different, loop. um, so it may not be that this is happens a lot, but I feel like that's kind of where they're coming from right now. I'd give it, you know, I'm not sure how long this has been, um, distant, um, but there's, with this five energy, there it's tells us something for ourselves, right? There's always a gift in a situation for us. And, you know, when we look at, because something's going on over there, we can't do anything about that. But the reflection in the mirror is, since we slept together, how have I been distant toward myself? Have I been looking for my worth out here or my worth in here? because when we look for our worth in person, or like a relationship with a human, or our relationships with humans, family, friends, lovers, whoever, situations or things, we feel unstable because all those things are unstable. So something that happens will end up defining ourselves out here. And there's this beautiful mirror that shows us back to ourselves. And when I return back to myself and defining myself, then that changes things in the outside world too. So hopefully that helps me. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And I'm so sorry, Ankita, I'm not taking any other questions or donations tonight. I can grab yours for, you can be first for tomorrow night, but I had said that I'm cutting off. So I can grab it and you can be first for tomorrow if that works out for you. All right. So for Alan, here is your timestamp. So Alan, we got 6:20:30. I've been on for almost 6.5 hours, so hopefully you understand. I have to cut it off somewhere, so I don't think you heard me before you did all that. So so sorry. All right, so Alan, your question is, what's the next big change in your life now? I love it. Thank you for your donation via the Cash App. All right, so let's see here. What's the next big change in your life? Get that. Please. I'll do this one first. All right, what do we have coming here? We do have the Eight of Cups on the bottom here, which is the energy of your overall reading. And the Eight of Cups is about, it's like doing an emotional inventory. And that's preparing you for either a relationship, if you're looking for one, or like a passion project, something that you're going to need to pour your emotions into. What the Eight of Cups does is it has you look at two kind of areas of your life. One is your relationships with people, lovers, friends, family, whoever, but you're looking at the relationships where you're giving consistently 70, 80, 90% of the emotional energy in, only getting 10, 20, 30% back consistently. Healthy relationships, they fluctuate back and forth at times because we're all going through things, but we're talking about the ones that, like, always, you're the life preserver of these relationships. And some of them are ready to take them off life support and see if they live, or you back off to 50%, see if they make up the difference. And if they don't and the relationship drifts away, then you get the rest of it back too. But it's about building up your emotional bank. So, because your heart won't allow a new relationship or new, uh, opportunities to express your emotional energy to come in if we're almost bankrupt, if we have too low of it coming in. So that's one piece, is evaluating and inventorying your relationships. The other thing is looking at emotions that you have suppressed. These will be things from 7 years old and younger, that, the anger and the sadness that you weren't able to express because we were told, be a happy child, no crying, no tantrums. But we don't know what to do with that, so we stuff it. So it's still charged and taking emotional energy, and it takes emotional energy to keep it below so we don't end up crying in a staff meeting or getting, angry at and yelling at people. But so we can transmute and allow and connect with our inner child, give them the space to feel those emotions and not hurt ourselves or anyone else, but to be able to feel them. And if we need to yell in a pillow or beat up a pillow or whatever, something harmless, we can do that to get that energy out. And all that allows all this emotional energy to come back in for us too. So let's see, that's on the bottom, underlying energy. So let's see, what is this big change, the next big change coming in? Yeah, you definitely, with the Ace of Swords, there's a lot of clarity coming in. Let's see what this clarity is about. You got three cards next that came out together. Yeah, you've had a little bit of a hermit time, it looks like, kind of being maybe it felt like solitary confinement, maybe a little bit, but you've been having this time alone to reflect, and yeah, you definitely have this 9 energy, the hermit. You have the 9 of wands too, because it feels like you've been having like a forest field, kind of maybe keeping things away for a little while. But you've been really developing a strong relationship with your higher self with the strength card, really finding your inner strength. And this has been um, part of what you've been learning and growing through, becoming aware of to prepare you here. So I like that. You have the strength card, the major arcana number 8, the 8 of cups, right? There's this flow energy. You're getting into this space. Then you have these next 3 cards here too. So you got the 4 of plants, the 4 of wands. Yeah, I like this. It is joy energy, but it also is like the marriage card that comes in here. And you've got the death and rebirth energy that comes in here. And again, the 9 of pentacles, which is like hermit. You got all these nines. So, the purpose of this aloneness is I feel like you've been changing a lot of your uh, I would say like your perspectives or expectations, definitions of what a relationship is, what a marriage is, who they're supposed to be, who they're supposed to be in a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start, how it's supposed to progress, how it's supposed to end up, what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be in it. And that's exhausting. All of those roles. And there's this big freedom energy that you've been having with this space off by yourself in a way, connecting with spirit world, understanding things differently, seeing things differently. You've been setting yourself free, and in doing that, you've been setting and kinda altering these expectations. And I feel like it's been happening, I feel like it continues for a little bit here, but the next big change that comes in here, we'll see here in a moment because you also have the devil card, which the devil card is Capricorn, Saturn energy, which is the shaking and rattling of a long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that kept our heart constricted and small and smothered. But it's like your heart had a jailbreak. It's been getting out of the mindsets, going, this stuff doesn't work anymore. Um, Things were in place to keep me safe when I was younger, but not anymore. I don't need that. It's like baby gates. You put baby gates up on stairs when we're babies so that we don't break our necks falling down the stairs. But then as adults, if we don't remove those baby gates, we trip over the baby gates and almost break our necks. So those baby gates that have been in place don't need to be there anymore. And you've been removing them to create a smoother space for yourself. Um, Yeah, and I feel like you have the Justice card here. Yeah, I figured. You had the Justice card here, which the Justice card is ruled by Libra. Libra rules over the house of relationships. And the Justice card usually has the Ace of Swords, which you had here, right? Um, which allows you to have clarity over relationships. Again, like we've been talking about, cutting away all those thoughts and beliefs, seeing things from a different, higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and gratitude. And there's this beautiful, you know, transformation that unfolds with that. Um, a lot of clarity, a lot of, again, freedom that comes in. And where is this leading you to? You have one guess for your last card. The Lover's card. Here's a relationship. So if you've been wanting a relationship, if you've been seeking one, this definitely feels like a big love reading, and that you've been in solitude, learning and growing and freeing yourself. And in doing this, you've been finding your self-love, self-worth. It's speeding things up. And so it will bring a relationship towards you here. And we'll do a quick when card based on your current energies. What can we know about when you'll meet them. Have you met them already? Or when will you meet them? Or what else can we know about timing? Got the Page of Cups, which is higher love. Here, I'll show it to you. Let's get the Page of Cups. The timing is September 23rd to December 20th. It's Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces season energy, though. We're past Pisces. Cancer season actually would be the next one. Cancer season, let's see. It's Aries. We go Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. So Cancer comes up here in a couple months. So it could be before September 23rd. Right now, the timing is September 23rd to December 20th, based on current, energies, current, how much energy you're putting into letting go of mindsets that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve anymore, energy that doesn't serve you anymore. And, anything in your physical world, you're making space, again, like we said, especially that emotional energy, for them to come forward for you here. So the more you do that, the faster it can come in, and it can be Cancer season, which July 20th. Yes, because Gemini is May 20th to June 20th. Yeah. I think that's right. So hopefully that helps. And then because of your donation amount, you do get one of these Oracle of the Rift Walkers for your fortune cookie. Let's see what else they want you to bring in here. But the big change is this relationship energy. If you're in a relationship already, it would be an expansion of your relationship. But I feel like with all that you might not be in one right now. You might have had one end a while ago, but that death card really stood out about either, someone passing or an ending of a relationship in the past. But you got the rise of the sapling. Yep, new birth coming through. Look at that. Breaking above the surface. Single. All right. Right now. Okay, let's see. It says, promise in every leaf, the future growing quietly from the soil. So the invocation says, from the dark earth I rise, fragile yet fierce, reaching toward the sun's warm promise, carrying the dreams of roots yet to grow. The rise of the sapling is the card of new beginnings. There we go. Potential and gentle growth. It symbolizes the tender stage where dreams and intentions begin to take root beneath the surface, unseen but vital. Like a sapling pushing through rich soil, your path is still forming, but the energy behind it is strong and filled with promise. This card invites you to trust in the process of gradual unfolding. Growth is not always fast or visible, but it is steady and sure. It honors the courage it takes to emerge from darkness and vulnerability into light. Yeah, that's the solitude going out into the sun, right? Though you may feel small now, you're destined to rise tall. So when the rise of the sapling appears, it encourages you to nurture your dreams with patience and kindness. Protect your budding intentions from harsh winds of doubt or external pressure. Embrace the unknown future with quiet hope and steady faith. The shadow side of the card, in shadow, this warns you of impatience with the pace of growth, leading to frustration or burnout, doubting your potential before your roots have formed, neglecting the foundational care your goals of spirit require, and beware, and it says, beware of pushing too hard, too fast, or expecting immediate results. True growth takes time and quiet persistence. Yay. Reflection questions, 3 of them. What new beginnings are quietly growing beneath my awareness? How can I nurture my growth with patience and gentle care? And where do I need to trust the process rather than rush the outcome. And that is something, we at some point we kind of, we understand the what we want and the why, and then we leave the rest to the universe, the creator, right? Like the who and the how and the when I give to you. I know you're going to bring me the perfect person in the perfect timing, the perfect way. Then we just have gratitude. We can ask once for what we want, and then we leave the rest up to them, right? And then we just work on ourselves. And the more we, raise our love vibration, our self love, the faster our vibration speeds up, and the sooner that it draws things toward us. It just naturally happens that way. High vibration vibrates faster. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you, Ellen. Thank you again for your donation. And Kita, thank you so much for your donation. I will make you first tomorrow night. And I'm sorry you didn't hear me say that I was not taking any more donations because I've been on for 6.5 hours and I do need to jet. So I will do that, but I'll grab your free reading and your donation question, and you'll be up first in tomorrow night's stream. So thank you for understanding. My energy is gone. Hey, Krabby Kaka. You're coming in just as the elevator doors are closing in. So good to see you. If you want to throw out a question or donation, I'll make you second tomorrow night. So I'll throw you on here, but I do need to head out and rest. But I will be back tomorrow night. I am on Wednesday nights through Sunday night, so I shall return. If you guys haven't checked out my podcast, I will have a new one coming out here soon. Supposed to be out today. Wait, is today Thursday? Yeah, today's Thursday. It was supposed to be out today, but I'm running behind. So it'll be out in the next few days. So enjoy and you can catch up on any of the past episodes. The playlist is down in the description area of the video, or if you click on my name, it takes you to my main page and it is at the top. So enjoy again. Thank you so much for all the thumbs up, all of your love, and all of your support. Thank you guys so much. I'm so grateful to be on this journey and adventure together. And until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. Enjoy this new moon in Taurus tomorrow. Uh, Enjoy the dreaming tonight too. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.